Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Woo-hoo. We got ourselves some breaking news. The wire's coming down the track today, and we've got ourselves just a little bit of news. And that news would be that our Seahawks coaching search is finally over with. It has concluded. It is no more of looking out there and worrying about Mike Kafka and his face looming on the sidelines, as that was looking mighty speculative and mighty closer and closer to a potentiality over the last couple of days as the coaching search kind of twisted for the Hawks, with Ben Johnson announcing, you know what, I'm just not that into you guys. So it became, whoa, one more real best and brightest candidate on the block. One more that's not one that would be considered a retread or somebody that's just been recently fired. Right? You had one left. One that I think many Hawk fans who all had a little bit of their own dog in this fight for who they wanted from this whole process, and including myself on that. But all of us, I think, were in fairly close to agreement on if there was one man that emerged, we would feel very happy about that. That would make us feel very warm and fuzzy inside. Even if it wasn't our guy, still a damn good choice. Still smartly picked. You know, you could hope for the offensive mind, but you land on this, you go, but I do understand this one. I do get going this way with it. So it is announced that Mike McDonald, the Baltimore Ravens defensive coordinator, will now be your Seattle Seahawks next head coach, signing a 6-year contract, reportedly, with the Hawks. So he's looking potentially to be for quite a while, if he's very successful, hopefully. But he is an awesome candidate. We're going to go through the ins and outs on him here today, I'm sure, the full spectrum. But just on the surface of it, you went and got your McVay for the defensive side of the ball. That's sort of the equivalent here. Now, many wanted the offensive side of McVay side of the ball. You know, McVay on the offensive side of the ball, if I can say it right. I get that. I understand that, but that wasn't necessarily available to you once Ben Johnson got taken off the board. You could have maybe taken a big jump and a big swing out with a Bobby Slowick, let's say out with Houston. But reportedly, Mike McDonald had a great interview with Seattle. You'd expect to hear that, seeing as how he got the job. You're not going to hear, well, he had a horrible interview, but they still hired him because he's just so damn good this last year. But he did have a great interview. He did have 6 other interviews lined up at one point or another during this offseason with teams. So there was a lot of other interest league-wide in this guy, despite the fact he is a young pup. You go from having the oldest head coach in the NFL to now having the youngest head coach in the NFL. So it's going to be quite a little bit of a change as we go forward on this one with how that will kind of work out a bit here. As well, I'm very happy we're here, not at Mike Kafka, not at Patrick Graham. I just had very much the worries that that's where we were going to be here with this thing, and that this was going to click in such a way, and that was not going to be the kind of hiring we wanted to do here. While those guys might be really good coaches someday, they hadn't done enough. They hadn't put enough work in to make it happen. And when we look at Mike McDonald, what he's done to get here, I think is pretty impressive in that it's been such a fast, quick rise for him through the ranks, but it's also been one that he's been very successful at every stop as he's been pushed up that ladder. He's earned this right to be here. He's not just sort of failed upwards like we see some guys do. I mean, quite frankly, we all know there's a couple of those guys out there doing it, but this guy started out as a graduate assistant out of Georgia in 2010, and now in 2024, he has a head coaching job in the NFL. And he's got a little bit of a background with coaching some positions, obviously the defensive side of the ball through this 10-year period. But where the real impressive work comes into play is first, before he gets to even being a defensive coordinator with your Baltimore Ravens, before he even arrives at that stage of things, he's on the staff. Harbaugh's very well aware this guy is maybe one of the smartest guys I've got in the room. His brother's needing some help on the defensive side of the ball. And so he reaches out to him and he says, hey, what can you give me? Can you get me something out here that can help me out? My defense is not working. I just need to revamp this thing. And Harbaugh said, take your pick of these guys. You can take this guy or you can take that guy. So he's like, all right, I'll take McDonald. McDonald went down for a year and did 2 really, really awesome things. Can't understate this part before we get to him, what he did with the defense on the Ravens side. He went down to the Michigan staff, trained their staff in the ways of this defense, and then also got it across to the players at the same time. And then this year, you saw the true fruits of that, where an even more talented team this year from the Michigan Wolverines than they were last year was able to go get the national title, and really on the back, first and foremost, of rocking this defense. They're ground and pound. They didn't do a lot of extracurricular things on the offensive side of the ball. They leaned on that defense, this defense that Mike McDonald went down and taught. And then John, went to his brother Jim and he said, okay, look, I gave him to you for a year, okay? You've had him for your time. It was like two brothers arguing over their favorite toy, You ever seen this happen where it was like, you've been playing with the Transformer for like a long time. Oh, come on, mine, give me. And he's give him back. It's mine. I just lent him to you. Mom said I had to. It would be funny if there's mom called Jim and was like, just tell him to give you a coordinator. I told him. But he did pull him back, as at the time, John Harbaugh at the pro level with the Baltimore Ravens was having some issues with getting Wink Martindale's defense to quite work right. Now, Wink Martindale is a guy that Mike McDonald trained underneath and has a lot of elements of Mike McDonald in his defense and willingness in his defense to push forward and really attack an offense, not just sort of always sit back on your heels. But Wink perhaps overdoes it just a little bit. He's a cover zero maestro, kind of guy that's going to just want to bring the house, bring it every time, trust his guys on the back end, and ended up getting him burned a little bit too often there with the Ravens at the end of his time there when they had to let him go and then moved on to Mike McDonald. This is as Mike McDonald comes back from Michigan. Harbaugh goes, look, I can't do this with Wink anymore. He's too risky. He's too much of a gambler. He's turning into Kenny Loggins. Okay. I can't do that. Look at it. He's even growing the beard, man. Look at it. He's even growing the golden, the silver beard. I'm telling you, he's heading that direction. So when he took over at the time, Mike McDonald was inheriting a defense the prior year that was 25th in yards, 19th in points allowed, 28th in defensive efficiency rating by Football Outsiders. So there was no defensive metric or mark, whether you want to take the base ones or the more advanced analytical ones. There was none that was, hey, you're inheriting a really good defense right now. He was inheriting a defense that just had, at times, too many movable parts in it, too many things going on at once. The players talked about it in some of the research I did on this, and it's just, you had in Wink trying to, on every play, get an absolute winner. On every play, have everything be perfect in the detail, which was causing a lot of, you can do this or you can do that. And if you read this, do that. And then this guy, do the same. And that guy, do the same. And then if you have two of the three guys misreading that stuff, it ends up becoming too many details, too much overload. McDonald came in many ways still keeping the husk of Martindale's defense, but then also able to sort of bring in a little bit more of a simplification to what he was having them do and immediately getting that turnaround. So McDonald's 2 seasons in this defensive coordinator role, the Baltimore Ravens have allowed the second fewest points in the NFL at 17.5, the 6th fewest yards. Get this over here so I can see this. The 6th fewest yards, 312 yards per game, while ranking first in ESPN's defensive efficiency metric. In 2023, the Ravens became the first team in NFL history to lead the league in fewest points allowed at 16.5, most sacks at 60, and most takeaways, tied for first at 31 in the same season. So very, very, very impressive to get this kind of turnaround in this defense. It is this, you can see in this approach and what's going on here is that this is not, I inherited all these goods and all these riches and I just will now take advantage of these riches. It's not that kind of situation. It's where they had some decent talent on that ball club. They've added a Roquan Smith in there who certainly helped, Jadeveon Clowney coming in there. But as we saw this last year, that wasn't necessarily a front four, for instance, that was driven by some star power, some Micah Parsons, Myles Garrett, Bosa type presence. And those sacks that they built up were an accumulation of everybody kind of across the board and what they were bringing to play on this. So it's a defense that is going to also, and this is the part that I think puts the biggest smile on my face, quite frankly, because you're going to take a defense that was operating in such an old, archaic way that now you get to update it to a modernized, and not just taking it from modernation. It's like if you watch the evolutionary chart with the man going from, and now ape to man, and now man, and Like, we're now going to go to the alien thing. We're now becoming the big-headed creature with the big black eyes. Like, we're now going past man to that. Like, and their bodies shrank as they sat with time. As we're going now to cutting edge. So not only are you going to updated in a modernized defense, you're sort of pushing to space age technology a little bit in what you're looking to do. What he runs is a defense that can kind of be everything everywhere in how it wants to be. This is why it's able, for instance, in the second half of the Chiefs game, to find an adjustment within it. There's reason there's adjustments within it because it does so many things. When you have a rigid defense with its playbook and its A, B, C, D kind of philosophy where everything is just very linear in its approach, it doesn't often always have the right adjustments it can call upon to then be able to deal with what an opponent's doing to attack you. And that's what you saw, especially in this most recent, resume builder we saw here in the playoffs, where we got the Chiefs coming into Baltimore there. First half, Chiefs are doing a lot of bubble screens, a lot of just throwing it out to the outlet. The first drive on with Kelsey, they had a couple of trust throws into their Kelsey, where that's just Mahomes and Kelsey being on that telekinetic link. But outside of that, it was a lot of just, trying to pick them apart short. And they adjusted and they brought that stuff up and they started to trust their guys on the back end a little bit and tried to bring a little bit more confusion back into play into that second half. And it completely, of course, worked where the Chiefs weren't able to score a single point in that entire second half after their initial 17 points in the first half. So he brings a lot of different adjustments into play. He's got a lot of what he does is the Vic Fangio cover 2 shell stuff. Okay. So it's a lot of, I want to disguise what I'm doing pre-snap to post-snap. That's completely built into what he's doing here. Of course, when you're doing this ideally at the front, you're not having to bring as many 8-man boxes down into the line of scrimmage because you're hoping at times you can, even with a lighter box, get it done when it comes to stopping the run. So that's another thing that stands out with this is that you really do hope those guys up front can make that happen in order to give you some more guys in the coverage on the back end. But he shakes it up as well, because you will still get the blitzes. You will still get the stack fronts. You might end up with the 4-man pressure fronts, but it might come on a 7-man box or 7 men up on the line of scrimmage, like right up on the line of scrimmage. 2 middle linebackers mugging the A-gap, all those guys right up on the line of scrimmage, and then they end up with the front 4. But then think about that from a quarterback's perspective when you have a defense committed to doing this. And I'm going to do a show kind of built around showing a little bit, for instance, that Baltimore-Seattle game this past year, what I'm talking about in these concepts for a later show down the road. So I'm going to kind of represent this a little bit better to where you guys can see this when I can prepare a little bit more on it. But you bring the quarterback up the line of scrimmage now and he sees 7 men. 7 men. And he's like, okay, I got to, who's coming and who's not. And if you have a smart coordinator like McDonald, he's taught the details to these guys to not only not show your hand and that you're coming, but be able to also really show certain traits that quarterbacks will look for as far as details from defenders that indicate they are coming. And you eventually lead ultimately with confusion if you can really disguise what you're showing. And the beautiful part of that is that you still end up with a maximal amount of people back in coverage and a front 4 still rushing the passer. So it's not always just blitz to get it done. That's the part where he's dialed it back from Wink a bit. He still has understood the concepts Wink taught him, and that you've got to utilize the blitz. The blitz has got to be a part of what you do defensively. Can't all just be on that front 4 to go and get that done. But he's dialed it far back to that sort of sweet spot where it just makes ultimately the perfect amount of sense where you're having him rush at just that right kind of rate as you're mixing it in with that front 4. And so then you've got the confusion. The quarterback goes into his drop. Oh, holy hell. I thought that guy was coming. I thought that guy was coming. They're not coming. Now those guys are coming. I thought they were dropping. Goes to check his hot route. Now, a lot of times when you're dropping these guys off the line of scrimmage, they're very close to the offensive line of scrimmage, right? So if you've got a running back running into the flat, or a running back or a tight end trying to drop on a little curl route, a real shallow curl route, then you've got the guys dropping into space to where they're right on that route. Without moving into it in coverage, the natural drop now takes them into that hot read route if the quarterback thinks that he's getting a blitz. You're going to get a lot of cover 2 on the back end with that. It's just that, again, they will mix up the other coverages in with it so that it's not always just going to be that pure sort of cover 2 kind of look of things. There'll be a little bit of mixing it up. You never know what you're getting from pre to post snap. And so it's going to be really fun to watch this defense because you're going to get to finally see a defense for the first time in years confuse offenses, throw complexity at offenses that they're not sure with how to handle or what to do with it. And that should open the door up for not only the potential of this defense to rise long term, but the immediate return on this defense should be maximized pretty quickly. Because when I've talked about this before, I've said any coach that walks in the store on both sides of the ball is going to get an opportunity to take advantage of very specific details that we've left unattended to for a while. Now, we've had at times purposeful reasons why we've left those unattended, but we have left them unattended. And so they can just walk in and they can go, oh, I just got to just brush this out, wipe off the window there, and then I'll get some immediate, not that it'll take you to elite status, but that you'll see a little bit of an immediate bump rise by just doing natural things like taking advantage of complexity, disguising, not running the same type of coverage on the back end over and over again, this type of stuff, aversion to blitzing. We can go through all the details, but this guy is going to be, it sounds like a great hire. I'm really stoked to see what, he can bring into play here. But a great job by John Schneider taking us through this process, taking it slowly, making it the right one, being patient. Some of these teams got a little bit, itchy triggers in trying to go out there and get their hires done seemingly kind of fast rather than right. And this one more feels like it's done right. I know many out there would have preferred the offensive mind. I'm with you. I understand that part. But at the same point in time, I want the best candidate for the job. I didn't want to go stretch for Mike Kafka just to go get the offensive mind. Let's get the guy that, everyone talks about being just so smart and on it, and that this guy's no doubt, going to be a head coach. Let me read you just a couple of quotes I was collecting today as I was kind of doing a little bit of research here for the show. I think Mike McDonald is the best candidate out there right now. Ravens Pro Bowl linebacker Patrick Queen said this past season, I don't think anybody does it like him. Nobody cares like him. Nobody will do what he does. Kind of interesting quote. He will not rest until he has everything right. Whoever gets him, if he leaves, they're getting the best candidate out there. The guy is all around just the best person I've ever been around, coach-wise and person-wise. He really cares and truly cares about the players, the people around the organization, and the fans. That's a pretty ringing endorsement there. How about this one here? I think he's a wizard, said Roquan Smith. He more so finds out what teams struggle with, what teams' weaknesses and our strength, and being able to make those into a game plan situation. Their spot, we talk about an advantage that for years has been a bit left off the table. We're going to do what we're going to do. We're going to rock cover 3. Yeah, you got cover 3, but we're just so good you can't do nothing about it, right? Verse, let's take a look at our opponent this given week. Oh, they've got a little bit of an opening here under their underbelly. Their armor exposes right here under their underbelly. Did you notice that? I did notice that. And the faceplate's a little bit bent upwards. I too noticed the faceplate was bent upwards. Perhaps we could get a spear inside there. Yes, perhaps. Maybe we should try to intend to poke a spear through the open faceplate. Perhaps we should. Attack pointedly to the weakness of a given opponent on a weekly basis. Seek to attack those weaknesses. Bash at those weaknesses like teams have bashed at ours. Be unmerciful. And that's what he will do. And that's what he did to us in the game in Baltimore. That was the toughest game for us throughout the whole course of the season, in my opinion. That was our worst game. And offensively, they took us apart. They knew what the play, it was like they knew what the play was going to be before the play happened. And it was like every Raven player on the field knew. It was like they had the mic in their helmet. They were hearing, as Gino's like, 32 gun 6. They were over there like, 32 gun 6. Okay, got it. They were on it every single play. It was amazing. And so fantastic hire. A guy that's going to do something different a little bit in that respect, in that he's going to drive at those opponents' weaknesses on a given basis. While still, like he said, which was the interesting part in this quote with Roquan, was that while still maximizing what the strengths are of his players, leaning into what they do well. He's got a somewhat complicated scheme, said safety Kyle Hamilton, but he's done a great job drilling it down and making it simple for us. I think one of the toughest things to do in the world, it's perhaps one of the biggest hallmarks of a great leader, especially in football now, I think, because I think complication is the name of the game. This is where this is going. It's not going to simplify it. It's going to complicated city, is taking the complicated and simplifying it down. Being able to take something that's got all of this stuff out here and distilling it down to something that you can easily get across to somebody that really encompasses everything on all of that into this, And he seems by when you hear players talk about him, like Hamilton here speaks of him, that's exactly what they do. Having defenders, said Hamilton, that know how to do multiple things and play in different spots are all part of McDonald's philosophy. Another thing here where you're going to see a lot more players here that can do a variety of different things, not just one given role here, one given role, that you can be asked to do a couple of different roles, which then allows for us to build that complexity better into the defense. I think it always keeps the offense on their toes, and I think it allows us to make plays in different areas and show our versatility, Hamilton said. It's hard for offenses to pick up on stuff that we're doing. If they do pick up on it, it's still hard to complete passes because we're on everything. Again, Queen just talking a little bit about that unusual complication that exists within the nature of this defense, and how it does make it hard for offenses. Why our defense has gotten attacked so often through the years here is because it's so easy to come up against our defense, look at what we're doing pre-snap, and then get into what you're doing post-snap and be able to execute that. For instance, the stats to back this up would be something like last year. We were the 32nd team in the NFL at disguising our pre to post-snap look. You got cover 2 look, you're getting cover 2. You got the cover 3 look, you're getting cover 3. That's it. We're going to give you, and that, just think about how easy that makes it for a quarterback or an offense to kind of make that read and then operate off that read. Instead, you would think even logically, you want to be on the other side of that. You want to be completely in a point like he talks about where those offenses are actually more guessing than they know pre to post snap. And if I get an offense in this modern age guessing instead of knowing, I think that's going to be a way that I quickly find success at that point. So I know that offense rules the day, but this is going to be a defensive hire that's going to help this team out. Looking this past year at the Ravens schedule, it's basically a graveyard of offenses, great offenses even, that just couldn't find their way against them. Texans, opening game of the year, CJ Stroud's first game, but he went on to have a great year. Kept into 10 points. Not opening game of the year, post game. Let's go with the last two post game. Texans, Chiefs, two of the better, Chiefs top 13, 12-ish offense this year. Kept them in at 17. Texans, I think we're around the top 10 offense this year, right at 10 points. So marvelous postseason performance on top of what they did in the regular season, of course. But also they beat the Texans earlier the year, at the start of the year, with the 25-9 game. So again, under 10 points or under twice to that Texans offense. It wasn't just CJ caught him the first time. They got him the first time of the year. They came back around, still had him basically solved into that second game in the postseason as well. Bengals 27-24 win. Burrow able to get a little bit on them. Colts 19 points. Browns 3. Lions offense came into there and got absolutely shut down. And we saw even the 49ers weren't able to shut down that Lions offense at home. But when the Lions traveled out to the east, the Lions got themselves declawed in that game. And they were, just like us, completely taken apart in that affair, as they did a couple weeks later, as you see on the schedule here. Again, beating the Bengals later on in the year, even when that Bengals offense was still kind of humming there with Jake Browning after he took over for Burrow. Chargers, they kept to 10 points with Herbert there. Rams did give them a little bit of struggle, 37-31. Some of that is that when I'm watching that game, I mean, we've got to a little bit acknowledge in a respect here that Stafford had just about a near MVP season for the Rams. And there were games where he was just throwing absolute darts, just hitting the bullseye, hitting the dart in the bullseye and the dart of the bullseye. Over and over again at times in some of those games. He did against us in the first game when you went back and watched the All-22 especially. He did in that game. I watched it there where they were able to beat the Rams, but the Rams did put 31 up on the board. Then the Niner game a couple of weeks later, another very, very impressive game for his defense. I think that was on national TV where he was able to keep them to 19 points and completely just flustered and kind of took Brock Purdy apart. I mean, by the end, I think they just pulled Brock Purdy eventually and like, okay, you can't do anything against this defense. We're going to just take you out. It was an injury, maybe too. It was a little bit maybe of both, but it was just a game that was super impressive watching. Going, okay, that's what you can do, and you'll tighten down on those short routes. You can take away the running game of Shanahan. It really showed you that this defense could do a variety of different things and really create a confusion for the 49ers offense that we just haven't seen other defenses, not just in us, but across the board, be able to come at Shanahan in that way. Jaguars also sandwiched in there between the Rams and the Ravens game, where they only gave 7 points in that game. 19 points to the Dolphins. That looks like that's like a shutout, basically. That's basically the equivalent of a shutout at that point. And then the Steelers had 10 points, 17-point loss, 17-10. They had obviously sat everybody at the end of the year. But a lot of really, really outstanding defensive performances. Dolphins, 49ers, Jaguars, Chargers, Seahawks, Lions. These littered in with the other ones. It wasn't them just merely going through the easiest schedule is what I'm trying to say. They weren't going and beating on bottom dwellers, and that's where they got these defensive metrics and statistics. They were taking apart really good offenses, a variety of different offenses that do different things, both the complicated and the uncomplicated. And he was able to take it on and deal with it really, really well. I got a few super donos, so let me get to these really quickly here as we'll get on in a bit to the chat. And then I've got a couple of little, I got a little 7-minute clip I want to play you of Mike McDonald talking about his defensive philosophy that I think is interesting. So I'm going to play that for you here as we get through the donos. And then we will, of course, have a very long, I'm sure, chat session today. So strap on in, folks. We'll no doubt be, we'll be going long on this one. No worries with that, but bear with me on the questions for just a sec because it'll probably take a little bit of time to get back over to you guys on the questions, but we will be doing a full-on Q&A answer session and going through it today. Up, down, inside out, over, up, down, inside out. About to show you all what it's all about. Corey Olson, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, let's go. Brilliant hire. It's fantastic hire, Corey. It's fantastic hire. And I know many are going to say, well, I had this guy, I wanted, but this was to land on this one when it's all said and done, considering what was out there, considering what was available. This is a really, really good hire. And while I'm a reticent guy to think these defenses have at times much of a chance against these offenses, there is a part of me that often wonders here if there's not a defense that's going to come along and be that trend setter. Football is not a stagnated sport. It doesn't just go, okay, offense rules the day, and that will now forever be the way it is. The defense will have no counterpunch. That it moves in more of an up and down cylindrical thing, and you'll have moments of offense going, and then defense kind of comes back and gets a little bit more of the ground back a bit, and then the offense regains and does something else. And we've been waiting for a while for the defenses, for a defensive guy to come along or defensive guys to come along who are starting to do more of that and able to do more of cinching up these offenses a bit better. This guy might be the guy to do it. I'm glad to hear your jack, though, about it too, Corey. Appreciate you. All right. Empower Code, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Brandon, today I have achieved nirvana. Mike McDonald is the key to my heart. Let's freaking go. Seahawks. Oh, we gotta get you a little. I got you. Oh, yeah. Go. Woo. Come on. Hey, it's a good hire. This guy is going to take this defense to the new age. I know the new age is sometimes a bad thing for life. This is a good way. Good thing. We're tearing up the old wiring that they put in 36. Going to put in some fiber optic. Whew. That bandwidth is going to cook. Let's go, Empower. Thank you, man. MJ Seahawk with the $50 donation. MJ, thank you for the huge, monstrous donation. I really do appreciate you for that. Hope you're having a great day, and I hope you're loving this hire as well, man. Thank you for the great support, though. Appreciate you, too. I know you're as a member as well. Says, this is the guy I wanted from the beginning. It will be fun seeing surprise hires, roster changes. All I can say is the air smells fresher. The beer tastes better. It's a great day. Excited for the new era. Well, what a great way to put it. The air smells fresher, the beer tastes better. Tip yourself up a little bit one tonight, Hawks fan. If you're not sold on it, need people like me and MJ Seahawks to make you feel a little bit more warm and fuzzy about this. I don't BS you. If this was going to be a crap hire, I would have told you it was a crap hire. I wouldn't have hid this over. So whether you feel great about it or not, know the excitement's at least real from my standpoint of this. Because I've watching the All-22 of what he did to our Hawks was watching a massacre. It was brutal. It was hard to watch tape, but at the same time, it was just also like, I was envious. I want my defense to do that. I want them to do that. I want to confuse offenses from time to time. I want to play with my hair on fire. I want a defense that can tackle. Another thing you're going to get with this guy is a bit of the hard-nosed more of an approach when it comes to training camp. It can be no more teacup training camps. It can be no more, what do they call those when they go on like sabbaticals to the spa places? I don't know. I've never been to one. There's some fancy name for it. It ain't gonna be one of those. Hopefully we'll have more of we'll actually have some in-camp scrimmage games where they travel and do that. Part of what I think would help with the tackling stuff. But he should improve that as well across the board. And there were a lot of Hawk fans that didn't. He was my number 3 on my list. In full disclosure, I had Harbaugh, I had Vrabel, I had this guy's, or no, I had John, I had Harbaugh initially, then we had Ben Johnson, then we had Vrabel and Donald kind of neck and neck for me. So though he wasn't my first on this, I liked all those candidates, and I thought all of them capable of, in their own way, taking this team, kind of to the next promised land spot in their own way. They'd just be going at it from their own particular angle. But MJC Hawk, thank you for the $50 donation. We'll be talking about a lot of the roster changes that this will mean, who's probably in, who's likely to be going at this point. I think this does certainly provide us some clarity on that as far as how they're going to move this one. I got no doubt there. And so we'll be able to kind of get, I think, a pretty clear picture on, Leonard Williams probably staying, Julian Love probably staying, Quandre Diggs probably not staying. So it'll be kind of those things, but we can, the key will be on looking at the roster, especially there, MJ, will be the versatility aspect. Do you provide versatility? Can I use you in a variety of areas, in a variety of ways? And if the answer is yes to that, then there's a better chance you're staying on this roster. If you're more of, well, I just do this one thing on the defensive side of the ball, that's not maybe going to work as we go forward. So, but a great hire. It's a new day in Seattle. It's a new era in Seattle. And whether this works or not, you're going to try to do something that's modernized in your approach. Doesn't guarantee success. I think you have a better chance for success because you've taken these steps. I will say that. Smart hires, smart thinking, 2 hires leads to successful hires. But all you can control sometimes is your fundamentals. All you can control is the decisions within your control. And you can go, was this smartest hire, smartest choice? Did we do our due diligence? Did we cover the terrain? You can't discount the fact the Hawks covered the terrain here, man. They graphed out all of Antarctica on this one, searching out a coach. They were to the Raiders' defensive coordinator. That's how deep they went into this head coaching search. John was, I don't know, they looked as deep as they could at what there was out there. They interviewed plenty of guys. They did multiple interviews with plenty of guys. And, this is where you end up landing with. This is where it ends up, rooting down. And I think smart choice. But MJC Hawk, thank you, man. Thanks for the $50 donation. That's super kind of you. I'm glad to hear that you're loving the hire as well. Michael Hyde, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Michael says, I heard a rumor of the Seahawks getting Patrick Queen in free agency. Thoughts? Can we realistically get Queen and keep Brooks? No. For the reasons that you're, and thank you, Michael, for the $5. The reasons you're seeing Michael Queen have to leave the Ravens is not, of course, because the Ravens don't like finally what Patrick Queen's bringing to the table. They love what he's bringing to the table. Had his best year for them. But they've just paid the last year, and it's coming into year 2 now of the contract for Roquan Smith, where the money is really hitting the books from his perspective of it, along with the fact that they now have Lamar Jackson under a contract. So this starts to become one of those things, Michael, where you can see the hard decisions a franchise has to get down the line on when they've paid the quarterback that big money, and then you get to a position like this where you have essentially 2 middle linebackers there. One you've already decided to be paid one of the highest in the NFL. So it's like, well, this other guy's going to want to be paid probably $18 million. Do we want to stomach $18 million and what was it, probably $20 million for Roquan, something in that neighborhood, while you're also paying Lamar what you're paying him? It's just they can't pull it off. So what I think is more likely here, Michael, is that the Hawks look at Brooks and they go, you are what you are. You never really had the year jumping forward that Patrick Queen did this year. You didn't make that leap that we thought you might make. You've got a little bit more of an injury history than Queen does. Queen has ultimate familiarity with the new scheme. Will he cost more money than Brooks? Yeah, but is Brooks still probably going to be paid, for all intents and purposes, pretty close to what Queen's going to get? Yeah. So I don't think you bring back Brooks. You'd probably draft and pair somebody with Queen at that point. But it would be Queen instead of Brooks instead of Queen. I don't think Brooks is going to offer the versatility and coverage that McDonald's going to want, especially for the cost, because now he's not on that rookie deal anymore. I hadn't heard that rumor, but it makes sense. I could connect the dots on that one, Michael, for sure. But it logically makes sense to connect the dots in that way. Let me frame it that way. Phrase it that way. Thank you, though. Corey Olson, thanks for the $2 donation. Says, with knowing the head coach, do we have any ideas on the offensive coordinator or the defensive coordinator? I've heard some of this depends, of course, upon what the Ravens are going to do at the defensive coordinator position now, who they're hiring potentially from within the staff. I've heard various, ideas on that one. T. Martin is the guy that I've heard is maybe connected as the offensive coordinator. A former Tennessee Vol quarterback, won a national title there after Peyton Manning left. He's been a coach in the league for a little bit of time. But we should start to hear probably a little bit more of an idea of the staff here. Maybe even starting to leak out a little bit. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see on that one. It's kind of early in the process on that, so I'm not too sure. Let's see if we got any kind of rumor going right now. Let's see if we got anything. Yeah. I think we have to wait out a little longer on that one to see what they're going to do with that. It's kind of early to call, but we should learn at least some more emerging names around who he might pick, because he might go to. It's weird. You got Michigan staff. Michigan staff's in flux because he's got connections to there. Ravens are going to be in flux too because they're going to have to hire within, and who's going to do what there now with that. Eric Cotter with a $5 donation says, hello. Offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, assistants, thoughts? Yeah, I think you would love to, for instance, be able to, probably pluck from the Fangio tree from around the way in different areas as you can. Just a little bit to help with the kind of cover 2 shell stuff. Obviously, the Wink Martindale tree would also make a lot of sense. Martindale was, wasn't he there's the DC, but he's, I think, just gotten, I think he's just getting hired now potentially somewhere else. So he might be taking all of his assistants with him. There's so many proverbial ones out there, and I don't know for sure. I'm trying to look on the news too and see if there was maybe a rumor, but I'm not seeing anything coming up on Twitter. Even the past hour doing a search, nothing's really coming up from my end. Maybe somebody will have something in the chat. I guess Jeff Hafley is going to be the new defensive coordinator. I mean, Wink Martindale is out there. McDonald just have to put that Silence of the Lambs mask over Wink Martindale, you know. Hello, Clarice. It's good to see you again. Yeah, he'll just have to put that thing over him to keep him from the cover zeros 24/7. But, you know, now once you were the master. Now I am the master. Maybe it's one of those things, you know. I was once the Padawan, but now I am the master. So Wink's out there. Wink would be interesting with McDonald, maybe. He's going to have to throw the leash on him, you know what I mean? He's going to have to leash that. He's going to have to leash that wild dog up. Wink in the cage. But who else? Yeah, nothing's really coming up too much for me so far right now. We'll keep track of it tonight. And I'll definitely do if we get any rumors, I will do a video on those guys that they do hire. McDonald, Mike. Hire. Boy, nothing's coming up though. Not on Google, not on Twitter. So sorry, I'd have more information for you guys on that. T. Martin's the one guy I've heard for maybe offensive coordinator. T. Martin's, he is currently the Baltimore Ravens quarterbacks coach. So certainly a guy that's done some impressive work with Lamar because he just took over that position this past year. He was the Ravens coach from 2021 to 2022. So little bit of coordinating experience at the NFL level, though he's got a lot at the college level, does T. Martin. That one probably could make a lot of sense. So T. Martin, Wink Martindale, early predictions. I think there was also the linebackers coach is the guy I was hearing was also, if he doesn't get the job with the Ravens, then McDonald can then take it's sort of like I think McDonald can maybe take the guy that Harbaugh looks over for the DC. If Harbaugh goes in-house and goes, okay, I want the defensive backs coach, the linebackers coach can be like, I'm going with McDonald then. F you, I get to be a DC somewhere. Could be something like that. Thank you, though, Eric. Appreciate you for the $5. Trevor Fernandez, thank you for subscribing to the channels. Trevor, I appreciate you for doing that. Carl Nerney in the house. What's up, Carl? Hope you're doing well, brother. Says, I'm so happy. I haven't been this revitalized in 3 years. I know he will bring his own guy for the DC, but I'd like to see Mike Singletary get another shot. Ooh, Mike Singletary. Get some bare fronts up in this biatch. I guess it's possible. Singletary, I think, has some connections back to the Ravens program. And I like Singletary's manner. He's still always, I can't believe at times he wasn't able to make it work. I know he's definitely maybe too intense, but the kind of coach that I always felt like could get the attention of sometimes these kids in his manner and way, though I know he's maybe a little too hard-nosed for him at times. But I love the hire too, man. Carl, it seems like most of the people just kind of eyeing through the chat. There will be a little bit trepidation, I'm sure, but it seems like most feel okay with it, feel pretty good with it, / love it. And I do love it because this stuff doesn't happen in the vacuum. There are parameters and things at play, and I'm not talking about the potential sale of the team here. I'm talking about, I wanted Harbaugh, but Harbaugh probably wanted some of that, control up at the front end in the personnel office and whatnot. I didn't want to give him that. So I understand that dissuaded you off the list with him really quickly. Ben Johnson, who knows what's really going on in that situation? I don't think it necessarily just purely came down to money. I think it seemed like his people were getting out ahead of everything with that PR note that they dropped 2 days ago. We're going to remove our name from consideration. It's like, well, maybe he didn't have the best of interviews. He was getting out ahead of that because he knew which way that thing was tilting. Who knows on that one? But yeah, I think it's a great hire. Who knows he'll bring in the DC, but I'm sure it'll be somebody smart. It's good when he's got a couple different stops at 2 different programs in Michigan and Baltimore now. With maybe he's got his own little bright candidate. He's thought about that defensive back coach there with the Wolverines. Like he'd be a great DC. Something like that. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Sanchez. He says this hire feels tepid to me. I'm hoping for the best. Well, I'm sure there's a few folks that'll be in that spot, Sanchez, especially from the perspective of not being necessarily an offensive-minded hire, and that's the part that kind of strikes them. I think with Ben Johnson and McDonald, to your point, Sanchez, these were the biggest boomer bust to me of the bright and shiny candidates. They were also big boomer bust, in that there's not necessarily some baseline of a lot of coaching time that they've done. They've never been a head coach. They've been a coordinator for a few years and had success with that, but you're definitely getting the untested, the untried, the untrue when it comes to the coaches you bring in. So there is that fact that they could just come in and be kind of a bit of a potential disaster within that too. But the boom factor is there as well. That McVay boom could potentially come into play on this one. And I'm glad that you're at least hoping for the best on that if it does feel tepid. I think when looking at the candidates and looking at the situation across the league and what was going down this offseason with who was out there to go and get, there just wasn't necessarily some, absent the Harbaugh thing, like I said, which had some other reasons at play that went beyond just purely bringing him in, but the control you'd have to give up. There wasn't necessarily those guys out there in this offseason to, in my opinion, really just, hey, here we are. This one's the yes, we got like 5 of them, Yeah, this was going to require a little bit more digging to get to the gold. Holy Hand Grenade, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Holy Hand Grenade. Says, we're finally out of the Stone Age and into the Nuclear Age. It's going from one to the other. You're taking your defense from the late 1980s to now 2025. So it's going to be wild for people to watch this defense now and the way it's going to look and the moving parts pre-snap to post-snap. And for guys like me that get to break down film, it's going to be such a challenge for us because we're going to have to try to identify different things. Whereas before I could just sit there and be like, cover 3, cover 3, cover 3, cover 0, 4-man front, no stunts, spot drops with the linebackers to 7 yards, sit, wash, rinse, repeat. It's going to be every snap something new, every snap something different, every snap. Whoa, dude, And it's going to be inventive and imaginative. You're going to see off quarterbacks up there, hands shaking, not knowing what they're going to get. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun, Holy Hand Grenade. And we will blitz. And we will blitz well. Appreciate you, man. Great way of putting it. Stone Age to the Nuclear Age. Snail, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you for that as well. It's great to see you in the house as well on my peeps. There's a W. Now, Frank Reich for OC. He'll never get poached. Hey, Snail. Huh? Snail thinking 4D chess on this OC. Get the near best one, but make sure you get the near best one who will also remain there but forever. Hey, Frank Reich for OC. I'm open to it. Do you imagine if we got Chip Kelly? They went that way too, because there are those rumors too. He was coming to Quinn. Maybe it was like Snyder's in the shadows going, no, it wasn't with Quinn. It was going to be with McDonald. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see which way they go with the OC. It'll tell us a lot also about, T. Martin, I don't know if necessarily that'll tell us a lot because he just hasn't had the experience even as an OC to lets you know what kind of OC he's going to try to be like. But if it is one of these guys that has a bit more of the background, you'll know a little bit more of their philosophy and what they're going to try to do, what their approach will be. But good to hear. I'm glad to hear you're 11-2, Snail. I think most people will like this hire. I probably should run a poll here to see what people think. See where the 12 stand on this one. But thank you, Snail. Appreciate you for that 5, man. Frank Reich, I love it, man. Like I said, that's 4D chess thinking right there. Sanchez, Mark Sanchez. Thank you for the $20 donation, Mark. Appreciate you for that, brother. He says, I can't wait to see defenses fly around and actually see a different look. This resurgence was needed 2 years ago, but nonetheless, we're finally here. Maybe, just maybe, he can salvage Adams, Jones, and other players on the D. See? Hawks, I got to do it. I got to do it, Mark. I got to do it. I got to do it. Let's go. Come on, let's go, Hawks. It's going to be a bright day. Come on. I'm going to bring you naysayers up with this. Let's go. We're going to sell you on this yet. Sell this on you yet. Let's go. Draymond Jones will flourish. Sanchez, he remains. It was already going to be a little bit of a strange oddity to me that you would have moved on from him because of the fact that it was going to take a post-June 1st designation to really get substantial savings there. And he was such a good soldier this year, and being willing to move to the outside when, you signed him to be an inside 3-tech type guy. That was really going to be his role, or 3-4 end. So he remains. You've got Jamal Adams last night, Mark, seemingly, or it was yesterday, I think it was, kind of having a Instagram montage that felt very like, had a lot of fans thinking that he's getting close to maybe calling it a day on the career and saying, okay, I've done what I've got to do. It's going to be time now to call this. Probably in anticipation, I'm sure that Schneider has been open and upfront with him on this process to say that we're going to move on. It's not necessarily, and I'm sure Schneider didn't do it to rub it in his face, but to say, that's the way Schneider is that he does right by these guys. He's not just going to come in and hit the trapdoor button, a week after free agent, or, what he's going to come in and have set these guys up with a little bit of understanding. So, Jamal's probably heard that and is thinking a lot about that and turning that over in his head and trying to consider what his next step will be. And I'm sure he's also being told a lot by people around him and throughout the league and others who have seen the tape and watched the tape and going, man, just, it's not your fault. You just can't move like you used to move. It isn't on you as far as like lack of love of game or your unwillingness to train, and you're a warrior to come back from that injury this year. And it's not that. It's just that you have an injury that's costed a lot of guys their career because they could not because they can't get you healed, but that you can't get back to being an elite athlete anymore. And when it's that injury on top of all the other ones he's had on top of it, it's just his body just kind of broke down on him. He had kind of the Bob Sanders route of a career a little bit, and it's unfortunate. Football's a violent sport, and it does happen to these guys. It cost us our own guys, LOB. You had Averill lost probably 4 years off his career. Cam Chancellor, the same. And so, you just kind of, it's unfortunate to hear, but, with Mark, the thing with Adams on this is you walk into this offseason and you're bringing on a guy who's going to bring in a wholly new defense for the most part. I mean, there's some guys here that do fit between both, but he's going to want to bring in his guys, Mark, and that means that you need to create the cap space to bring in those guys. And when you're walking into this cap space situation with only really $2 million of cap space right now, and it's really, if we think about this, we're at like a functional, like negative 11 million kind of coming into this offseason just with the cap space, and that you need $6-7 million for draft picks, and you need $6 million for a reserve fund during the year. So you can sign guys off the street if you get season-ending injuries. So you're really in a negative place. You've got to create space from someplace. The place the best spot to do it is really with Adams. The most money you can go save is really there with the Adams one, and him and Quandre alone really get you out of the woods on that basis alone. On top of the fact Quandre's not going to be really a fit in this defense for what, he's going to play it truly like the cover two shell stuff asked for, Mark, where it's going to both safeties being able to do both roles. But they're going to fly around like you say. It's going to be a completely different look. It is going to be all of everything. And as you said too, the resurgence, this was what was needed 2 years ago. This kind of defensive adaptation was what was required 2 years ago. And Coach Carroll knew it, and he told it to us, and he said, I get it. We've got to do this. It's time. This is where the NFL's moving. We didn't get there. We didn't move there. This guy is bringing everything into place that, talking heads like myself have been pounding the desk for the last couple of years. The specificities within a defense that we were asking for. It's whole hog brought with this. It's not like Dan Quinn would have partially brought some of it, but this brings it wholly hog into play. It's leaving nothing behind. It's grabbing it all. Like those guys in the machines where the cash is flying all around them and they got to grab all the cash, like then whatever cash you can grab and hold on to, you can leave the machine with. You got it. It's like you've gotten all of those dollar bills. You got some secret squirrel move and you went and pulled all of it in. And you're like, all right, you can shut the machine off. We're good. We got it all. You're getting to bring all that. And it's going to make this defense so much more fun to play. I think the players will play harder within this defense too, because there's going to be less of thought process of, hey, we're getting our butts whooped in the chess match of this game. It's not us as the players here. We're getting out X's and O'd. And I don't think that's going to be something that happens with a Mike McDonald unit. Guy's just so smart, so on it. I'm loving this, loving it. And flying around is the right way to say, Mark. Just flying around, different look. They'll be varied up front, versatile up front. You might get, over the course of 10 snaps, you might get 8 different alignments just on the front alone. It's going to be so much fun to cover. It's going to be so much fun to break down this film too. Versus what has been prior, Mark. I love it. But I think Jones probably does remain though, Mark. He does stay because he'll be a fit within this defense. Leonard Williams, I think, is going to get re-signed and he's going to remain. The Queen thing that somebody mentioned below there that's smart. I think that's a guy they would look to bring in here, and then you draft the other middle linebacker next to him. Or I don't think they'd probably bring back Bobby at this point because this is a little bit more of a linebacker stressed defense, or it stresses the linebackers a little bit more to be able to do everything in the book. But we'll see on that. We'll see on that as well. With his commitment to run those stack fronts, that also works into Bobby's favor from that perspective too. It's not like I can think of a lot of times this past year, Mark, that Roquan Smith was 25 yards down the field covering a wide receiver at the boundary. I can't recall seeing many of those moments with the Ravens defense. But love it, Mark. Thank you, man, for the $20 donation, and fly around, different looks. I love it. Resurgence. Wonderful word. Noah, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I wish we found a way to steal Spags from the Chiefs. Spags is chilling, man. He's riding high. He's got that unit rolling well, and who knows? I mean, I don't know if he's a guy that has maybe kind of come to make and find his peace and going, look, I'm a defensive coordinator. I think some of these coaches just have to sometimes embrace, I am what I am. I am they're Popeye, I am what I am, what I am, what I am. And, you're sometimes just best in that role. And he was a magnificent defensive coordinator for the New York Giants and their Super Bowl runs, and has gone to the Chiefs. And, what's awesome with him is he's the quintessential coach that shows why you've got to keep adapting and moving forward. You have to keep adding things on. It's not, well, here's what I got. This is my thing. I'm going to do this every week. This is my thing. And next year, this is going to be my thing. And this is going to be what I do. And the year after that, this is going to be my thing. This is going to be what I do. You got to be, this is my thing. This is what I'm going to do next year. Well, I've added this to my thing, and I've added that to my thing. And you got to be ever always growing and adding and building on to and giving more to. And that's what Spags has done when you look at that Chiefs defense. The Giants defense, when he was the defensive coordinator there, I mean, that was the team that leaned on those NASCAR packages, front four, that they could bring out there, that all four of those guys were like when we had the LB, just all four guys that were all dangerous up there. And then he's gone to the Chiefs now, and there's a little bit more leaning into being multiple and varied and blitzing and confusing things. And he seems to have kind of, evolved with time with that, Noah. And it's part of what's helped this Chiefs team to continue to move now into this dynasty, is that as their offense has maybe not been able to reach the same heights in this last year, the defense has been able to kind of carry the water a little bit more. But Spags is staying there / The only way he's probably back to head coaching is maybe he'd take over for Reed if Reed would retire. But yeah, no chance of getting him. Robert, my brother Pennington. It's good to see you, brother. And I know you're doing well today. I know you're feeling good. No doubt riding high on things as you should. As you should. On this. I swear it's a little bit off. Robert, who's been a member of Hawks Nest here for 31 long months, almost working on 3 years there, brother. Working on 3 years here with that membership. Says, yes, Lord. This actually gives me hope. Does to me as well, Robert. Does to me as well. There were some hires here that might not have given me as much hope on this. They're like, oh boy, okay, here we go. But this is one that actually feels really good, and I think that they knocked it. John knocked it out of the park. Did it go up into the second deck? Maybe, maybe not. But did he clear the fence? You bet your ass. Thank you, though, Rob. I love you, brother. Good to see you in the house, man. Hopefully be seeing you soon. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Cheese Taco, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I was here on this historic day. Also, rest in peace, the Commanders. Rest in peace, Commanders. Sorry you missed your man. Sorry we had to take your guy. I guess, Seattle might just be a little bit of a better destination than Washington. I don't know what, is what it is. But Quinn's good. Quinn's good for you guys. He's that'll a couple years from now, you guys will find the right head coach. Just take help and happiness and heart and in that. It'll take a couple years, but you'll get there. You'll get there, Washington. But glad that this went the other way versus the inverse. I'll say that, Cheese Taco. Glad it went the inverse. And thank you for checking it out here today on this historic stream. Please do, folks, hit that like button if you could for me. I would really appreciate it. Helps this channel grow and all of that good stuff. Cheese, appreciate the $5. And yeah, Commanders, what are you doing? What is the plan for the Commanders now at this point, huh? What are you guys going to do now? I do not know. I feel like maybe it's balanced like that. Mess with the camera midstream. Mark Miller, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you for that, Mark. Hope you're having a good day, and thank you for answering that call and signing on up. Long live the king. Thank you for the $5 donation. It says, laughing my IMO. My bad. Let me see if I can read. We're more of a nickel spread finesse defense currently. Do we become more of a front seven physical defense now? Yes. Yeah, you have to by the nature of things almost. You're going to need your nose tackle to be your nose in this defense. A Tavondre Sweat type would make sense coming to this defense in this draft, for instance. That kind of cat that's just big, and you're going to get some big boys up front to kind of protect those linebackers and let them roam. Your edges are going to come off the edge and do what they do. Like watch what he did with the use of Clowney and just letting him scream off that edge and be physical. And he doesn't need to be twitchy or any of that, because the whole defense is being kind of physical to that. Your point on that, King. Yeah, we're a little finesse in, like you've got guys you're going to flip out a little bit here. Darrell Taylor's not going to be on that field. I'm don't think of Jordan Brooks. I don't think of Quandre Diggs. I don't know if even like a Trey Brown works here long term. Those kind of players you're going to move out, and that's a little bit what I was talking about a little bit with Mark below too, King, is that this is where you're going to have to build into the fact that you're going to need to be flipping out some guys here, and you need to create some cap space here to be able to accommodate and bring in the right players for this defense. You're not going to just want to try to make the defense work with the old personnel to the old defense. And because it's such a different scheme, you're going to need such different players. With that said, there are physical guys on this team that I think will work. Julian Love, Witherspoon, Leonard Williams, Derek Hall, Boye Mafe, Jaron Reed. There's potential there with you with Cam Young. So there's something there to work with. I don't know about Bobby with where his thinking will be with that. Bobby's still pretty physical. Just a matter of can't run like he used to, but he's still physical as hell. But that would be, to me, there are some guys on this defense that I would wonder about with him a little bit. Where will he sit with Tariq Woolen? Where will he sit with Trey Brown? Quandre Diggs, I think, is going to be having a hard time. I think Jordan Brooks, I think, has a little bit of a tough time too. Because there are going to be some parts about him that his game, I think, that McDonald will be like, meh. I'm not if we're having to spend money on that too, in addition. But yeah, we're going to become more physical now up front. Absolutely. It's hard to be more finesse than we were. We're basically a, highway as far as what we allowed in the ground game and how we allowed ourselves to get controlled at the line of scrimmage over the past couple of years. There's nowhere to go but up. Just on that aspect of your defense, in my opinion. Thank you, King. Appreciate you, though. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, Jamal is the generation's Boz. Jamal is this generation's Boz. Maybe so. I will say he was able to accomplish a little bit more than Boz was able to do. Boz kind of came in for a rookie year, and that was about it. At least Jamal had a few years, got to an All-Pro, got to some Pro Bowls. Hell, set a sack record, or for whatever that's, worth on that side of it from the defensive back position. But like you say with Boz, it's a place too where Boz's body just broke down. It's not a personal thing about the player or anything that speaks to their character or who they are as a human being. It's just simply that your body broke down and nothing you could really do about that. Kind of was what it was with that. And it's unfortunate. It sucks for Jamal. It's nothing against him personally, but I got to save our money and start to put it to places with guys that aren't with broken down bodies that are going to cost an incredible amount of money moving into the future. It's going to cost an incredible amount of money. I need to get a body not broken down, and not have to take that risk. But it's a relatively good call. Mr. Kane, thank you for the $10 donation. I'm all dialed in on this. I'm defense, little brother Brandon. I joked about Bieniemy before. I'm so nervous and happy right now. How long till we take back the NFC West if MacD is that dude? CH. Well, thank you, Mr. Kane, for the $10 donation, my brother from another mother. And yeah, this is a great hire. Like you talked about Bieniemy, I had Ben Johnson. Offensive-minded head coaches made a lot of sense here for where the game is going. But there are outliers, and there are guys that are exceptions to the rules when you're going through these kind of searches. And it was going to be, is he a bright young mind? Is he bringing a forward-thinking defense? Does he resonate with players? Is he a great communicator? Does he seem to be a guy who's thought of throughout the league as a guy of it's only a matter of time before this guy's going to be a head coach? Defensive coaches aren't going to just completely be exercised out of the league. There are going to always be guys in this league that can make it work, even if it is still an offensive-dominated league. And if you're talking about the type of dude that can make that work in this day and age, the type of dude that checks those particular boxes, Mike McDonald is that guy. I'm really happy about this hire as well, Mr. Kane. I was getting really worried about Mike Kafka. I was really getting worried about looking at this. This was the face we were going to have to look at on the sideline with Kava. I can't imagine just no. Just please no. So this was way better. Way better. And I'm not going to hire a guy based on his face. It was just that, like, if a face could say a million words, that Kafka's face says a million words. And it says, don't hire me as a head coach. But I love that what this dude's done. He'll be a really, really good. How long, Mr. Kane? How long? Fairly immediately. The Seahawks defense before was the most predictable defense in the entire NFL for the last 2 or 3 years in its coverages. as I spoke about before, and that allowed you every week to be easily prepared for. I sit down, I'm an offensive coach. I sit down with my quarterback. I say, okay, you're getting a cover 3 drop. We're going to run a lot of crosser principles. When we get them in that look too, we're going to get a lot of attacks up the seam. So you'll get, if not crosser, we'll be doing a lot of post routes, out routes, stop routes too. When we attack it and we see it, we're going to identify it by watching off coverage. Anytime we get off coverage, we're just going to build that into a cover 3. And from that cover 3, then we're going to go to those principles: crossers, post routes, out routes, and comebacks. So identify that, have your hots built into that this week, okay? You see a blitz, you see something, you see the off coverage, build that up into your hots and know that it's going to be open and count on that read to happen. And if they happen to jump it, we'll just take our lumps with that, because I've watched the film and I'm telling you they're not likely to do that. In fact, highly unlikely to do that. So you're taking a defense that allowed opposing offenses to do that to you on a weekly basis in their preparation and in how they attacked you, to now you got the coach going, okay, buddy, it's going to be a rough week, okay? Just strap in. It's going to be tough. I'm not going to lie to you. I ain't going to BS you. You're not going to know what's coming prior to the snap. You're certainly not going to know what's coming after the snap. You're going to get a lot of blitzing, heavy amount of zone, but then also there's going to be man there too. Well, geez, coach, where do we begin? We got a couple weeks for this one. Are we on a bye? Do we got a couple weeks of prep time for this? No, 1 week. 1 week. Okay, let's drill down on this. I think it's gonna be like that. So what I'm saying with this, Mr. Kane, is you go from the most unpredictable, most predictable to one of the most unpredictable. You really make this change now in the way that you talked about doing 2 years ago, but you're now fully embracing it. You're not doing a hybridization. You're fully embracing this new system all the way around, and that I do believe comes with instant returns. Instant returns. I also look at what we have on the offensive side of the ball, and as much as I know Waldron got another offensive coordinator position out there with Chicago, and I think he was handcuffed a lot of times by the way this offense was asked to run. I think likewise, when you look to the offensive side of the ball, you're going to have an offensive coordinator come in, and that offensive coordinator is not going to sit down and be told, you only run in the A and B gaps. Do you understand? Like sat down like a toddler. Like, do you understand? Yeah. A and B gaps. I give you 4 runs a game. You run to the outside and nothing beyond that. Okay? Okay. And no fly sweeps. No fly sweeps. Okay. And you don't throw to the middle of the field. What? No middle of the field? No middle of the field. Outside the numbers. Everything. Now you get an offensive guy who comes in and he can run the full tilt of whatever he wants to run. So I think that there's some instantaneous returns. And I think you're going to get those, Mr. Kane, by any coach you brought in. But they're even more certain and even more circled for me on the defensive side of the ball, because now he's taking those instant returns, but then adding on top of it with the cutting edge defense. So how fast? Very fast. Very fast. With the young talent that you have here, and with the right, it a little bit depends on their approach to what they do with the quarterback position and how much they want to maybe potentially go down to the foundations on this one this offseason to sort of reset this. But if they decide not to go down to the foundations and they decide that they want to try to push this forward a little bit faster, you have the potential to do that. Can Mike McDonald next year make you 3 wins better as a football team? Can he take you to 12 wins next year with the schedule that you have in place, with the advantages now that are built in? Yeah, I do believe he could. Does that take you over the top of the Niners at that point? I don't know. Does that make you a contender at that point? I don't know fully at that point. Maybe. I think you'd be pretty close to being that, if not that, by that point. But I do think he can get you 3 wins better from what you've been this year, with just some very basic root concepts brought into this team that, again, have just been so starkly missing for so very long. Thank you, Mr. Kane. Appreciate you, the $10 don't know. Robbie Red, thank you for the $2 donation as well. Says, really interested to see what the Hawks do at offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator. I am as well, and more so I think for the offensive coordinator. That's of course for me the hire. That's with the DCHC. With the DCHC, you want to see what he's doing with the OC, and you wonder who's the guy you're going to, who's the one that the T. Martin one makes sense with having the connection with him with the Ravens, and certainly those guys have been there for a little bit of time to have a little bit of that in place. But you do wonder too about them going a little bit in outside the box and going with a different target altogether than what we're really thinking of here. That the Chip Kelly one would be just buck wild, but something that would be just, again, not necessarily what we're thinking about on the surface of it is the OC that you would think they would bring in. So hopefully just a good, smart guy who looks to utilize some modern principles like I'm calling for the defensive side of the ball. If you're going to in the ground game, I'm guessing that there's going to be a lot of balance, because that's what you're going to tend to give with a head coach is you're going to want a guy, the offensive coordinator. He's not going to probably look for a guy like a Kelly that's going to throw the ball over the field, but a guy that, will remain balanced in his ground attack, and lean on that ground game, and not just in balance. Doesn't maybe throw a little bit. I think you probably, in this modern era, you got to throw at least 54, 55% of the time, but he'll be balanced in the ground game. Just be willing to attack on those outside runs, use the fly sweep concepts. Maybe find something out of that line, out of the Shanahan line at that point. Not the worst of ways to go, and looking somewhere down that coaching tree for a guy that might make a lot of sense. Thank you though, Robbie Red. Definitely will be the part I'm going to be paying real close attention to in the next couple of days is what they do at OC, especially because they got a lot of different directions they can go with that one a bit, depending on, of course, who McDonald has a preference for. Not for sale. Thank you for the $2 donation as well. Says, sup, Brando? What's up, not for sale? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Great hire. Great hire. Hawks did this exactly like we would hope they do. Maybe he's not the guy you wanted, but the Hawks undertook a process that would be exactly what all of us wanted. They were thorough. They didn't knee-jerk this. They didn't panic hire. I feel like Atlanta kind of panicked hire. Like they were playing footsies with Bill Belichick, and they're like, hey, Bill, come on. They got a second interview, and they're like, man, you're kind of old for me to change my whole culture for. Just change it. Just do it. I'll love you. I'll be here for you. Just do it. Just I'll be here forever for you. Come on. No. Give me the young guy. Raheem Morris? Okay, that one. I don't want to wait till the playoffs are over. Ravens are going to the Super Bowl. Just get them in here now. You saw the Super Bowl logo. Their colors are in it. I'm not waiting for McDonald for another 3 weeks. Get him in here now. We did it, though, not for sale. It's a good hire, brother. It's a great hire. Beer Go Hawks is also in. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, all I want to know is who is going to be the OC. There we go. I'm telling you, this will be, I'm sure, at the forefront of everyone's mind right now as to what is going to go on and what's happening, where we're at, and how this is going to break down. And, I wish I had other than the T. Martin one, I wish I had a good one to present to you guys as far as the options. I just don't know I have no indication right now of where he's necessarily leaning on that one. And so it's just a bit of a, it's a little bit of still a guessing game at this point as to which way they'll lean and which way they'll go with that. But as soon as they do, as we hear, we'll definitely do some breaking down here on that OC that they do hire and what they do bring to the table. With T. Martin, you do get a guy that was a wide receiver coach for a couple of years there with the Ravens, who has then become a quarterbacks coach this year, but he got Lamar Jackson essentially to, Lamar's best year this year as a quarterbacks coach. Him and Monken are essentially there to be able to take Lamar into the direction they've taken him. I know Lamar kind of had that really poor performance in the final playoff game, but throughout the year, he was a new kind of quarterback than what he had been in the past, and his ability to throw from still can't throw a 9 route, but on the deeper throws was a lot better through most of this year. And his decision-making, processing in the pocket, going through reads, all outstanding. And you would think that maybe T. Martin would have a pretty heavy hand in that and helping along that way, along with Monken. But that's been the only early real name that I've heard connected so far. But we are just 5 hours deep into just having the announcement come down. So we'll start getting the rumors popping hot and heavy now, Peter. No doubt about that. Thank you guys for all the donations, though. I appreciate all of you for that. Very, very kind of you. I think the Hawks at 16, the Seahawks start or trade back. I think you trade back, Addicted. I think this is going to be about trying to get more extra bodies onto this team, specifically more extra bodies onto the defense while you still address the offensive line, which means that to me, they're going to be a little bit more of a requirement to moving back. which already made a little bit of sense, but could ultimately make sense even more so now to where you maybe trade back twice. Maybe you go from 16, 25 to 3, and you end up with, let's say, 3 second-round picks. I don't know if they would go that hardcore with it, but maybe John just might like the second tier that much that he wants 3 bites at that apple rather than just 2 or 1 for that matter. Georgie, draft Colson now, Michigan connection, Jenkins maybe. I think certainly Michigan players have got to be looked at a little bit closer in this draft process for your Hawks. And being that both of those 2 players you talked about, being Junior Colson, the middle linebacker, or Chris Jenkins, the 3-tech defensive tackle, are both guys now that you certainly would say should be popping up on our radar as somewhat of needs. When you look at Seattle right now, you've got Jaron now playing the nose, Cam Young behind him at the nose. Theoretically, you're signing Leonard Williams, but then who's your 3-tech then behind that? Well, you've got Mike, we got Morse in play. I don't know if Miles Adams is a free agent or not yet. I can't remember on that one, but there certainly is. And then Draymond Jones. So some of that with Jenkins might be based a little bit upon whether Leonard Williams comes back and then whether or not Draymond Jones remains retained on the team, because you're probably not going to take Jenkins as a 4th 3-tech at that point if the team really is high on Mike Morris. Clivic, I can say confidently, McVay and Shanahan, your high school football offensive era is coming to an end. Let me say this right. I can say confidently, McVay and Shanahan, your high school offensive era is coming to an end. There we go. Let me say it right. Dan Lanning in the house. What's up, Dan? Says Draft Bo Nix. Dan, are you sure? I feel like you got a little bit of a dog in this. I feel like you might have a little bias on that one. Dan, can he play off script? Come on now. Be real with me, Dan. Be real with me. Can he play off script? I can't do that college stuff all the time. You know what I mean? Can't script up everything for my guy. Mike says, I trade back into the 20s in the first round to get more picks. I would too, Mike. I do the double dip. I double dip the chip. You double dip the chip. How you going to double dip the chip? I double dip the chip. I would go 16, 25, 25, 3. And if I come out of that with 3 seconds, 2/3, I'm okay with that. I can kind of rebuild the whole defense the way Mike McDonald wants it. On top of laying that on top of the foundation already laid, it's like now we build our walls. We build our walls with these 3 second-round picks, or whatever you would do. How 2 seconds and 2/3, however we can kind of make, essentially 3 picks, 5 in those 2 days of the draft. Try to do it that way. But even just 16 to 25 could probably get you an extra 2, which works by me, Mike. The talent is very similar at that range. As I always tell people, you usually got about 10 real true blue chip prospects in the draft, and then it's from 11 on downwards to about 50. It's kind of similar as far as the talent goes on the upside and risk and all that. Megan in the house. What's up, Megan? This is McVay, Shanahan. The Hawks are gutting for you. Free truth. I have to say that I thought we would be reaching for McDonald to get him is epic. Quinn would have been a mediocre hire. McDonald is high tier. That's right. High tier, high class. This is the way to go. Quinn would have been boring. Quinn would have been the safe pick. Quinn would have been the, hey, mama. Yes, son. Can you put on the nightlight, please? It's kind of dark, and I want my little Quinn nightlight. No, you shut the lights off. I got a guard dog named McDonald in the room with us, okay? It can be dark as hell. I don't care. Okay, Mom? Close the door while you're done, okay? Just close the door. So much better hire. Much more imagination to this one. Much more risk. Show some kahungas. You know what I mean? Lay those 2 bad boys out on the line, What's up now, okay? What's up now, Shanahan, huh? See that? See that? I got a wheelbarrow of these suckers out every week, okay? That's what they did. It's a thing of beauty. Chad Hart says it's about damn time we finally get a young coach. The Hawks will completely dominate the Whiners and the Rams. Go Hawks. Let's go. McVay, you've now become Carroll. Well, hand grenade, this absolutely changes how we look at the draft now. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. You need to modify for this defense, which is about versatility and flexibility. And that means guys that can do a variety of things. 1-techs that can do 3-tech stuff. Free safeties that can do strong safety stuff. Cornerbacks that can play like a safety. cornerbacks that can play like a safety. You might see a cover 3 look, single high safety up here. Julian Love post snap, drives down to the Z. The cornerback on the Z drives and takes away a drag route to the center of the field. Your outside corner here drives to the center field position. Your linebacker slides to the outside here, taking kind of a cover 3 look. I mean, it's just wild stuff sometimes you'll watch with what he'll do and how he'll move guys around post-snap to what you think you're seeing and what you've seen historically in those looks pre-snap and how they operate, how they'll change and move. By the way, that is Dan Lanning. You're doing a hell of a job out there, Dan. YDY says, you want Pressman? We're getting Pressman. Let's go. Let's go. SW Lion says, congrats, Seattle. McDonald is the antidote to McVay and Shanahan. Well, hoping he is. Hoping he is. And he certainly gave, he was even doing a good job against the Rams team. Stafford was just, if you go back and watch that tape, Stafford was just dropping dimes all over the field. Just curling the ball in there, bending the bullet. Mark Rappercorn, good to see you, brother. Thank you for reminding me that. Please hit that like button, folks, if you could for me. Govic says, Mike McDonald is the kryptonite of Kyle Shanahan, and I am so ready to see us claim the NFC West again. I love the way you guys are putting that. I think that I'm going to steal this title. I'm stealing this title. So you guys, just fair warning. I'm not paying you for it. I'm just ripping it off. The antidote to Shanahan and McVay. That's the title of the next. That's going to be the title of the... there we go. You guys can feel you can feel like I've given you credit now, and then when you Addicted says, get used to hearing the song minute by minute during 2-minute drives, sung by Michael McDonald of the Doobie Brothers. Well, yourself is all, sit out it down, kiss and stand, I'm Mike McDonald. I won't sing anymore. Devin, you think Mike Morris will move back to edge rusher now that we have McDonald? Well, something that he does like, one of the reasons, Devin, that Clowney really worked there is they like the physical big edges, it seems like, in this defense. Guys with the good size and length to them. So that's where, of course, they had Mike Morris there in 2020. Hold on. Give me just a second on this one. Because the thing I remember with him coming out the previous year, while they did have him off the edge there, the thing to consider there is that McDonald was gone at that point, so that could have been just at the... I'm trying to see what he ran in 2020 when McDonald was there. So he didn't have a lot of snaps. He didn't have a lot of snaps in McDonald's season there. But indeed, Morris was used in college more out there at the edge. But I also feel like that's also a little bit of a trend in college where 295-pound, 6'7" edges can work, where you go to the NFL level and those guys then get kicked inside, and it's kind of fairly well understood that that's the way that's got to work. Like even Clowney's just got some unique straight line speed and ability to get up the field for his size. Part of why he was originally a first-round pick. That I don't think you get necessarily with Morris. Morris was like sub 5 flat 40 or something, right? 4.8 40, something like that. He was kind of struggling there, Devin. So probably still kick Morris inside to the 3 tech-ish position. Good morning, football breakdowns. If we get clean, we'd need a better linebacker. We need a linebacker that can cover. Yeah. Agreed. Yeah, Ravens fans are, if you want to take anything from this, reading up on some of the Ravens fans and hearing some of the reaction on Twitter, there was legit Ravens fans that were like, the fact this organization would even consider moving on from Harbaugh and then keeping McDonald instead, like, bro, well, you guys are really in on him then, you know? That part caught me a little bit unsuspecting where I went, oh, okay, damn. Jag Sports Talk with Jose. Thank you for reminding me, hit that like button. And Jose will get a synced up here soon. Schedule's starting to ease up on me a little bit here with this search is done. Ethan, I'll hit you up on Twitter. Ethan says, the Hawks Nest, Brando, I'm so hyped to have a defensive mind that has so much trickery, so much unpredictability and confusion. That's my favorite part about this hire. Well said, Ethan, and absolutely accurate to the button, man. Mine as well. I love this hire. Love this hire. For those that love defenses, you got a good hire here. You'll get satiated on this one. Hamster Gorilla. Old McDonald will have a GOATEIEIO. With a Seahawk here and a Seahawk there. Old McDonald have a Seahawk. GOATEIEIO. Clivick says we'll have Anthony Weaver as our defensive coordinator next. He's done really well under Mike McDonald with that Ravens defensive line, or at least someone that can boost the defense more. Anthony Weaver, defensive line coach for the Ravens, to Clivick's point. That's one of the names I've also heard bandied about a little bit. Done some good work. Misfit says, please, Frank Smith is the offensive coordinator. Ooh, that would be interesting. And I was reading, I was looking into this a little bit more. It does seem that you can technically get these OCs to do lateral hires if you just make him like assistant head coach or something like that. But in Frank Smith's case, he doesn't get to actually call the plays there with the Dolphins. So maybe the opportunity to actually come and call plays at a place might serve to be enticing. Moo says, I'm super curious how McDonald would use Witherspoon. That's going to be interesting. You're going to get times, in my opinion with McDonald, is that he's going to love the thought process of leaning at times Witherspoon into safety looks off the outside corner position. So outside corner and then moves him into sort of a single high look at times. Not all the time. I'm not saying that's how you use him but he will use Witherspoon all over the place. Witherspoon becomes in a lot of ways kind of like your Justin Hamilton on this defense. Not in Hamilton's role. He's not going to be not like that, but just in that this guy absolutely loves guys that can do a variety of things. And Witherspoon is the ultimate guy in your defense that can do everything. And McDonald is the guy that will absolutely cherish that and take advantage of that into the ultimate degree. So you'll see him, everywhere in this defense. Everywhere. Josie, I'm not sure about 54 either. 99 is a definite. I'm not sure on B-Wags, though. Either to the Hawks Nest, when we faced the Ravens, it looked like there were 15 players on defense. We had no idea what they were doing. It was like Spider-Man against Mysterio. We looked like headless chickens. They had us solved, man. They were a step ahead of what we were doing every single play. And, Waldron got totally out-coached there by McDonald in that game. You had no answers whatsoever. They attacked our protection schemes ruthlessly. And we got so confused by what they were doing to us. And we had really no answers throughout the course of the day outside of just, I think we hit DK Metcalf on a crossing route for a big play at one point. And we had like one other kind of play, but outside of that, no. Garth Pumpkin. Brando looked weird with his hands there for a spell. I couldn't look away either. I make weird hand movements sometimes, man. I like to move my hands. Lion says, with the quality of corners that you have in Seattle, this is going to be great. McDonald will get the max out of your defense. I think he will as well, Lion. The one thing is that the corners have got to be able to tackle in this Ravens defense off the edge. That's a requirement. And one thing I worry about with Tariq Woolen is McDonald's going to look at him and say, look, you can't tackle off the edge. I can't trust him. So I'm a little worried with Woolen a bit on that. He is a very talented kid in coverage, but I don't know. Barcode, an innovative, modernized Seahawks defense. Am I in an alternate universe? I'd pinch you, man, but you're already awake. And your dreams are coming true. Misfit says Macdonald is Purdy's Shanny kryptonite. Yeah. Purdy goes up that line of scrimmage, and you get to see a little bit more of the youth that play with a defense like this. That's part of what solved him, is you were forcing the young kid to actually have to sit there and think prior to the snap about what he was seeing, and you were confusing him, which you were able to do against younger quarterbacks like that. And he's not going to let the Shanahan scheme that's built to sort of just pick you apart a bit, pick you apart. You're going to have to, you're going to have to make your throws over the top. You're going to have to show that you can beat him up over the top. And if you don't, you'll be shut down. See, Lord of Bravos, a new dawn for Seahawks football. I love how you guys are putting this. Line says A+ for John Schneider. George Samuel, my man out in Egypt, says, I love it. So excited for the future. He was my second option, but I'm glad that we got one of the top candidates in this coaching cycle. Shows that Jess and the Seahawks were thinking like us. #Go Hawks. It really does. I think through the whole part of this start of this offseason through even up to this point, I feel like the coaching staff ownership has been in lockstep with the fandom in overall from a majority standpoint, what the fandom is wanting. We wanted new. I understand that this isn't no doubt about it that Coach Carroll has to go, that there'll be a lot of fans that still would love to see him stay, but for the right of the organization, for the right of the next step of the organization, you got to make that move. They made the move. Then you said, okay, now you need to make a coaching hire with some imagination, and you need to find the best, absolute brightest candidate. Not the one that's the easiest one for you to go to, or the one that maintains the culture and where it's status quo and it's sort of, there's no risk involved and you know what you're going to get, and the team won't completely fall apart, but maybe it doesn't reach magical hearts, but at least the fans feel like we made a change. Other than us just, here we're just showing you change. First, no, here's true change. Here's us understanding this old isn't working, time to the new, move to the new, and move to it whole. You've got the oldest coach in the NFL. Now you got the youngest coach in the NFL. Not that it matters on the age front, but it is a representation a bit, of what's going down here. And then you get to this point where you say, okay, beyond that, when you say go get the best hire, you say do it exhaustively. Go through many candidates. Do many interviews. Talk to as many people as you possibly can. This is the first time you've done this in 14 years. In John Schneider's case, this is the first time you've done this in your career as a general manager. Learn through this process. Learn about your team. Learn what you need to do, both for the offense and the defensive side of the ball. And then make the best hire after that point. Don't get jumpy about it. Don't feel pressed about it. You haven't made a hire in 14 years, so make this the right one. And they went through that whole process and then, in my opinion, made that right one, George. And that's to be lauded. So every step of the way that they've gone so far this offseason, in my opinion, both ownership and the front office have taken the appropriate and correct steps that I would hope for them to have taken. And so that's one of the reasons I'm so highly supportive of this, is that these were not easy steps to be undertaken. A lot of this was hard. Look at how the hires have gone throughout the course of this offseason in other places and where other franchises have gone with it. And you haven't seen the same kind of process applied everywhere across the board. A lot of franchises just kind of doing what's safe and easy. Patriots, Jared Mayo, kind of just safe and easy. Antonio Pierce was the right hire in the Raiders. You had to do that, but it's sort of safe and easy kind of thing to go down the line on that, right? Didn't require a lot of imagination or you looking out across the landscape for it. This one was that way. So glad to hear you're on board with it too, though, George. Holy Hand Grenade says, what does this tell us about the sell of the team? I think the firing of Coach Carroll indicated right there at the rip that this team is not going to be sold anytime soon. So that's exactly what I would take away from that, is that you're 4 or 5 years out of this team being sold, in my opinion. I've long suspected this. It's just there's never been a smoking gun on this to give me something that I can put back to you, Holy Hand Grenade, and say, see, here's proof positive that you absolutely aren't going to be sold in the next 4 or 5 years. But there's been almost no indication that there's a sale that's coming down the line. And you would start to maybe hear a little bit more interest that maybe being ginned up a bit if that was the case. So in my opinion, you're 4 to 5 years out. I think Jody's going to try to hold this team as long as she can to maximize the sale proceeds and then even to potentially be part of the ownership group that then buys the team on the other end of it, which is becoming more and more of a possibility here, as you do see that she seems to be more and more so interlinked into this organization and her level of care for it and what's going down than some people had suspected. So no time soon. Mr. Kane, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, what does Christopher Walken think of this hire? Let me get Christopher out here. Let me see what Christopher thinks. He always loves new hires, so. Seahawks fans, let me not tell you should be happy. Smile a little bit for me, Christopher Walken, because you just hired a great coach. Take off your powdered wigs and your wooden teeth. It's time to get out of the horse and carriage cart era. I don't know why you like it. It wasn't good. It was old. Now it's time for the no. Slick your hair back. Get that leather jacket out. Time to have some fun, Hawk fans. Defensively furious. Fire. Flames everywhere you look. Just nothing but chaos across the board. You're going to love it. You will, Seattle fans. I see you. So love what you got now. It's coming, this defense, and it will be unstoppable. A force you've never seen before in your life. Almost like 10 men, 20 men, 30 men on the football field, one side of the ball at once. Wow. Amazing. Go Hawks. Thank you, Mr. Kane, for the $2 dono. Watkins jacked. I love it. Sky higher. But who's the OC? He wants to know about the OC right now. That's his man. I love OCs with DCs. The OC and the DC. Rain in the Cut has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 6 long months. Thank you for that, Rain in the Cut. Says it's a new era in Seattle. Time to take back our spot on top of the mountain. Go Hawks. I like that. I love the new era. Back on top of the mountain. We've been climbing. We've been climbing real damn hard, Ringo, to get back to the mountaintop. But now I see the mountaintop in front of us. And the heights are so tall I can't even look down upon it. But we will raise that trophy thanks to the Mike McDonald edition. William Leonard, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. It's great to see you in the house too, William. Hope you're doing well this evening. Says, I'm so hyped. I wanted Mike since the beginning. We're shutting everyone down now. Nail the stud offensive coordinator. We're off to the races. Go Hawks. Oh, I love how jacked I'm seeing the chat and folks here and how you guys are feeling. I'm glad I'm not the only one on this, that I'm not the only one pounding this drum, that we got us all we're on a drum line right now, right? We're in the drum line. We're spinning the sticks, right? I'm sure drummers got some fancy term they name for that when they spin the sticks. I'm spinning the sticks, But we got the whole drum line rocking tonight, folks. And I'm glad to see it. I'm not a false positive kind of guy or person that will tell you guys, hey, this is beautiful and wonderful when it's not. But this is one of those places where you go, this is beautiful and wonderful, and there's really there's no second extra item that you have to put on top of that. Just beautiful and wonderful. And this was a fantastic, absolutely fantastic hire by the Hawks. And like you say, now the next part's to nail down the stud OC. You've got a hell of an offense you can provide to any real bright candidate out there. There's a couple ways they can go. They can go with somebody that necessarily McDonald doesn't have as much a connection to, but maybe he knows of as being really good, or he can look in-house as well at the Ravens there and kind of promote a guy. But they're going to come to a very talented offense no matter who you go out there and get. And that's definitely going to be helpful for them. But go Hawks, William. Go Hawks. And I think you're not alone, man. There's been a lot of folks I've read in the chat that really have been gravitating towards this guy, not just in the last couple of days, but as you talked about, right from the beginning of this process, saying, that's my guy. This is the guy to make it happen. And when you saw the job he did this past Sunday against that Kansas City Chief in the second half, a lot of these coaches, I'll tell you what, a lot of these coaches got real smart minds when it comes to plan A. You got a plan A? They got a plan A? That plan A might be a beautiful thing, They've been sculpting it all week, Little clay here, little here, clip this out there, you know what I mean? Take a little bit off there. Had a little bit here, all week they got their little plan A, and then they bring it to the stage come Sunday. And they unveil it in the stage on come Sunday, and then it either sinks or swims, right? And if it sinks, a lot of them don't have plan B. A lot of them don't have plan C, D, E. I had my plan A. That's what I had against that particular team. This is what I had. This is what I prepared for. This is what I prepared for. That's all I got. Then you got the coach who in the moment can think on his feet, who can process in the moment. That's about being kind of, when they talk about smart coaches, to me, it's not just smart in drawing up a game plan. It's also smarts in thinking on the fly, right? And that he's got his defensive back coach in his ear saying, they're doing this to us on the front end with blah, 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 blah. And he's got his D-line coach saying, blah, 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 they're doing this. And the linebacker coach saying they're doing this, and taking all that together and seeing how the offense is attacking and then molding then his counterattack to be able to take advantage and take care of what they're doing on the front of it. And that's what this guy did in that game against the Chiefs. The Chiefs had kind of a smart little answer in what they were going to do, which is, if you're going to bring those stack fronts up, you're going to probably try to blitz and send a lot of an attack at us. So let's just count into when we see that. We'll go to the bubble screens, or we'll throw out to the flats, because that's a quick, easy hot route read, right? I get a stack fronts here, hot route here. I get the numbers game over here. Maybe I'm not going to get 12, 13 yards on the bubble or the flat, but I'll get 6 or 7. It basically serves to be turned into kind of the ground game then for the offenses. This is where that old West Coast attack went up against the old kind of bear front defenses that were kind of proliferating the league at the time. And that's where they could find that, that way to get you, is that if you're going to attack us, you're going to go heavy. We've got a nice quick route that we can throw to, and that quick route will get the ball out of our quarterback's hands so he doesn't get hit. We get the ball in our playmakers' hands and our yak guy hands, and then let them just get up the football field. So then he adjusted off that in the second half and took a little bit of those flat routes away, took the bubble screens away, took the shorter routes away, made them a bit more pressed to have to, push the ball up the football field, which they were unable, and that's saying something with Mahomes, but unable to do that then through most of that second half until they hit that Marquez Valdez-Scantling play down the field, which even then required a really, really good catch by Valdez just to reel that one in. And so he did a really marvelous job, I thought, in that second half of creating a little more confusion, of tightening things up a little bit more tougher, and then not only just kind of slowing down the Chiefs' attack, but grinding it to a complete and utter halt. And this is on the back of what he had done throughout the course of the year against some really good offenses like the Lions, like the Seahawks, like the Niners, and putting the clamps on all of those. That's the different offenses, different ways they attack, yet he had different methodologies and approaches in order to how to stop them, and now he brings that to our particular table. JDU Kusep, thank you for subscribing, JD. I appreciate you for jumping aboard the Hawks Nest, and welcome aboard at that. No horsepower. Thank you for subscribing as well. Appreciate you for jumping aboard the Hawks Nest. Thank you so very much, folks. And please do hit that like button if you could for me. It does help this channel out tremendously. Just helps me, grow, show up on the algorithm searches, all that good stuff. King of Philly, is there going to be a film study? Oh, we'll be doing a film study for sure. I'll be, as soon as we finish up tonight, well, maybe not as soon as I finish up tonight, but this evening at some point here, I'll be diving a little bit more into some tape and putting some things together. I think I will start with the Hawks-Ravens game, because I think that's just a good place to start, where you get to see what they did against our offense out the jump, and then we'll move through a couple different ones, though, throughout the course of this offseason. King of Philly covering a few of these different games that they did and what they did to the different offenses, because I think it'll give you a better idea of how diversified and multiple he can be defensively and how he attacks you. Haley says, I haven't been excited about a Seahawks game in the past couple of years. That changed today. Hyped to see what's next for this team and love the idea of leading the charge for a defensive wave in the NFL. Well, thank you, Haley. It's great to see you in the chat. I love the way you put that. And a new defensive wave in the NFL, perhaps. And this is my belief on it, is that, yes, offense carries the day. Maybe offense will fully still, be a little bit stronger at all times than the defense. But there's room right now for the defense to grow. There was a theory that I heard proposed out there by somebody. I forget who mentioned. I can't give you credit on this. Not in my chat, but out there just listening into podcasts and whatnot, that they presented the idea forward that Coach Carroll's defenses had kind of set defenses back in the NFL, because so much of what Carroll did, because it was so successful, proliferated the rest of the league. And even in schemes that didn't necessarily weren't built on cover three and, the cover three under whatever, that you still had some of those kind of concepts within your defense. And that the problem with that is that it was already such an old defense at the time in 2012-13 that now 10 years ahead, it's gotten really, really old. It's like lead paint on your walls old, right? It's the what is it? That stuff they used to put on what was the other stuff they put that was super toxic that they used to put everywhere? Everybody got lung cancer from. But it's like that, it's super, super, super outdated. But now there's room in a lot of ways for defenses in that sort of process where they've been stifled or, they've been a little bit kind of in a feeling kind of plateaued, like they don't have any real new extra answers. It's the cover 2, it's the cover 3, it's man, right? We can't do a lot of other different stuff. We just run it the way we run it. Whereas now maybe there's the room for a defensive mind to come along who is a trendsetter and actually does start to do things that are new and that are, in a way, able to now confuse these very elite offenses because they've never faced much of anything like this quite in this way. Nothing's going to be wholly in the NFL, reborn anew. You're not going to, reinvent the wheel, but you can certainly not just lean on completely just the old concepts and the old ways and make that the way too. Nick 49, this guy is a defensive McVay. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Good Morning Football Breakdowns is on the same page as me. He says, I wonder if we'll use Witherspoon as a safety like he uses Hamilton. Yes, exactly. And Hamilton's a strong safety who can play a little bit of free safety, who can do some covering. He's a very multiple guy. Whereas with Witherspoon, he's a real outside corner that can play some strong, but then can play some safety as well. You use them all over the place. Jason Schumacher, just by the way, I think this was a John's pick the whole time. I think that this certainly was a pick that John was gravitating the whole way. The issues I've talked about on defense are certainly well understood, I think, by Schneider and many people within this front office. I don't think that the things that I pointed to, and think a lot of ways, the fact that it gets so downwind to a guy like me, who at an amateur level can just read a lot of the stuff that is stymieing a defense for many different years going uncorrected and that needs to be adjusted and updated. I think it's well was understood at the top end of this. And that's why you see him maybe drive for this kind of hire, is that this kind of thing can take the defensive talent we have on that side of the ball and take it from underperforming, as he said in his press conference, to now, not just getting it to perform up to its capabilities and abilities, but even maximize it. As when you do look at that Ravens defense, yes, there's a Hamilton and a Roquan Smith, and JD had his best year, but Matabuke finally into year 3 now has really developed into a top of the line 3 tech, but it's not like they had a lot of star power on that defense necessarily for how good of their performance it was across the board. And again, that stat that was presented, let me read it to you guys again on this one, which was just awesome, is in 2023, the Ravens became the first team in NFL history to lead the league in fewest points allowed at 16.5, most sacks at 60, and most takeaways, tied for first at 31 in the same season. Tremendous, tremendous, tremendous. SW Lion, ultimately you have to give credit to the Seahawks owner, moving on from a Hall of Fame coach, but the team has too much talent. They were underachieving. They were, and I do. That's why I want to make sure I'm giving Jody her flowers and John the flowers, or Bert Cold and whoever, all of them get the flowers on this one. Ultimately, they made the correct decision. It's not an easy, and it wasn't an easy decision. That's the thing about this. This wasn't, it's straightforward. Anybody could have made it. No, there was going to be blowback. There was going to be dealing with those in the fan base that looked at it as a bad choice, bad decision. You were going to have to kind of navigate all those waters a bit, and they did so. Mike, didn't Ben Johnson say he's staying in Detroit? This is the next best option, in my opinion. He did, and I would agree. DZ says we're getting Patrick Queen. Very good chance of it. Very good. Garth Knight says nobody does it better, James Bond said in regards to Michael McDonald. See, Lord of Bravos, I'm really tempted to drive down from Vancouver and watch training camp on the berm this fall. I'm going to try to get there myself if I can. I'm going to try to shoot for it if I can. I got to get out to one of these training camps. Herbert says, chilling, man. Stoked on the new head coach. My new dream is to get Vrabel as the DC. That would be fun. That'd be hella fun. Sign me up for that. Sign me up. The Nameless Alchemist, thank you for the $2 donation, says, welcome to Seattle, Mystic Mac. Mystic Mac, I like that nickname. Return of the Mac. Mystic Mac. Let's go. Welcome to Seattle, Mystic Mac. May you take us to Super Bowl heaven. Nolan, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, Nolan. Says, finally caught up to alive. Best hire, clearly. Ben pulling out a lot. Ben pulling out a lot. Ben pulling out says a lot. Mike looks like a leader. Heard nothing but good things about him. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, concierge. And that's certainly what we're hearing about Ben, is the players talking about him. Do nothing but speak to him just as he is as a leader. Let me give you guys a quick soundbite here, for instance. Here's Kyle Hamilton talking about Mike McDonald. Just listen to him on this one.
I know your defense coordinator, Mike McDonald, has been interviewing for some head coach jobs. For people who may not know him, what is he like as a coach?
Yeah, he's super cerebral, really smart guy, probably the smartest guy in the building. Don't tell him I said that, but he's gonna get everybody in the right spots, use everybody's best abilities, and really just conforms to what we do best as a defense and as a team. And great motivator. He lets the guys lead the room. It's just a bunch of great qualities for him, and whatever is coming in his future, he deserves it.
Smartest guy in the building. That's with a Harbaugh in there, who you'd think would get, especially being his current coach, Mike. But he just sort of said it with that was just what he thought. You could say he wasn't thinking, because even don't tell him I said that. He's like, he kind of caught himself after he said it. But certainly there is an understanding that this guy is tremendously smart, understands what he's doing, knows the ins and outs of his defense, understands how to teach it, take the complicated and simplify it for his players, puts his players in the position to succeed. And the players seem to really, really resonate with him as a leader. Despite the fact of being just a 36-year-old guy, that doesn't seem to have been a hindrance to him in any way. And the Ben pulling out does say a lot. As someone else was just saying here in the chat, that this really seemed like maybe this was potentially Schneider's guy from the onset. That we'd all been thinking that it was going to be Ben Johnson, but instead it was more about leaning towards waiting for Mike McDonald. And that was the guy that had kind of caught his eye above all else. I don't know if it's that. The Ben thing is a little bit of a weird thing, Nolan. And the money thing certainly could have played a part, where he was just asking for all the money. Maybe he didn't interview well. Again, maybe just that from the Hawks' perspective, they just like the McDonald as the better, brighter candidate, as the guy that was just, this is the one. This will be our guy. So we got the guy. Best hire, clearly, a Nolan. I think you're right about that. And it's saying something to me, because I was dead set on wanting an offensive mind. But to get me to the point of applauding the defensive-minded coach, it's because this guy, I would have a list of like 10 things I would want if we're going to go defensive-minded head coach. 10 things that you better have all these things. If he's going to be a defensive guy, if we're going to be driven by this, then he better have all this. And so far, going down that list, certainly the OC hire would be one of those 10 things, who's driving your offense. But all of the other things, from how you teach, being a smart guy, forward thinking in your approach on the defensive side of the ball, able to maximize your talent, bring modern approaches across the board. All the rest of that, to me, syncs up Nolan. And it makes this a great hire, too, from my perspective as well. Glad you're able to catch a live, man. I appreciate you for that. And go Hawks. Thanks for the donation. We got my brother in the house. Then we got my mom in the house dropping a $10 dono. Great to see my brother and my mom in here. Love you, Mom. And hopefully I'll be seeing you soon. About time for a little trip out there next couple weeks, hopefully. It says, great analysis. Go Hawks. Well, thanks, Mom. I appreciate you for that. Go Hawks. And get me out there. We got to get out to your spot out there in February. Time for a quick vacay out to the moms, Mom. Get y'all set up out there. Appreciate you. Love you. Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation as well. Says, it seems like everyone got a 500 count of hopium pills and took them all at once. All I got was Necco wafers. Well, we only had so many to give out, Sanchez. You know what I mean? There's only so many. These pills are very, 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 they're some of the highest quality on the market. They're pure. It's not coming cheap. We don't have all of them for all the Hawk fans. There's too many Hawk fans. Not enough opium pills for everybody. Yeah, I do suspect that there will be a few folks that I know you're not seeing a lot of them here, Sanchez, on the stream here, especially in the donos, but there will be a few folks that probably have some hesitancies here with them. I guess from my perspective, it's just, when you look at the search, you got to look at the hires that are available and what's really there and who's available and what you can get. And from looking at what you had available and what you could get and knowing, kind of what the mission statement would be on the search for this hire, I feel like it's ultimately a great hire. And was there the perfect hire out there? Was there a Coach Carroll hire out there you could get like before? Well, I don't even think you were in a position to want to do the Coach Carroll thing. You didn't want to probably give Harbaugh the player personnel control he was going to want. So there maybe really wasn't as much that available for you to go take. Let's also say that maybe Harbaugh just wanted to go to the Chargers and get back into California and have Herbert there, and that wasn't really having you even in play at that point. But from Quinn to Ben Johnson, and to me, this was as good as you were going to find out there for what was available out there. You're not going to bring a Bill Belichick in here at 72 years old, and who was going to want to turn this whole culture around and turn all the tables over. You weren't going to look to do that. And I liked Mike Vrabel a lot too, neck and neck with Ben McDonald here, but I liked them really in a both similar place in where I saw them. And, we'll see where it goes, but I'm sorry to hear you're not as much hot to trot on this one, Sanchez. Hopefully the more that you learn on him and the more that you see over the next, couple weeks, or even what he starts to do with this team, and maybe even just if it has to wait until you actually see what he does with them on the field, I think you're going to be really encouraged by what you see and what he brings to the table on this defense and where he takes this defense from where we were. Not just modernizing it, but taking us from all the way back there in that 1980s with that VHS and those lines on the tape like they used to have, squiggling every which way. Now you're going to go to 4K. And that's going to bring returns. I really do feel like it will. I don't think it's hopium to believe that. I think it's pretty logical and reasonable to conclude that. It doesn't mean Sanchez on its own is going to make us Ravens-like in the performance of our defense next year, where we go from zero to hero, from worst to first. But it means there's a lot better chance for you now to start to drive up to more of middle of the pack defensively off the back end, if not even creeping up and sort of tickling the top 10. Meanwhile, you should still have a top 10 offense. And if that's the case, with what you still are able to bring from a special team standpoint, like I say, I feel like that is a team that immediately has a lot of potential to even get a return of three wins on a bonus on an instantaneous return for next year. I'm not saying I'm putting them at that mark right now. Let's see where the schedule is. Let's see what they do this offseason. But if they make the right moves this offseason and they do decide to go in the direction of not taking it down to the foundations, but to truly drive and say, hey, look, we got the roster to do this. We're year 3 of the rebuild. This ain't year 1 of the rebuild. This is year 3 of the rebuild. We just moved off the coach, And if that's the case, I think that there's a good chance you can take it to that spot, Sanchez. But we'll see if you warm up to this one over the course of the offseason. Appreciate you, though. Thank you for the donation. And Mom, thank you as well. You're doing great out there tonight, Mom. Talon Deal, thank you for the $5 donation. It didn't have any note in there in your donation, but thank you for the $5, man. I appreciate the support to the channel. Taker 610, thank you for the $2 donation. Does Mac make Jamal more likely to stay? I don't think so. I think that this is really a move that, number one, I don't know that Jamal fits really. You want the versatility, flexibility. You want to run the cover 2 shell. Jamal's not really a fit to run the cover 2 shell. And there's going to be times you need to trust the guy to be able to go back in there and do that. As we saw with Jamal on, for instance, the play with Deebo Samuel this year. I don't know if he's even got the wheels to roll back there and cover 2 shell anymore at all. So just being that you still don't know if he'll ever really get to 100%, the cost that it will take to keep him here, the fact that you have to free up cap space from somewhere, somebody's got to go. I think when both Jamal and Quandre's case, what you have with both those guys is really, Quandre's at this point in his career, just kind of a pure free safety. Jamal at this point in time in his career is really just a pure box strong safety. And both those guys then need to go to certain type of defenses to make their skill set work. And I don't think that skill set fits into this new defensive philosophy, where the free safety's got to do strong safety stuff. The strong safety stuff's got to do free safety stuff. Quandre's a little bit of, he would get better at times this year when they did have him go into the box at moments this season. So I don't want to paint this like a full picture of Quandre never got down the box and made plays down there, but I just don't know if that's as much of what he's going to want to do going into the future versus staying single high, staying on top, being in coverage a majority amount of the time. So I feel pretty strongly, I think, in both Jamal and Quandre's case, you're going in a different direction this offseason, especially with Julian Love on the roster, who has familiarity with Wink Martindale's defense, i.e. has familiarity with Mike McDonald's defense. Thank you, though, Taker 610 for the $2 donation. King Tay says, hurt gone, Mike McDonald hired equals good week. It's a good week. Thomas Cox says, who's your dream OC and DC for McDonald? Dream OC. Man, who's left as an OC that would be a... Oh boy, if you could get Frank Smith and talk him into it, and say, hey, you'll get to call the plays here. This will get you closer to contention and being a head coach, and we offer all this talent. I wouldn't be too opposed to something like that. Wouldn't be bad to get something off that tree. Probably Wink Martindale wouldn't be bad for me for defense, because I think McDonald could control him a little bit. Potentially. I don't know. Wink's kind of a live wire. He's kind of cut from that Bruce Arians cloth where it's like, you ain't telling me what to do. I don't know if I've got a dream DC or OC hire, mainly with it because there's really not a guys that stand out that's guy waiting to be brought in. Like Vrabel would maybe make sense, but he doesn't really, I think, have as much familiarity with this type of defense and how it's run and structured. So I don't really have much of a dog in that on that one, unfortunately. Lord Boom, aloha. And Eric Cotter, sorry if I missed your message on that a little bit. It was a little late. Kind of that opening deal. Alex Aceto, congratulations, Mike McDonald. Welcome to Seattle. Make us proud. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Person says, can it be August already? I know. Seriously. Tyler says, hire Chip Kelly. He bombed as a head coach. Just don't let him have decisions on players. Just see him plays. He's awesome at that, being a head coach. But OC, hell yes. We'll see. They'd be pretty outside the box and wild if they did it. It's possible, man. And I mean, I could get sold on it. He's not a head coach. He doesn't have all the crazy amount of control where he's like trying to control diets and sleep habits. And it's like, just be the OC, buddy. Always compete. Greetings, Hawks Nest. Great hire. Let's get Chip Kelly for OC. Perfect combo. What are your thoughts? I'm okay with it. You've just got to be able to have a head coach that can have a firm hand on Chip, because like we can't run hurry up all the time, Chip. It can't be a 2-minute drill 24/7. You can't throw 65% of the time every game. You got to you got to have a guy that can dial him into a little bit of a level of control. It's like Chip Kelly at 90% is the best version of Chip Kelly, if that makes sense. Garth says, is Mike McDonald going to want number 33? I don't think so. Was there a terrible pretty boy safety in the Ravens scheme? Not that I saw. No. We got some Chip Kelly love down here in the chat for OC. Okay. Misfit Fuongo OL for the draft win. I think Fuongo's going top 10 at this point, Misfit. I've elevated him here watching him at the Senior Bowl, and I think that he was on the cusp of being a blue chip guy in this draft, and he's become one of my few blue chip players in this draft on my big board and on my horizontal board. So Fuongo's just looked great at the Senior Bowl. Or Weaver will be our new DCB. Okay. Yeah, I could see that being the way they go, Tyler. Makes sense. Ryan says this may be a rough beginning only because of a defensive scheme change and also the division we're facing. Yeah, which is maybe a part of that draw, Ryan, from their perspective of if they wanted to go a little bit of an alternate route this offseason where it's not about driving to be a contender next year, but to start to put the puzzle pieces into place, to get the full picture, and that's going to take a year. That's understandable. If they want to go that direction, I'll support it. I don't expect this team to have to drive to going being a contender next year for the reasons you said. You're changing out a defense wholly from an old that's entirely different to what you're going to in the new. Besides, got Vrabel and Chip Kelly as the head coach OC. That'd be pretty nutty, but I'm with it. I'm not nutty in a bad way, Herbicide. Nutty in a that'd be just kind of fantastic. You know what I mean? That'd be a crazy combo, and you'd have a lot of smart brain power in that room for a very young head coach. You talk about giving a young head coach a lot of support around him. That would do that. Zen Lunatic says tepid like scalding hot water. Misfit says free rushers equals sacks, and McDonald manufacturer pressure is amazing. He is. It creates a lot of free rushers. Because when you run those stack fronts time and time again, you get the quarterbacks going, okay, they're dropping out, they're not bringing it. They're dropping out, they're not bringing it. They're dropping out, they're not bringing it. Oh, holy hell, they're actually bringing it this time. We should have slid our protections, and we didn't. Free rusher. Oh, I'm sacked. It's simplistic, but it's kind of what goes on with that. Versus, let's say you're a front four, right? And then you're only bringing those stack fronts 10% of the time a game, So it's like, well, I only see it 10% of the time, and then you only blitz out of that look at 3.5 to 4% of the time. I'll be fine. I can trust in my pre-snap calls and what I'm seeing. It's still a bit of a gambler's risk. Kevin O'Connell says Leonard Williams is definitely staying now. I would think so. Nick, the defense will become entirely unpredictable. Daniel Barry, how you doing? Pablo, hello. Zip2 tallies, y'all got a good one. Zip2 tally, if you're still in the house, man, I got to sync up with you. I'm going to email you so you can talk to us about this one because I want to get your thoughts on what we're getting. But Zip2 tally, I did a behind enemy lines with Coach Evans this last year, folks. That's in the chat right now. And when he says y'all got a good one, he's done as much deep dive on tape on the Ravens defense of anybody right now in this chat. He's got no dog in this fight to the hire to the Hawks as far as, to give us a pat on the back on this one. So him saying that brings a big smile to my face. And Coach Evans, I'm definitely going to have you on here, man. We got to chop this one up a bit. So I know you're not feeling good about losing the coach, but Harbaugh hires well. You'll be fine. Coach Evans says I'm depressed. Oh no, Coach Evans. Oh. I'm sorry, man. We had to do it. We needed it, man. You guys are too good. That's what happens. People pluck. People pluck and take. Tyler says Patrick Queen's overrated. He's going to want too much cash. He was just good because of Roquan Smith. Well, I'll trust. At least the nice part of that one, Tyler, is we have Mike McDonald on there. Will be intimately aware of what Queen can do and can't do, and if he is worth that money, I don't think you'll bring him in here if he's not at that point, I guess, kind of what I'm saying. Versus if you had tried to kind of make that blind call and going out there and getting him in free agency with just some other coach who had never been, coached him or been around him. Tommy says the thing that is impressive about the Ravens defense did against elite offenses is how all those offenses are completely different. It shows elite game planning, unlike us against, say, Steelers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And that's what the players talk about, which is that he plays to the opponent. He plays to the weaknesses of the opponent and attacking the weaknesses of the opponent. And that would lead you to, no matter what an offense you're playing week to week, doesn't matter. Your style will change. How you attack will change depending on where that opponent is weak. With the Hawks, our pass protections were completely crap and weak and simplistic. And so he attacked it. And he was the guy that really set the trend with that Ravens defense in that game against us with the stacked boxes that we then got to see throughout the whole rest of the course of the year. Everyone basically tore a page out of that Ravens, playbook and that way they went after us for the whole rest of the season. I'm kind of watching it on the back of the success of the Ravens against us in that game. Colin Anderson, so when does the team post? I'm behind on the chat. I'll probably try to get down the bottom of the chat because I know we'll have a bunch of new people in here who want me kind of reading the new stuff. I get back behind on the chat sometimes for the new folks in here. Keldon says our plan B is Purdy scrambling, I guess. It's bizarre. Which dog, Hawks Nest, is it safe to say Quinn's staying with the Cowboys now? I mean, well, who are the Washington hiring, Mr. Dog? That'd be my question to you, is maybe he's still got Washington he's had two or three, I guess just 2 interviews there, but Washington's doesn't have a lot of pickings left to go with either here. Thank you, Dustin Cole, on the impression. So Frank Smith is the dream, Brendan. You're with me? All right, that's good to hear. Kingsbury is Haley's pick. It's foggy in here. What's going on? We got rid of old Pistol Pete. Pistol Pete's on out the door. And we did get rid of the oldest coach in the book. I'll try to, folks new in the chat here, I kind of have a bad habit, I guess. It does annoy new people that come in sometimes. I tend to try to read pretty much all the questions in the chat as I can. And when we got 500 people in here today, like we did, it gets hard to necessarily get to all of them. So if I do miss your question or whatever, I'm going to try to both speed through and still get all the questions today because we have so many people in here. Just because I don't want people to feel like I'm being ignored, but I try to do it out of respect, not to be annoyance, but just to be respectful of the people in the chat who take the time to watch and ask the question. And I just don't. My worry is to kind of miss somebody's question and not get to it. So it's all in the heart of that. But I know I'm starting to get so big at the point here. We're just going to have to start just kind of rocking the live chat and catch what I can catch, And asbestos, that's what I was trying to think of. Lead paint on the walls and asbestos. The good old days. At least I'm disappointed we'll never see Shane Waldron actually get control of this offense. We won't, and we'll get to learn a lot about Haley this year this quick, how much Shane Waldron was hindered and hamstrung by potentially Pete Carroll with this offense. Because if Shane goes to Chicago and that offense looks entirely like the Rams offense in its designs and how it's run versus how it was run here, then you go, oh, he was trying to accommodate and make it work. Like William Leonard says, an unbridled playbook. I like that, William. Unbridled. Haley Bears could be a sleeper team. Caleb's got a lot of room. Caleb's going to be a little bit of a live wire out there. The habits of playing off script almost every play are going to be needing to be really, really battered down to a great degree. And it's not like Waldron. I like Waldron, but he wasn't necessarily able to clip Wilson's wings and get him to fit within the designs of that offense. So, that's going to be, for the first year returns at least, that's going to be very hard to get that out of them. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you that. Thank you for the $50 drop earlier too, MJ, man. You are awesome, brother, on the support. Says Eric Bieniemy for offensive coordinator. I hadn't thought of that as an option, but I'm open to that. I'm completely open to that. I certainly Bieniemy would bring a sense of discipline to the offensive side of the ball that's a little more needed. And you're giving him a lot of talent there to work with if you bring him in. So it would be a guy that, a lot of experience. I think you kind of know what you're getting. He didn't do a ton with Washington. I don't know if he had a whole lot to work with Washington either. West Coast offensive background. Could work. I'm open to it. I don't know if he'd be my number 1, number 2, number 3 guy, but I could be probably talked into him. You probably wouldn't have to twist my arm and break a few fingers. Yeah. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. Legion of Boom 2.0 coming soon. Coming soon. Legion of Boom 2.0. I love it, Taker. I love it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Sign me up. And thank you for the donos, guys. King Bomber says, when the coaching staff kind of settled down, maybe tonight I'll talk about my ideal offseason plan, Brando. Lots of stuff to get to. Oh, we got a lot. There's going to be, from the way this impacts the draft to the way this impacts free agency, the way this impacts what we're going to do with our roster and which guys we got to move and which guys we don't, and what you got to change over and what you need to accommodate this defense to make it work. It's going to be a lot. Copper Wise says, would David Garrardi be a good candidate for OC? I don't know. I've heard the name, but I don't know. David Garrardi, 6th season quarterbacks coach with the Chiefs. I don't know too much with it. I don't know if he's done a whole lot there. You're getting a guy from the Chiefs, even as an OC. Sometimes you're not getting even the guy calling the plays like Andy is. So you're taking a bit of risk in those. I think I'd go for a little more certain ground for an OC, Copper-wise. I'm not against him, just I'd probably try to lean a little more. A guy that's got a bit more of the track record as an OC, who's done it. Michael says, but Nwosu returns, has big deal last year. We have Mafe can happen now. Clowney, low pay. Is Clowney a free agent right now? God, I'd love to bring him back. Dustin Cole, Nwosu being out most of the year crippled our pass rush. Aside from being our best, him being in makes Mafe better. Yeah, Mafe started to get more double teams once Nwosu went out, Dustin, to your point. I think your run game also really kind of struggled after Nwosu went out. Not just him specifically, but that was a little bit of a kind of leg of your run defense that got kicked out. Yoel Bereth says, give me back my coach. Give me back my daughter. Give me back my daughter. No, he's ours. He's ours now. You go back to Baltimore. He's our coach now. We're the captain now. Royce, is he going to buy a house in Seattle? I'd hope so with a 6-year contract. Yes, sir. Yep, we're going to take your Patrick Queen too, Yoel. But Yoel, we'll leave you Roquan Smith. We'll leave you Hamilton and Roquan, but we are going to take Patrick McDonald and probably a couple of your coaches too. I'm sorry? Dustin says, curious if the offseason can help Jamal rehab that quad more. I guess it's the risk to me, Dustin, of you came into this season sort of doing that same kind of dance where you go, well, he's now had the whole year. He had the season and he had the injury at the start of the year. So he's had well over, full season, year to rest. Maybe he can come back now this year. So we'll ride with his money on the cap. We won't do a post June 1st designation. And you did that. You rode with him another year. Now you take the risk of that another year and you do so in not freeing up the space that you can free up, because it is, I think, $16 million, something like that, or if not, more so that you're clearing up there. It becomes a bit of a, man, that's so much money to turn down for that risk. And then to know too, I just don't think he fits really too well in this defense. Randy Roberts, your young Macdonald had a team. Yeah. Here's a sack. There's a sack. Quarterbacks have a heart attack. Yeah. Dustin is actually kind of crazy that 2 of the best coaches of all time are having a hard time finding a job. Pete and Bill. Stoked about a young defensive-minded coach. They're definitely getting up there, those 2 guys. And I think when you're talking about a coach that old, it's not just a coach in the old then that they're bringing old philosophies, but it's also how much longer you're looking to do this. And teams don't want to just hire a coach that they know, especially for those 2 guys that you bring in Bill or Pete, they're going to both bring in their whole mindset to your organization, the good and the bad. And you've got to sign up for that. And to sign up for that on a short-term basis of a guy that's only going to be doing it for 2 years more, maybe 3 years at the most, and then you got to change your whole structural organization over again, I don't think that they like that. I don't think that definitely is a fascination for a lot of organizations in their mind. Give it a year. There'll be some other jobs available out, like the New York job becomes available next year. Do they look at Bill Belichick and look to bring him back and have him come full circle in his career a bit? Potentially, yeah, I could see that happening. Same thing with Carroll. There definitely could be a job that opens up where it's just the right fit for him next year too, potentially. But it's been a bit odd that there wasn't more of a market for them. Definitely a youth movement in this game. Miles Devlin says, as a Ravens fan, if you're half as excited as I am devastated, you should be riding high. Let me read this one again. Again, this is Ravens fans coming in, and hey, Ravens fans, you're fully welcome in here. Thank you for jumping in and giving us some of your thoughts on this. I know you guys are struggling with it a bit, but it feels good to get a different outside perspective on these kind of things. And certainly for those that aren't maybe as excited by this hire, I think most of us are. We love it. But Miles says, as a Ravens fan, if you're half as excited as I am devastated, you should be riding high. So I coached at Sip2 Tally Films. I did some behind enemy lines with him. He's come in here and said as much. Miles is saying as much. Yoel came in here and said, I think you're going to hear this from a lot of Ravens fans. I don't think that this is one where they like. Think about the other way you could be hearing about this from Ravens fans, folks. It doesn't matter anyway. Wink Martindale, McDonald, it's really Harbaugh anyway. It's Harbaugh that makes this work. It's his hirings. It's his understanding from an organizational perspective of the right hirings to make. We'll be fine. That's not what we're hearing though, is it? That's not what they're saying. And you know, there could be, you know, you could just expect, now I know Ravens fans are just so smart, they don't act this way, but you could expect them to come in and maybe try to cope a little bit and be like, you're not losing that much anyway. We're fine. We'll be all right. You know, the guy that loses his girl and is like, I'll find someone else. It's okay. It'll be just whatever. I didn't like you that much anyway. You know, you kind of got on my nerves. Yeah. As opposed to, that's definitely, we're hearing Miles over the course of just this stream alone, way more of the thought process of, that kind of stung. That hurts a little bit. Prince T.Y. says it's time to cut Quandary and Jamal, sign Geno Stone and Isaiah Simmons for cheap. Don't bring back Bobby and get Patrick Queen. Then with the 16th pick in the draft, Zerzan Newton. We back, baby. I like your moves, man. I like your moves. I like your style. And I'm okay with it. I'm good with going that direction of it. I do expect those two guys to get cut. Brad says Jamal's done and social media appears to be on the end of contemplating retirement. It does seem to be in that mode. Big Ox says our Ravens of the Pacific Northwest are excited. Caw. Chris says Jamal just needs to retire. Sucks he's had the injuries, but no one to say when. That's it. What it comes down to. It isn't indicative on Jamal or something that he did or didn't do. It hit his dad too. You know, his dad was never able to get the contract before he had the injury as a running back in the 80s. And so, you know, he did get his contract. He did get paid. He's got nothing to apologize for in this. His body just kind of broke down on him. Well, hand grenades, you've heard of BPA. Now we have BCA. Best coach available. I love it. Ref, yo, is this live, Hawks Nest? This is live, Ref. I'm a little behind the chat, but I'm trying to catch up a bit here. Randy Roberts, we can win now. A defense that gets offenses off the field allows our offense more chances to score, and we have a good offense. Think time of possession. Hawks score more with it. It's one of the things that was really the strange oddities, Randy, to your point that you would see with this year in this time of possession thing, is that if you just looked at the time of possession by the Hawks, you would say on the surface of it, well, our offense isn't kind of doing enough here for our defense because it loses the time of possession more. But then when you really get down to offensive efficiency and quality drives, and then you look at third down conversion rates from the defense and the amount of drives our defense would allow that just slowly wound up the field and just ate time after time after time. This defense will get a lot more 3 and outs, a lot more teams off the field, a lot more turnovers. And with that, like you say, Randy, that then should allow that offensive efficiency to more further bloom, thus be more productive, thus be more efficient in scoring. Not more efficient in scoring, but more productive, just effective in scoring more. Brendan, you're with Frank Smith too? I'm with it. I like it. Frank Smith's good. Brendan's good. It's a great idea on Brendan Nelson's part. I like where he's thinking with it. Tom and Trina says, I hate to say it, but if you cut Jamal, Diggs, Lockett, that clears $44 million of money. It does. Lockett will be an interesting call, but I would expect them to bring him back, Tom and Trina. We'll see with that. As he is still a kind of a captain on the team, at least, or has been, and that's maybe something that might factor in a bit too, along with the fact that he's been still, of those three, he's been by far the most productive. But Diggs and Adams for sure, and that's Diggs and Adams is $26 million, I believe. I don't know if it takes you to $44 million with Lockett. It might. I got to look on Lockett. A ref says the Seahawks just made an unexpected hire, a Zen master of strategy. In the cacophony of competition, they hope his mindful approach will transform chaos into coordinated symphonies on a field. Amen, RF. Amen. That's exactly what we are hoping. And that is exactly what I think he is providing. Chris says Frank Smith or Reich, Pro C, and Marquand Manuel for DC. Oh, we'll bring back Marquand, little Seahawks connection back in the day. Back 05 Seahawks connection there. Randy Roberts. Oh, Prince. Ref says, plot twist, the Seattle Seahawks, they've recruited a chess master as their strategic coordinator. The gridiron is now a battlefield of calculated moves where each play is a masterpiece. Love it. Love it, man. Let's go. Michael Crower says, Waldron on his calls. I wonder how much cuffing was going on from Pete. I think Pete was cuffing Waldron. We'll learn this year. We'll learn this year very, very quickly. Clinton says, do you think he will be the one calling defensive plays? No, Clinton. No, I think he'll trust in his guy. He'll be helping out certainly a lot, but I don't think he would be doing that. It's weird, but the defensive coordinator, defensive head coaches don't tend to do that, whereas you do see that from the offensive side of the ball. Kind of just an oddity, and I don't have an explanation for it, but it does tend to not work the inverse, where the defensive head coaches actually call the plays. The move, Ribbit, I was so scared that it was McDaniel. Can you imagine if you how you set the Seahawks fan base off if you went from Coach Carroll to Josh McDaniels? Woo! a ref using that chat GPT. I use it too, ref. The only thing with it, a ref, is that it'll sometimes reuse same phrases and stuff over and over again. Michael Gross, Shotty was great. That was a lot tied down by Pete. The Rust had a good energy. Sorry. Kafka Kingsbury for Haley. Frosi. You probably have to offer Kafka kind of an assistant head coaching job to make that happen, but I'm okay with either of those guys. Brendan says best day of 2024 so far. MJ Daniel will see the staff. Probably get some rumors on that soon. The Wu-Tang Life, Chip Kelly, and hurry up. Do you want your D to be on the field 80% of the game and Geno cannot run? Hurry up like that. Probably not. Well, I think I can make the argument, Wu-Tang. I definitely think you'd have a point to say that Geno doesn't have the legs that Kelly tends to like from his quarterbacks in his scheme. But Geno absolutely runs the 2-minute offense. That's the best stuff Geno does as much. And Geno does a lot of good stuff, but I think 2-minute stuff is as good as you see him in. And that's when you got him kind of at his best. He's like Sundance. He's like Sundance Kid. He's got to be moving. You know, everything. The bolt's got to be flying fast for him to be kind of his best for whatever reason. Slockman says one of the biggest issues with our team this year was time possession. Why would we hire Chip Kelly, who would just make that worse? It's a great point. I think that's the big issue you have with Kelly and bringing him here is that he brings offensive production. You know he'll put points on the board, but does he end up being a cut your nose off despite your face where you're that productive, but you just wear your team out with all the extra snaps on the offense and the time of possession that you lose? I think it's valid to a degree. I think, though, like I was saying on the other side of this just a second ago with this, Silkman, that you have a lot of your time of possession losses the past few years have come from not your offensive inefficiency, but from the fact your defense cannot get off the field, cannot generate turnovers. And that's been the big holdup, really. So if you improve that part, you can help that time of possession thing out by a major factor. But your point still stands, I think. Jordan Hawksness, I am loving this hire. I like the thought of Ben Johnson just because we wouldn't need to look for an OC if we lost one, but McDonald is a defensive genius. He is, I think, indeed, Jordan. He is indeed. And yeah, I gravitated a little bit more to Ben, but this guy was neck and neck, you know. DJ says Mafe and Nuoso are going to be a deadly duo if coached right. They could. They could indeed. Tommy says, okay, out of the box DC idea. Charlie Edward Harbison, aka Coach Cheese, former AZ coach, defensive back, would be have mac and cheese. Would be elite. I don't know Harbison very well. Kedden says, if we can convince Josh Heupel to leave the University of Tennessee to be ROC, that'd be a fun offense. Definitely wide open. A lot of kind of spread kind of concepts in that, but there's some easy reads in there for a quarterback. Kind of makes the quarterback position, I think, just a little bit easier. It'd be a fun offense to tandem with. Or boom, Nuoso will lead the league in quarterback pressures. I love it. I hope so. He will, both him and Mafe will be well served because a lot of those stack fronts help end up getting your edges a lot of single opportunities, one-on-one opportunities. Brendan says Josh is making more money at Tennessee than he would be here as an OC. Possibly, yeah. That might be true. Of course, you could make the argument, Brendan, that coming here helps get you closer to potentially being a head coach, and not at the college level, but the NFL level. Keldon says, if you want some of that Shanahan McVay pureblood, it would be Mike LaFleur, Matt's brother. There we go, Keldon. We just want a little bit of that pureblood. Just a little bit of that. You started your whole defense out with Saleh, pulling from us a few years back, so, turnabout's fair play. Kedden says, I can tell you as a Tennessee fan, Heupel has some of the most dynamic and interesting offensive schemes I've ever seen. He's creative as hell. Very creative. And I do love what he does for the quarterback position. And watching some of the development he's done with recent quarterbacks there, and Milton did pretty good, but especially Hendon Hooker previous year. Big Docs, Brandon, I like the McDonald signing, but am I the only one concerned about the 6-year contract? I think there may be a few, but I'm not super worried about him addicted, because to me it's, if you got to move on from him after 2 years and you pay him for 4 years, it's kind of like, so what? Because it's not money that comes off of the salary cap. And we're hearing reports now that these owners are making like $400 million a year in profit. So if you got a year that you have for a few years where there's some dead money there, it's, if that's what it took to get the deal done, to me, that you get the deal done. Randall says, name a few players who benefit. Well, I think Julian Love definitely benefits on the defensive side of the ball. Leonard Williams, because this definitely pushes even harder, I think, for you to try to get him re-signed and brought in and have him be your Justin Matabuke type. Witherspoon certainly is aided here, Randall, is that he's going to be put in ultimately, you're going to use him all over the place, which is going to be the best way, I think, to use Witherspoon. He's just a football player. Let him roll around. Your edges in Mafe and Nuosu are going to benefit because those stack fronts and the blitzes are going to help to get the more single opportunities off the edge. I think that'd be about it on the defensive side of the ball. Maybe Mike Morris, because he's got some familiarity with this defensive styling, so it's not as much of maybe a jump for him to get himself acclimated. But those would be the main guys, Randall. Thomas, if when McDonald was in Michigan, he built a defensive scheme that John Harbaugh in 2 weeks. If that's the truth, the guy's going to be legit to work out. Well, he had more than 2 weeks. He went down there for a full year to Michigan, Thomas. But he did rebuild their whole defense, trained both. And you're right, it's just as impressive a job he did because he trained both the coaches and the players on how to run the scheme, which speaks to his ability not only to connect with the players, but to get across to his coaches the vision of the defense and how to execute that vision, which is another kind of underrated part to being a head coach that we don't often think about, I think, and what you need is your skill set. Keldon says, Commanders just hired Peter Bill. They fired him. Haley says, we'll take the Commanders' second-round pick for Pete Carroll, please. That's right. He is under contract still, Haley, right? Like, we didn't really fire him. It's just he's moved to a consultant role. So if you want our consultant, then you're going to have to give up top end prices for it. King Bomber says play the comp game, cut the losses, and start over with 80 plus million cap space next year. That's a way they could go, King. I'd get it if they did. I'll be supportive of it if they did. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Who are a couple of names who will benefit the most from the hire and why? Also a couple of guys who may not fit. So yeah, I'd say Julian Love because he can play both safety positions and he can even line him in man down in the slot. He will be the guy that I don't see him being a cap casualty at this point. No chance. Jamal and Quandre are not that way. That's not how they're built, I don't think. Quandre a little more so than Jamal, but not enough so at this point in his career, not with the cost and with the savings. $26 million of collective savings between Quandre and Jamal alone. They're just not going to be a fit here on that. I don't think that Jordan Brooks is as much going to be because of his liabilities and coverage. I do think your two edges are benefited, Randall, just like I said. I kind of spoke just a second about this. I saw your other note above there for the fact you're going to get them in single block. Leonard Williams now becomes a little bit more of a vital, I think, re-signing to bring him back into because having that 3 tech inside doing what he's doing for this Ravens defense, it becomes very, very helpful to the overall scheme. I think Trey Brown maybe has some issues, Randall, and Tariq Woolen maybe has some issues here as our fit going forward because of the fact that those guys aren't necessarily as good at tacklers and the scheme requires the cornerbacks to tackle. So those would be other guys that I'd be like, I'd be worried if I was them a little bit on what Seattle might be doing going forward. Benefit as far as negatives wise, but benefit Mafe, Uchenna, Derek Hall will fit, I think, perfectly fine into the scheme. Leonard Williams will be great. Julian Love and Witherspoon, those would be your benefits. The negatives versus benefits on that, from which guys to what on that one, Randall. Thank you though, man. Appreciate you. Megan says, as a Ravens fan, a longtime 12, Hawks Nest, conflicted is the only way to describe how I feel. So it's a great hire then, Megan. That's what you're saying. Seahawks prod. This is an absolute W. I am so relieved we no longer have to fear the thought of Dan Quinn as our head coach in Seattle. We made a good decision. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Seahawks prod. And I agree with everything you said, man. Dan Quinn just did not inspire a lot of excitement. Brendan says, who are free agents in 2025? Kind of a far point out to be looking for free agents because so many of these guys will be re-signed. Their play will drop off. They may be franchise tagged. It's already pretty far to it's already with the 2024 free agents kind of a tough one to pull on that. So I don't know. It's probably a little early to look at the list on that one. You got Dak Prescott, Goff, Aaron Donald, Khalil Mack, David Bakhtiari, DeForest Buckner, Trey Hendrickson. Some receivers out there. Chris Godwin, Mike Williams, Amari Cooper. Zach Martin will probably retire by that point, I would say. Cameron Hayward have retired. It's not a real rich group on the surface of it right now, but again, it will change considerably, I think, as well when this comes down the line. Byron P., I love this hire. McDonald was the guy I wanted most, even though I had him ranked second to Ben Johnson. It's a wonderful way of putting it. And it does seem to be the consensus here on the stream today about this hires. I think most people really, really did love it and really are in favor of this move, even if he wasn't their number one guy on their list, which, that's hard to do. Because so many people, there's just a lot of ways these hires can just draw out a lot of both happy and angry reaction on both sides. Thomas Cox, Lincoln Riley wouldn't leave USC to be an offensive coordinator, maybe a head coach. No, OC. Agreed. Yeah, he's not leaving USC for that. Chad Hart says Hawks Ravens Super Bowl in 2 to 3 years. What are you doing? Don't throw up. Don't throw up on that. Are you getting ready to yak? Don't yak. Don't do it. Don't do it. Hop down if you're going to yak. Kedan. So just to let you guys know, on new folks on the chat, I'm trying to spin as fast as I can through on the deal. I know I'm unusual in this way I do it. So if folks in the chat that are new into here and new into the stream and have never been here before, I'm really weird. If you go and you look at my streams, I go 5, 6, 7, 8 hours sometimes, right? So what I do is I spend a lot of time talking to my chat, and I'm behind on my chat all the time. And so new folks, very clearly, let me present this out to you. I'm going to be behind on the chat. I'm not your typical guy that sits there and just ignores half of my chat and cherry picks the random comment that I want to talk about or say. So this puts me behind in the chat. It doesn't mean that I'm then to your comment a lot of times right as you're asking it, but understand when there's 500 or 600 people in there, it gets hard to do that. So this is my own particular thing. I know it unsettles certain people and they don't understand it, but it's my particular way of doing it. If you understand though, it's coming from a place of respectfulness. You're here watching my stream. Somebody else here is watching my stream. They've asked a question. They've taken the time to both watch me and interact with my stream, which is great for me. I think that they deserve at that point me to react to them and deal with their question or their comment in a kind way and to really give it at the time rather than just trying to spin through these comments and spin through your questions as quick as possible for just the sake of being right there in the moment at the spot at the bottom of the stream. So I know I'm getting a lot of references in the stream of what is he reading? Where's he at? Why is he speaking to my comment in my chat right now? This is why. I run it my way. This is my particular way here in my stream. I do it. It does put me behind, but I get to your comment. You got to watch. You got to keep watching, but I do get to your comment. I will get to your question. I understand the frustration with it, but it's just kind of my little way of doing it. And I will try to speed this on up so I can get to that bottom comment because I know that it ruffles some feathers. Seahawks Prod, any news about our O-line? No news on our O-line. We're going to have to wait until we know who the offensive coordinator is on that one. Swedish Shinobi, will this new Hawks team be more disciplined? Yes. Discipline was at the heart of this Ravens team. Macdonald is a details-centric guy, which tends to be a defining trait of a team that's going to have a disciplined approach, is they've got to have a details-based coach where details matter, the finer details matter. And then the only other thing with this Shinobi is it's harder to be more undisciplined than we were as a team. There's nowhere to go but up, essentially. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, what is the most important hire for Big Mike? The offensive coordinator. He'll be able to manage stuff on the defensive side, I think, to a large degree, but you're going to need to have a great offensive coordinator you hire. It can't be boring. It can't be a guy who doesn't know what he's doing. It can't be somebody who's not up to the task of maximizing this talent. It can't be just, well, I'm bringing this offensive guy on so that he can hammer the run game 50-50 so that I can lead with my defense. It can't work that way. He's got to bring in a dynamic offensive mind, and that makes that the most important hire, and it's not even close, Randall. I mean, that's by far. Randall with a couple other $2 donations. What happens to the cap hit if Jamal retires? So Jamal carries a $20 million, or is it $20 million? I got the sports track here. Let me bring it up. Make sure I've got this. I think I'd have this memorized by now, but too many numbers spinning through the head too many times. You just can't keep track of everything. All right, so Jamal Adams carries a $21 million dead money hit, right? Or a $21 million dead money cap hit. That's right. So Randall, you split that up as a post-June 1st designation. You chop it up in half. So it's $10.5 million that you save on each year of the cap, collectively speaking. So you release him, you collectively save $10.5 million on this year's salary cap. And sorry. I think I'm getting that wrong. Too many numbers lately, trying to spin through these numbers. Let me read this right again here. Right, I've got this backwards. I knew I was saying that wrong. Okay, so you would save $8 million essentially by moving on from Jamal Adams if you just cut him without making him a post-June 1st designation. You save an additional $10 million by splitting the dead money up into 2 years. So it's basically $18 million, Randall, is what you save money-wise by making him a post-June 1st designation. And that's such a substantial amount of money when the team's sitting on negative $2 million of cap space or negative $11 million of functional cap room as it stands right now. It's part of why I think this just becomes, for some, like people are kind of turning over. I see a little bit in the chat, Randall, from not you, but from some others that have been like, well, is he really going to stay? What would they really like? He's gone. Like Jamal's not, there's no way you put this all together on the risk and all of this and what's at play in his injury situation and the cost and the savings. You throw it all into the wash and you come out on this. And I don't think this is going to be a terribly hard decision for John Schneider to say, look, we're moving on here. This doesn't work. No, we're not going up for another year of this. We need to save the money and move on. But yeah, you're saving about $18 million this year and $18 million of space kind of collectively there, Randall. Randall says, how long until Pete Carroll raises the 12th man flag? Well, I think ideally you'd love to get him out there in week 1. And then if it's not week 1, then it would probably be the final week of the season. You're definitely not going to have him raising the flag, I think, middle of the year for just a week 7 game, So I think the way to do it would probably be to retire Pete like quickly into the Ring of Honor. I know that they don't usually, you get some time to wait on that, but why wait on that, especially given his age? I think it'd be a cool ceremony to just retire it week 1, have him raise the flag, put him up on the Ring of Honor. That'd be the way to do it, or do it as the final game of the season too. Problem is if you do it the final game of the season and you have him raise the flag and you had a bad season, people going, oh, wish we still had him as a coach. But week 1, I think, Randall, that's the one that makes the most sense to me. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate the double donation. And Mark and Randall, thank you for your quad dono today. And it's great to see you in the chat, brother. Hope you're having a great night. Mark says, if we get the coach from Tennessee, will the Hawks try to trade for Hooker? It's possible. I would think, Mark, that Detroit would not necessarily be all that necessarily interested in letting us have Hooker. If I'm not mistaken, they give up a 3rd-round pick for him. Jared Goff is going to be coming up to a contract situation, and he is getting a little bit older now. Having the cheap option there in Hooker for the next couple of years to back him up is maybe kind of the advantageous way for Detroit to go with, especially because they probably don't want to necessarily, I don't know if they did a 3rd round at Hooker. They might have been like a 4th. I forget where they put on him, but it's possible you could do that. I just don't know if Lions would, even if you wanted to do that, I don't know if the Lions would be willing to let him go. Unless you were really trying to, make it worth their while, I suppose. So is it possible? Yeah. Is it likely? No. It's probably a low likelihood if you were to get to the Tennessee coach at that point. Hooker ran his offense wonderfully, though. I mean, Hooker looked just tremendous in that offense. He ran it perfectly. Thank you, though, Mark. Appreciate the donation. The Real Cheese, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I had no clue. We've only had 9 coaches in our entire history. That's right. We don't tend to move through guys fast here. We do tend to give our guys the time and let them work through. And Chuck Knox, Holmgren, Carroll, pretty long tenured guys, the lot of them. And, you've had a pretty good history of head coaches here, considering some organizations out there that have gone through them seems like every 2 or 3 years, they're going through a new one. And shoot, the Raiders have had 9 coaches in the last 25 years, haven't they? Am I off? Haven't they had something like that? So, it's a testament to the fact that we usually get the coaching job right. I think that even when you go through some of the hires here, Real Cheese, that haven't been necessarily slam dunks or hits. Tom Flores was a Super Bowl champion taking over your team. That wasn't a bad hire on any surface of it. Maybe the game had passed him up a little bit. Maybe he had been a little bit too far away from the sidelines, being a general manager for a while, that he shouldn't have gone back down like that. But he did have a pedigree and a track record. Dennis Erickson, national title there at Miami. Had been a really good coach on the rise there. Hell, was a head coach after he failed in Seattle with San Francisco down the line. So a guy that was well revered. A guy, Chad Brown, called him a genius when I was interviewing Chad Brown a couple years ago, talking about it. And so, even that was I guess Mora would be the only one real hire was like, ugh, what were we doing there? What in the name of God was going on there? Give me 1 sec, folks. I'll be right back. For bearing with me, folks. Please do hit that like button if you could for me. Thomas is honestly, I think John and McDonald will go BPA, but yeah, Seattle will draft a quarterback in the 2nd or 4th round. It's unlikely Seattle will trade up for Williams, Daniels, or May. Agreed. I don't think they'll do that either, Tom. Especially because you're going to need to value picks in the respective. You'll need more picks to kind of add on to this defense, the exact type of players that fit to what he wants to do defensively. Nick Guzman, I'm serious. From what I've seen, Jackson Powers Johnson might be worth it at 16. Get the very best interior offensive lineman from this draft, if not from the past 2 drafts. Ooh, Nick's super high on Jackson. I've got more of a low 2nd round grade on him, but I like him a lot. Good player. And if they buy into what that's what they're thinking, he's that good, then I'm okay with it. JL says, I saw an article that said McDonald is the defensive Sean McVay. Didn't read it though. He is kind of that. Yeah. Dustin Lockett's still by far our most clutch wide receiver. JSN's looking great, but we still don't know what his ceiling is. Metcalf's a different type of receiver. Please don't say Bobo can fill in for Lockett. No, I think you still hold on to Lockett going forward. There's other guys that are bigger, better cut candidates that you can go after that'll do enough in cutting them. You know, you can cut Brian Monet, Tyler Lockett, or Brian Monet, Quandre Diggs, Jamal Adams, Nick Ballore, and Dwayne Eskridge, and you'll have created plenty of space between those cuts to get the stuff done we need to get done. CJ says Patrick Queen was a bust. We got Roquan Smith. It's true. He was having a bit of a tough time until he was able to turn around once Roquan came in there. Roland Connor, how much is he going to delegate to DC, and won't that disrupt what he did well at Baltimore, then back to the same problems? Well, I think he's definitely going to have a hand in helping that defense. It's not like he just kind of throws the DC into the deep end of the pool and says, swim. You know, he's a part of that process to build the game plan up and the way of attacking. And yeah, a lot of it is the play calling, but also it's the putting together the game plans and the plan of attack and what are the weaknesses of the team and identifying how to attack those weaknesses. The DC will be a part of that, but I think that it's you're not losing his touch to the defense by him being a head coach, you know. King Bomber Brandon, I dumped a lot of thoughts about the offseason before, but what are your thoughts on dumping a lot of contracts, playing the compensatory game, and really pushing in 2025? Some of it's a little bit of my evaluation that I need to know a little bit in picking Mike McDonald's mind. And when he looks at this defensive talent, does he see the defensive talent that he's going to need to bring a lot of changes wholesale across the board to get the defense to work where he needs it to work? Or does he see it as just schematic adjustments and the personnel will be fine? So I would want to operate a little bit off of the opinion of where McDonald saw the defense at. I know where the offense is kind of at from a talent standpoint and a capability standpoint. If Mike McDonald looked at this defense and said, I can instantaneously, with a couple of adjustments, get this defense hovering right around a top 10 state instantaneously, and know that with a good offensive coordinator hire, that you're likely to have an offense that's probably up there flirting with the top 10 state. So let's just take this down at a bare bones math level. I have a defense that then can play up around a top 10 state. I have an offense that can play around a top 10 state, and I've got probably a top 5 special teams unit. If I have that kind of unit, is that the type of unit I'm looking to take down to the studs and clear all the dead money out and pull everything down and let's clear it up to push for 2025? As I said above on that, King Bomber, I'm not against the philosophy of doing that. I'm not bristling against it or saying that they shouldn't do that. If McDonald determines that his defense is a long ways away and that he can't get them to that state in an off season with the moves, then indeed it probably is smarter to push this out to 2025. But if he doesn't determine that and instead says, no, I can get this right quick, for a lot of the reasons I've talked about in the stream of some of the advantages that are there and readily available to take advantage of that have nothing to do with the talent of the defense, but the way you've utilized the defensive talent. And so it all really is based on that. I'm good going either way, but if you have him believing he can take the defense to that place, and I've got a top 10 defense and top 5 offense and a top 5 special teams unit, I don't see the need to necessarily take that down to the studs, despite whatever the talent may be in the rest of the division. Dig Doc says, Brandon, good point about Jody Allen. Has the pocketbook to spend 6 years, even if McDonald flashes out of 3 years. I can keep thinking that's part of the salary. I keep thinking that's part of the salary cap. Now, understandable. A lot of people kind of naturally do addicted. But it's the part, I go to and I go, hey, I don't give him a 10-year contract for all I care. People were asking me about this with Ben Johnson too. Like, well, Ben was asking for money. Like, so what? If he costs that much and that's the price, then I don't think it was just the price with him. I think it was probably a little bit as well the interview process and maybe the fact that we had a preference in this case, for instance, to the Mike McDonald over Ben Johnson. But yeah, shouldn't be an inhibiting factor. Ketten says Geno reminds me of an older Hendon Hooker. Hendon was my Hendon Hooker was my Geno comp coming out. I think literally on my draft notes, that's where I have Geno Smith as my comp for him. James Jones, hey, congratulations on the hire. I really thought my Washington was going to get him. I believe he'll be a great fit for you. I thought you guys were going to come in and snake him too, James. You guys, we were both dancing with him, and it's going to be interesting to see what your Washington Commanders decide to do now as you move forward. But really, I think really happy with this hire. There's some names being bandied about that aren't anywhere near as exciting as this one is going to end up turning out to be. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, if Jamal retires, does it affect the cap different than if he's cut? Does he have to pay back any of the bonus he received? Does it change anything in the way that it's cut? No. I don't believe so. I mean, theoretically, I could be wrong on this, and that if he announces his retirement, it could be that because then you can't cut him because he's no longer active, and so that then that dead money hit of $20 million comes fully to bloom and only on this year's cap hit. So it's possible if he retires that does turn out to be the case, Randall, where you can't cut him and then split the cap hit up into a couple years. I think that's not likely to happen. I think Jamal will probably wait before he determines that this is what he's going to choose to do. I could be wrong. I know that video seemed to lead everyone to believe that that's what he's doing. The team has never come back to a player and asked for a bonus back. And this is, in any situation, maybe they did in one with something, but maybe it was like Malik McDowell that they did that with, but that was for understandable reasons. In Jamal's case, it's going to be much like it was going to be with Cliff Averill or Cam Chancellor, where you're eating the dead money there, where you say this is much to do with the injury situation as it does with his ability to perform. And the team seems to be pretty favorable to players like this, where they're not just going to be cold-blooded with them and be like, give it back. They'll just let it flow how it flows on that one, Randall. So no, they won't do that to him. Thank you though, man. Appreciate it. Another $5 dono as well from Randall. I appreciate you for all the donos today. Randall says, I wonder if Mac's scheme would allow the team some flexibility to focus on O-line in the draft instead of D-line in round 1. Do more with a bit less in year 1. Potentially. Yeah. They do have some guys through the years on the defensive line, even the last couple of years, that have been kind of somewhat higher picks. I'm just checking on. So third round tends to be where they're very active with the defensive line. Travis Jones, Justin Matabuke. They had the Michigan edge, Adawafe. They have gone a little bit later, so they haven't necessarily targeted in the first round recently, have the Ravens. You look at their drafts and where they've gone, but some of that's, they're very driven hard at that point, Randall, as much by the front office than they are by the coaches, especially the DCs in determining the players, I think, because they're so value-based in their approach. But I would be probably pretty surprised with the defensive line talent in this particular draft so deep in the second and third round, Randall, if they would feel the need to jump on a first rounder in this draft, especially because there is a lot of exciting offensive linemen in this draft, first where it's been in recent years. Considering the need and all that, I really feel like they could be pulled a little bit more from the value standpoint to the offensive line in that first round, even if they trade back in the first round. But the Ravens don't seem to have a huge history, Randall, of necessarily going round 1 with their D-line picks. They've gone corner, they've gone linebacker, they've gone safety. Maybe not on that one, to your point. Private McFinger, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that, McFinger. So sorry if this was asked before. Will any players follow McDonald? It is a great question. Let me double check on one part that I want to see here real quick. And thank you for the donation, McFinger. Just double checking a couple quick things here to make sure I'm right before I speak. So I think there would be 3 main guys I would look at from a defensive side of the ball who could be targets here. One would be Geno Stone, who had a breakout year for them, 25 years old. Going to hit the free agent market. I don't know what he's going to cost or what the value will be. Wasn't a highly lauded, highly picked guy. He's been kind of a self-made kind of player. He could be an interesting guy to add in there if you want to pair him with, let's say, Julian Love. You also have, I think, the guy that would be maybe the biggest, brightest target for them to look at would be maybe Queen. In that he'll have the familiarity. You know what you're getting. Team will know what they're getting with McDonald. He'll know how to use him right. He makes a lot of sense. He'd be the highest paid of the bunch. And then you have a guy that's been here before, the team's liked before, coming off a really great season. I don't know what he's going to cost on the open market, but Jadeveon Clowney could be another guy that the team goes out there coming off a career year, maybe love playing with McDonald, especially they bring the defensive line coach with them. That might be really appealing to Clowney. And at that point, I think those 3 guys would be the main 3 guys, McFinger. I think defensive side of the ball would be especially where you'd be looking at. And those three guys would be the ones that would stand out. You cut Quandre, you cut Jamal, you bring Geno, and you pair him with Love. You move on from Darrell Taylor. You're not sure what you're going to have from Derek Hall going forward. I know Clowney would kind of round that up and get you a little bit logjam. Probably not likely to happen. But you need a rotation, man. You need the rotation. So Queen would be the most likely of the crew, though, McFinger. Thank you, though, for that donation. Random McDaniel, thank you for another $2 dono. What's Reek's potential trade value? At least a 3, I assume? A little more coffee. Coffee's cold. Hold on a sec. I think you're right, Randall. I think it's a 3. I think it is indeed a 3rd round pick. Would be the mid-3rd is probably about what you could get for Tariq Woolen. And then Hawks might do it. There might be a team that you can find out there that would swing at that. It may not be as important for them to have corners with the tackling aspect as it probably will be for this defense. ALG says, thank you, ALG, for the $5 donation as well. You guys are very kind of you guys tonight and to support the channel. I really appreciate it. Salute all of you for that. Says, should Seattle stay with a similar offensive system? In that case, I think the offensive coaching staff would be hired by John rather than McDonald. Well, with a young coordinator like this, I'm never against, going out there and finding just a mind on the other side of the ball that can take care of things. McVay came into the Rams and he was paired up with Wade Phillips. Phillips could just take care of the defensive side of the ball initially there. McVay didn't have to handle it or think about it or contemplate the great what ifs on that side of the ball. Wade Phillips had things handled over there. I think providing a young coach like McDonald in this first stop where there's a lot to learn, one less thing that he has to be kind of really paying attention to, there's maybe a bit of a smart approach here to where John can come to him and say, look, we're going to get this OC in here to pair with you. You'll be the head coach, but let me just get this taken care of for you. You don't have to worry about this part. Get the defensive staff put together. And we'll get a guy that will, be lockstep with what you want to do and how you want to do it. And I think that'd be pretty cool. So it's possible, ALG. Some of this is dependent upon the negotiations in the background between McDonald and Schneider. Did McDonald say, hey, if I'm going to be a head coach, I need to be able to hire my staff? Did John already kind of run this one by him? If we did hire you, would you be okay with us doing this? Some of it's a little bit of how the discussion's gone on this behind closed doors. But I think you can kind of have either way. This is also where some of the people have been wondering about potentially the Chip Kelly factor, where there's this John Schneider connection to UCLA, and thus with the connection to Chip Kelly, and then maybe there's a way where there's a little bit of a pipe with Kelly going to Seattle as an OC via that way. So it's kind of all the cards are on the table on this one, ALG, and it's so early in the hiring, being it was about 7 hours ago, that we just don't have a clear enough kind of picture on how that part of it's going to work out. I do think, to your question, we will be rolling a similar offensive system. I think it will be West Coast in its designs. Now, there are 15 million iterations of the West Coast offense being run in their different separate fashions. So after that point, it's kind of anything under the sun. But an offense with a little bit more willingness to move the chains, try to lean in to get those 3rd down conversions on the back of 3rd and 4s and 3rd and 5s, using the run to set up, using the pass to set up the run. These tenets of the West Coast offense will continue to be tenets, I think, of the offense going forward, because that's the kind of talent that you have in place to make that run. King Bomber says, it's kind of why I don't want to bring back Leonard B. He's 30. I don't see him playing at a high level for really outside of the next year, which I don't think will compete. I think to your point on that, King Bomber, if you're going to choose to go down to the studs, then definitely you don't bring back Williams. That's why you have to, it's a top-down thing for me, King Bomber. It becomes, okay, what's the philosophy of approach that we want to apply this year? Down to the studs. Okay. Then A, B, C, D, E, F, G happen. You know, if we're going to be a competitor team and want to go with this, then this happens. And if you just start with Leonard Williams, it's the two different directions. If you're going to be a competitor and you think you can get back next year quick, then boom, you're going to re-sign Leonard. If it is down to the studs, then you're right. You don't sit there and turn over the fact that the second round pick is lost. It is what it is. It hurts, but you move on down the road, you know. But it's all really dependent on what that decision is at the top. King says letting him go now, getting the third round pick and evaluating talent this year and playoff push next year is what I want them to do. Solid approach. I'm with it. James Jones says, yeah, he rebuilt the Michigan whole defense. That's Seashell, staff, and more. He did indeed. Ketten says, Reek has time to develop his tackling game, and Mike would be great building that skill. I hope so with that. I get a little worried watching where Tariq's at with the tackling versus, let's say, where Richard was at with his tackling in year 2. As Richard was a guy that was also a wide receiver convert, and there was a little bit more on film can do from Richard than there was from Tariq at times this year. A lot of business decisions on the field, Ketten, with Reek this year. A lot of lack of want at times. And it could be he had a little bit of a shoulder issue that was bothering him or whatever it was. He's got to get that the attitude's got to be brought with the technique. Nick Guzman says Woolen's bulking up. He was eating donuts while playing Madden today on Twitch. Said he was trying to add some weight. Good weight then, huh, Nick? He's on Twitch. I gotta meet up with him. Haley, I hope we get a legit nose tackle. Haley, I'm looking at Tavondre Sweat in the second round. If he drops down to the second round, that might look mighty enticing. Oxo, where does Draymond Jones fit? Well, being that you've got some Vic Fangio cover 2 shell iterations, Draymond came out of that with Denver, of course. You absolutely can still run that here. I would think that Draymond remains on the roster and slides back inside. We pushed him outside to help us out this offseason, not because he was bad inside, but because you had a necessity on the outside to try to stop the run. So, yeah. I would say he stays. All pro Seahawks, your cat's licking its ding dong. That's hard to do because she's a female. So there's not really it's more like a ding, not really the ding and the dong. Grandizer, question. Brandon Kane, which Seahawks content creator has the most benefit from this hire? You, Brendan Nelson, Locked On Seahawks, Pumpkin, or other? Pumpkin's the biggest beneficiary from this by far, no doubt about it. I think it helps everybody out. I think that the fan base was a little bit languishing as we come to the end of this year. There was a lot of people checking out of this current regime and what was going down, and people feeling like this ain't it. This ain't going to be it in the near time future. I think what this has done has been able to kind of invigorate the fan base a little bit, and that's going to get people more tuned in and keyed up to what's going on with the Hawks in general, which just does well for all of us on the viewership and whatnot on that. So everyone, I think, is equally pretty well helped out on this one. Ketten says, I've seen some ideas where we trade back our first for a first and a second. Yeah. So I think what you'd look to do, Ketten, if you look at historically speaking, is you move back 16 to, let's say, 25, and then you get a mid-second round pick, and now you have 2 third-round picks, and you get that second-round pick back from the Leonard Williams trade, essentially. That would be, I think, an ideal. And then you're fitting back from 16 to 25. You're not really losing a lot of difference of the type of talent that you could bring in. You know, there'll be a couple of players that you maybe like that you don't quite get then, but there'll still be a similar amount of talent there. So that's the straightforward fashion to think that way that they could maybe get that done. And I'm expecting John Schneider to probably try to do it. Grandizer, Brandon Kane goes to McDonald's in honor of Mac. I ain't eating McDonald's. That stuff's poison. Pure, utter poison. King, with Seattle's cap situation, I doubt we sign anyone, and letting Williams walk will most likely award us a third-round pick for 2025. Possible they go that route. Depends on if they cut guys. Finger, it's good the way that this has turned out, man. Dustin Cole, yeah, we were kind of in a win-now mode when that trade was made, losing a second and a fifth for a guy that wasn't even under contract after 2023. Curious what ends up happening there. I'm still expecting him to be signed to a contract extension. Jake Waldman, Seahawks just posted a video of Macdonald in the building. Let's go. Herbicide, I'm super soaked. Me too, Herbicide. I love this hire. Eric Johnson says, Kitty and I feel the same way about letting Carroll go without a plan. She's worried about it too, man, Eric. You know, she's worried. Sometimes you just got to, it's a leap of faith. I need to put the cat on the track. She's a big girl, man. She needs a lot of salmon treats. She's very hungry. Big Docs. Oh, okay. In 2020, got it. Thanks, Ben. Round 1 to 16, then waiting forever for our mid-late third-round picks. That's roughly 60 players. We pass on getting one pick. Wow. That's why I think I'm really sure addicted to that you end up going back into the second round some way. By hook or crook, somewhere or another, you find your way back into the second round. That you don't just wait that long. Tommy says Pumpkin woke up from a nightmare where John hired Dan Quinn. Felt a bit sick, but it has passed. She's back to relaxation now. She's made her peace. Like, oh, it's not real. She's that sigh. Oh, thank God. Grandizer, that's very kind for you to say. Appreciate you for that, Grandizer. Ken, no offense. I know it sometimes rankles new folks in here, and I'm sorry on that one. I'm trying to find the creative way to do this, and I've meant to do more shows to kind of do this, but these breaking news days where we get so many people in the chat, I definitely have the harder time staying with it. I just, it's always been the way I've done it, and I know a lot of people say, like, nobody else does this way. So it's a bit odd. It just, I do love it. The thing I like about it too, Ketten, is it's not just to read it to give people, the respect of reading their comments, but my people in my community, my commenters, tend to have some really smart things that they actually present in the chat. They're not just coming in to troll or say something stupid, or you'll see a lot of people, with some really, good backing on what they want to say. And it usually is something that informs me or gets me laughing or gets me thinking. It's also why I like to kind of cover that so thoroughly is I always end up getting something out of it too. Orion says, I love this hire. Now I'm even more excited for our draft. Hopefully, Troy Fatanu is still on the board when we pick. He will be on the board when we pick at 16. No doubt about that, Orion. No doubt about that. I like him too. I'm with it. Filter, this offseason, I see us cutting Jamal and trading Quandre. Then in the draft, trading up to 25 and picking Cameron Kitchens. Thoughts? I don't know if Quandre Diggs is going to have a lot of a trade market out there for him at this point, Filter, given his cost on the base salary and then the fact he's in his 30s. And then the fact that, of course, Filter, the safety position is kind of devalued throughout the league for the most part. So I don't know if you're going to get anything from him, but I do agree that you're moving on from Quandre one way or the other on that. So yes, I see that happen. Both of those two things I see happening, absolutely. I do see the team trading back. 16 to 25 seems we're on the same mindset with that one as far as exactly lockstep, yes. And Cameron Kitchens, I don't quite have him in the first round, but I've got him sort of scratching on the edges of the first. So if you were to take him 25, that's not a big reach. He's got some kind of Ed Reed vibes to him. He's not as good as a prospect coming out in the Ed Reed range, but he's got some unique ball skills and ability to read things back there. I would love to bring that to the defense. And if you're going to move off of those two safeties, as much as some people will have some hesitancies with going back to the safety well and putting value back into the position, you're going to have to a little bit probably if you move off of both Jamal and Quandre. So Cameron makes a lot of sense there at 25. Slight little bit of a leap for me on my big board where I have Cameron, but it's not so much tremendously so that you sit there and you lament it. Like, that's fine. If you love the guy, you love the guy. And that's not a big leap. Haley says, apparently Shanahan used his first few picks in San Francisco on defense. Could see Mike McDonald wanting to shore up the offensive line considering he knew how easily it was to exploit our current line. Great point, Haley. Yeah, understanding that, hey, we went through you like hot butter. That thing needs to be fixed. And that would have him saying to John, I'll get my defense right. I can maximize that. You need to get that functional. And I agree. With me, Haley, I've led with saying the offensive line's got to be priority number one this offseason. Riverside, how is the OC at UW? Is he available? I don't know on that one. I think King Bomber too. They're re-signing Leonard. I know where you're coming from completely, not wanting to, but I do think they're going to re-sign Leonard Williams. Braden Lenowinski. Let's party, boys. Let's get hyped. We hired the best available coach, and I'm ready to bring back this LOB 2.0. Let's go, Braden. Love to see how happy people are today in the chat. It's so good to see. Like I was saying, we got to the end of the year, and there's a lot of people in the darkness. A lot of people going, I don't know when we're going to see that light at the end of this particular tunnel. This thing is going down the wrong path. And so I feel like there has been a lot more optimism in recent weeks from the fan base and their outlook of this team in future. And it's great to see. Haley says, imagine Geno with a line that's better than 30th in the league. Hell, imagine K9 not getting hit in the backfield. The things I've talked to people a lot about with this, Haley, this is something I've been slamming on hard, saying, get the line, because you get the line fixed. Geno gets better. The running backs get better. The receivers look better. Everybody improves off of that line being improved. And I truly believe it. And I hope they attack it that way, Haley. I think they will. I think a lot of the lack of attack in the offensive line in recent years has kind of come from putting the onus on other positions in other places. And that's not necessarily come from Schneider particularly, Haley, on that. Certainly is not the Packer way, as they always usually build a pretty good quality offensive line down there. Philip Castle, draft predictions, defensive line or O-lineman? I think O-lineman, just about everybody's in play because we don't know who the OC is going to be. From a defensive lineman standpoint, pretty much all of these guys are going to be pretty much fits for this defense. And there's a lot of good defensive tackles in this draft. But you could make a case for just about any of them to come in. Nobody's really a pure 4-3. There's less of those pure 3-4 ends kind of guys too. That used to be a body type. It's kind of less of that now. Psychotic, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Psychotic. I appreciate you for that. But we'll see on Phillip. It's going to depend on the offensive coordinator and the scheme he's going to run. Pobe, Malin Branch. Do you see us getting more defensive players in the draft now? And if so, who are the names that come to mind? Maybe even free agency? I think free agency, when you look at like Ravens type of players that come out in free agency, as we spoke about Geno Smith, Clowney, Patrick Queen, those would be certainly guys that you would take a look at. Maybe even Giants cast-offs, like an Isaiah Simmons. You might look at some of those guys too that have played under the Wink Martindale scheme, as they might be fits as well. When it comes to the draft, I think when you look on the surface of it, it doesn't guarantee that it has to be this way, but you look on the surface of this and McDonald comes in and he's going to say, look, I'm going to need this player, that player, that player, and that player to make this scheme work. And we don't have that on the roster right now. You're not going to have a lot of cap space to work with to go out there and really attack it in free agency outside of kind of sniping a couple positions here and there. Really, it's going to have to happen in the draft. So this is where I start to get informed on making a prediction here, Pobe, to say, okay, you're going to need probably 3 or 4 specific type of defensive players to make this defense work in the future. You want them to be talented. That means that we need to try to maximize more of those picks in day 1 and 2, which means when you look at the easiest way to get that calibrated, you move back in the first round once or twice, recoup a couple picks back into the flow of it, and then, rock out with a first, a second, and 2/3, maybe 2 seconds or even 3 seconds, 2/3. You find some kind of combination like that and then put together that grouping that fits defensively for what he wants on that side of the ball. Haley, I hope Adams retires because I don't like the HR look of cutting him. It's business and he should be gone, but so many people like him in the locker room. Indeed. It wouldn't be easy to come to the cut point. I don't do so lightly, and if your cap situation was maybe in a better place, you wouldn't have to have it come to this spot, but it's there. Evans says, have you seen the Seahawks Instagram post about McDonald? Pretty wholesome. I haven't checked them out yet. No. I will, though. I will this evening. AZ Hawker, any thoughts on Tyler Lockett and his high salary next year? Could he be a cap casualty as well? Diggs. Well, the Hawks could go hog wild on the cap situation. So, you can post June 1st designate. Actually, I think, hold on. Yeah. So you got Lockett for 2 years of contract left. So, you can post June 1st designate Lockett. And that would split up his dead money. So, with Lock, you save $8 million again just by cutting him. But if you post June designate him, you save $18 million from Tyler. So that's a significant amount of savings to be able to go into that direction of it if they wanted to, AZ. I still think, though, when it comes to Lockett versus Jamal or Diggs, he's been a lot more of a valuable player for you than those guys have. And that while he might be making a little bit more than what he brings to the field, he's at least still bringing a net plus to the field. I don't think you're going to be driven as much to move on from Lockett. Because I think AZ Hawker, this comes from, it really comes down to, you're not going to try to create $60 million of cap, I don't think, this offseason. You're going to create enough cap space to sign a couple of specific guys if you're going into contender mode and it's not getting taken down to the studs. So when it's Jamal Adams, Quandre Diggs, Nick Bellore, Brian Monet, and Dwayne Eskridge, that's really the big cuts that you only have to make. Everybody else can kind of stay at that point. You make those cuts, and now you can sign Leonard Williams. You can go sign a Patrick Queen in free agency. You can get the rest of your offseason moves made, get a couple of maybe wave 3, tier 3 free agents at that point. You don't need to go like completely into bonkers town with it all the way on it. They could. I just don't think they will. Herbicide says the Cards are going to be good next year. I think we were too harsh on Gannon. We probably were. Look, the work you do is the work you do. And I thought the job he did with that Cardinals team, I thought he got the most out of them. He got them playing hard for him. They're trending upwards in that direction of things. You got to tip your cap to Gannon. And that's as a guy that was a pretty big hater of him going in there. Braden says we're going to have the best head coach with the initials MM. The only one is Mike McDaniel. There you go. Ketten says, I hope McDonald understands we would die for him. Cyberhawk, do we play Harbaugh this year? Have him raise that flag, laughing out loud. Do we play the Chargers next year? I don't think we play the Chargers next year, do we? I don't think we go through the West. I think we go through the AFC East. He was a third-round pick, Hendon Hooker. Okay, yeah. Yeah, they're not going to let him go, Ketten. Because they're going to pay Goff, and then they're going to want the backup position to be cheap, but still good and workable if they have to go to it. Megan Hawks Nest coming down 4-day migraine, and my head still hates me. We'll talk to you later. Love the hire. And as always, we are 12. Now let's roar. Talk soon. Talk soon, Megan. Have yourself a great night. Hope you're feeling better. Why are you mad, bro? Just trade for Justin Fields? They might. They just might. Swedish Shinobi says, Hendon Hooker should be the only quarterback in the league to get paid by the hour. Dun, dun, dun. King says, sorry, my numbers might be off. I need to use the dead cap numbers from next season for the contract structure to work. No, it's all fluid right now. I get it, King Bar. I'm not hardlining my numbers on, it's basic quotes. We're going generalized. I get that. But you're in the right area on the cap space you create. You wanted to go whole hog here this offseason. CJ says Mike's going to bring the best out of Mike Morris. They were in Michigan together along with Olu. Can't wait to see it. I love it, man. Love the confidence, CJ. And indeed, you might not have to address your 3-tech position because he will feel okay enough about what you got with Mike Morris in here. King Bomber, Junior Colson might be more and more an option here with McDonald coming in too. I could put that. Yeah, I think that's smart to put that 1 and 1 together on that. AI says, who was the coach in the early 90s? You youngsters don't know misery those years. Terrible 2-16. That would be Tom Mother effing Hall of Famer Flores. Hall of Famer. King Bomber, if we trade down, we might end up with him if we get the second round pick. Yeah, exactly. Might make it all that much more advantageous, King Bomber, to move down. You go, hey, we're moving down, we pick up the pick, and we still get the guy we really want to be targeting here. Addicted Brandon, does McDonald go for Chris Jenkins after trade down? Pair him up with Mike Morris. Chris Jenkins is a 3-tech addicted. Mike Morris is a 3-tech. So you're not really pairing them up. I mean, that'd be rotational guys. Some of this depends on if you're going to bring back a Leonard Williams. It's kind of early on this on the personnel front, folks, to go too far down the line because we don't know what they're going to intend to do with, like, okay, do you re-sign Leonard Williams? Okay, so Addicted to Hawks, if you re-sign Leonard Williams, now you have Leonard Williams, you got Draymond Jones, you've got Mike Morris, and then you have Chris Jenkins. You have 4 3-techs on your roster at that point, with basically Jaron Reed and Cam Young as your only true 1-techs on the roster. So you're probably not going Chris Jenkins as your 4th 3-tech if you like Mike Morris. If they don't like Mike Morris, then there's a potential you go with Chris Jenkins as maybe your 3rd 3-tech at that point. But I don't think they go that way. I think that if they're going defensive tackle in this draft, you're going to go with a 1-tech, a nose tackle, rather than a 3-tech, especially if you re-sign Leonard Williams. Kenton says, I imagine if we don't trade down our first, it'll be an edge. Edge player is kind of maybe the value on the board at that spot, to your point, Kenton. When you look at the value boards, and to me, I've got 5 edges with a first-round grade right now. Turner, Latu, Trice, First, Robinson. So, I mean, no other position right now, no other position I've got in this draft has that many first-round grades. So to your point, if you're going by a value-based board, then that might draw you back to edge. Psychotic, who are my top cut candidates? Jamal Adams, Quandre Diggs, Brian Monet, Dwayne Eskridge, Nick Ballore. Those would be my, almost no doubt about it, they get cut. On my list of, you could still cut them, but I don't think it's likely. I would put Tyler Lockett and Draymond Jones. On my list of, you could still cut them, but it's highly unlikely, I would probably put like Geno Smith and Tyler Lockett. Greg says, B, what about Kafka as an OC? Might give him title assistant coach. Well, I don't even think even though he's not even the OC, I don't think right now with the Chiefs, is he? Isn't he just the quarterback's coach, the OC? So I think you could just bring him, or even if he is an OC, I'd totally be open to doing that. I'd be good with it. Haley, is Leonard Williams a nose tackle or more of a hybrid defensive tackle, defensive end? He's a 3-tech who can play some nose tackle occasionally, Haley. I wouldn't say that you'd have him rocking nose tackle, 1-tech, 50-50. But every once in a while, especially if you want to go to like a NASCAR package where you're just bringing pass rushers across the board, you could have him rock some nose tackle with that. But he's mainly a 3-tech. Does Zakaka, do I think Mike will keep Bobby? I don't know. He's had hyper-athletic linebackers the past 2 years. Bobby's not as hyper-athletic as he once was. But Bobby's very physical, and you can use Bobby in a certain fashion to make him work. They've already got to address the other middle linebacker position, so it may be hard to address both of them, which might take them down to a path of convenience and just keeping Bobby back in, getting the other position taken care of, and maybe drafting somebody. So I think there's still a chance Bobby does come back even with this defensive scheme. Connery just started his Twitch today. Okay, nice. Daddy Dennis's only two Seahawks coaches hires I was excited about were Holmgren and Knox. I was probably a little more hyped on Erickson than I should have been. I liked the Carroll hire. Holmgren one was like, holy hell. That was so legitimate at the time. You're like, damn. We go into the penthouse, from the outhouse to the penthouse. ALG says, I think McDonald was the best option for Seattle. I agree. Ketten says, I wonder what made McDonald saw in Seattle that made him want more than Washington. I mean, you've got more of, I think, a front office in play that's more solidified. They've been here everyone's been there for 14 years versus Washington that's just hired a general manager and just kind of instilling everything from the top down into place. That alone could be enough to push the needle over to our side of it. Say nothing in the fact that we are a more talented team than that Washington team is. We are closer to being a winner than that Washington team is. Good morning. I think you'll have Spoon play safety and in the slot. I think you'll have them all over the place. Good morning. I think you'll see him on the outside at times too. Haley says, what's really cool is it feels like we have so much talent on this roster compared to when Pete Carroll took over. It feels so much better than the record, whereas that team felt worse and was like 4-12. You're right, Haley. I mean, to your point, that's one of the reasons that they turn over the roster like 1,400 players in 3 years when they initially walked in, because you were just, this roster ain't it. This ain't working. You're on the back of a lot of Tim Ruskell drafts where he drafted very safe. He didn't really go for the talented guys. He tried to go for kind of the Boy Scout, big school guys that, were a little bit limited in their ability. You're right. You're not dealing with that now walking into this team. You've got so much better talent, so much ready, so much closer to competing. And to me, you've already kind of laid the groundwork in a lot of ways for a team that's ready to go out there and compete. It's just about now maximizing things within the scheme, which is what I think these coaching hires are really going to do. Ketten says, would Richard Sherman be open to a 1-year contract? Nah, he's happy doing the announcing stuff. Kind of. He kind of went off yesterday. Jeez. Leo, if we get a good quarterback and a new defensive line to stop the run, we're Super Bowl bound. I love it, Leo. I love the confidence. It's definitely possible. David Adams, Mike McDonald is the best overall head coaching hire this year. He's the best in the game adjuster like Bill Belichick was known for. Well said, David. I think you can make a strong argument to that point. Leo says, wait, trading back for what, if you don't mind me answering? Well, my opinion on it is this, Leo, is that the average fan tends to look at first rounds, and I'm not saying you look at it this way, but they'll look at a first round and they'll say, well, there's 32 first round picks, so therefore there must be 32 first round worthy players. It's my opinion, and this is one that's not just my opinion, but one that you hear from talent evaluators, scouts, and general managers, is that what in actuality truly does happen is that you really only have about 10 blue chip prospects every draft. You're lucky to get to 10. And once you get to pick 11, 12, 13, 14, you've now arrived at tier 2 of the draft. And tier 2 lasts from about 11 to 50. That's about, it's arbitrary. It changes draft to draft. It's not always the same. Sometimes it goes up to 60, 65 players. Sometimes it drops down to 40 players in that tier 2. The point being, though, Leo, is that when I move back from 16 to 25 or 25 to the third pick in the second round, all of those picks remain then in the tier 2 grouping. So there's a logic here of why take one tier 1 guy if I can get 2, 3 tier 2 guys? Or no, sorry, why take one tier 2 guy if I can take 3 tier 2 guys? 2 or 3 tier 2 guys. And this kind of draft, it kind of works that way. I could be sitting there at 16 and I've got, let's say I've got Braylon Trice as a guy that I'm picking there. Well, I could trade back to 25 and then have Graham Barton or Cooper Bebe or Troy Fautanu, right? So it's like the difference is just not that much between those two guys. And so why not get an extra swing? Why not get an extra pick? The way I would personally do it would look to move back to like 25, try to get back in the second round then, Get your guard like a Barden. Go get Graham Barden. Come back into the second round, and then go get your Junior Colson, middle linebacker. What's better? It's sort of like this. Is it better to get Braylon Trice or Junior Colson and Graham Barton? What's the better value? It's kind of, that's the exercise you have to play on that trading back game. But the thing that when I tend to pull on this thread, Leo, I tend to come back to people tend to look at the first round with everybody's got they're all the blue chips, or you're still in a blue chip range at 16 when you're really kind of not. Chison says Jim Harbaugh's the best hire. It's a good argument to be made on that too. Nathaniel Park says, I see us trading back at the end of the first and McDonald trying to grab his guy at quarterback. Just feel like he might want to leave his mark early on, trying to get Penix at like 31 like Baltimore did with Lamar. Very possible. It's kind of everything's on the table at this point, Nathaniel, because you just don't know quite where Mike's going to be on his outlook of Geno and what the team needs and doesn't need. ALG, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Says, would you trade back for a left guard or take a true first round value pass rusher in the first round? Wow. I just kind of, I didn't even see your donation when I was just talking about that a second ago. That's awesome. We all know John likes to trade back. I think first, let's lead with the last part. And thank you for your $5 donation. Let's lead with your last part first. John likes to trade back. That is his predilection. That's the way he leans. And when he's down a second round pick, we know that that's going to be itching at him like that itch that he just can't stop scratching. So he's going to want to move back by a natural tendency here. I think his outlook of this draft is going to be similar to mine in the respect of I see there being 10 blue chip guys. After you get outside of those 10 blue chip guys, and he may not even get to 10. Right now I've got zero. I have zero blue chip prospects on the defensive side of the ball in this draft. And I have 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 9 blue chip prospects on the offensive side of the ball. Caleb Williams, Drake May, Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, Romo Odunzie, Brock Bowers, Olu Fashanu, Joe Alt, and Talise Fuaga has risen up into my blue chip range. So if he sees it the same way, ALG, then why not move back at that point? And I was just talking before I saw your donation of exactly this scenario you just talked about. 16 to 25, I take Graham Barton. I get back into the second round. I then go take a Junior Colson, one of the best middle linebackers in this draft, or Edgerrin Cooper, or Peyton Wilson. That would be the smarter way to go, because it comes down to what's that more valuable? What is that more valuable guy? To take that Braylon Trice at 16, or to get Barton and Junior Colson. I think it's a pretty easy flop at that point, pretty easy call at that point to make from Schneider's perspective. He will need to trade partner who's willing to do it, but then that just requires one of those teams to fall in love with one of these guys at the top that they do see in that next level. They may look at a Braylon Trice like, oh yeah, he is that guy. Or Zerzon Newton is that guy. Thank you, ALG. I appreciate it. I do see it going that way. Don Mata, thank you for the $10 donation. Very kind of you, Don. I really do appreciate that, man, and I hope you're having a great day. Thank you also for being a member of the channel. Says, hello, B. Forget the dirty BJ. We got McDonald's, baby. Let's go. We can have it our way. Will he call the plays? Many Ravens fans say they should have fired Harbaugh, for which says all you need to know. We had a few Ravens fans came in here that I thought were really cool about, talking about that fact of it. I saw this as well being brought up before I went live and doing a little bit of just trying to get a general pulse of the Ravens fandom. And what struck me is that you have a coach in Harbaugh who's taken you to the Super Bowl, who's been considerably successful for years, done it with multiple different quarterbacks, who's shown a keen ability to hire the right guys for the positions, who's willing to update his process. I know he's been there for a long time, but he's willing to do forward-thinking things in his approach to coaching. But that you had a lot of these Raven fans that were coming away going, man, maybe we should have moved off Harbaugh and stayed with McDonald. This is going to hurt. This is a big loss to us. This is really going to sting. And like you say, that tells you all you need to know about how good a hire this is about how the fans are talking about him as he leaves. It's not just simply, and you could have heard this on the other, like I was trying to tell people at the top of the show, Don, you could have seen them go the complete opposite way. And the tendency for fans is to self-cope a little bit and be like, we didn't need him anyway. We're the Raven machine. We've been here for 20 long years doing what we do. This ain't about a coordinator. This is about us. This is about our culture. This is about our bup, right? And instead, they're not saying that. They're like, no, this guy's a freaking genius. And we're losing this genius out of the building. And that is going to hurt. And that is to our gain. That's to our gain. So I think their reaction has told a lot about this, Don. And it's been interesting to hear them say that, because I would not have thought that I would have seen fans online talking about we should have moved off for Harbaugh to keep McDonald. Whoa. Talk about a reaction I did not. I expect a reaction, well, it'll hurt a little bit. But to go that hard with your reaction, to go that, that much with it, I think, does speak to it. But I don't think he'll call his own plays. I'm only making a guess on this, Don, that historically speaking, defensive coaches don't tend to call their own plays once they become head coaches. It's very, very unusual to see that. So I would estimate that he'll have a guy that he delegates to do that. But he'll be a part of the process, be a part of the play calling, be a part of, evaluating what they're trying to do to go after teams, defensively speaking. But thank you, Don. Appreciate the $10 donation. It's good to hear you're jacked up too. Sometimes I'll take a McDonald's over a BJ, Some days I'm a little more hungrier than I am, It all depends on the mood we're in, right? Haley says, wasn't Earl Thomas our first pick under Pete Carroll? Would be kind of poetic to snag a good safety again. Actually, what happened on that one, Haley, is that the prior year, the final gift, the greatest gift Ruskell gave us was the final gift he gave us on his way out the door. He traded a second-round pick to Denver Broncos and Josh McDaniels to get a future first-round pick from the Denver Broncos the next year, a coup of a trade. And so what that led you to have then, Haley, is that you had 2 first-round picks for Pete Carroll when he walked in the door. You had a top 10 pick, and then you had the top 12 pick of Earl Thomas. So you had Russell Okung was your first pick at 7, and then Thomas was in the same draft. So second pick. See you in a bit, King Bomber. It's going to be an exciting offseason, no doubt about that. And Leo, yep, future is definitely looking bright. Leo says, I've been cheesing so hard all day on the news. I was before I went live, man. I was right there with you, clicking here, clicking there, just, consuming as much as I could on this. Kedden, I'd like to have Bobby back too. I don't know if he'll want to be a linebacker coach when he retires. He might. He might have other options out there, though, too. It's always hard to say with these guys. Empower Code, I am a Seahawk, and I am a Seahawk with pride. The times have changed. We are revamped. Fear us. Mr. Kane, thank you for reminding me that. Please do hit, smack, destroy that like button. I'd also like to, if I could, just take a quick second and thank the sponsor of this show. The sponsor of this show is going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout the course of this year and off season. You can click down below in the top of the description section. There is a link that will take you directly to Underdog's Fantasy site where they will match you up to 100% of your first deposit. So you get $100 on me to you, and all you got to do is use my code. They'll match you up $100, first deposit up to 100%, $100. Click that link or just use my code NEST. And they've got a variety of different games and matchups you can still get into on that site. Get in on the Super Bowl. You got a feeling that, hey, Mahomes is going to throw for 300 or be under 300 and get shut down by this defense. Whatever you think, wherever you may stand with it, you can go out there and get ahead of the train and the tracks on that one. They also have hockey, baseball, basketball going on here throughout the offseason. Get into every kind of contest from fantasy versus just predicting what you think a player is going to produce on a given game or for a given season. They got it all across the board, but they've been kind enough to sponsor the show throughout the course of this offseason. And so just use that code today, underdogfantasy.com. Thank you for them. And Crazy Team, Trench Guys are the most important players. They make every other player look great. They do, Card. And that's where I really want to get back to the trenches of this draft, especially offensive line. King Day, who should we go after for OC and DC? I know some fans still have some concerns, especially with the offensive side of the ball. I do believe they do as well. I think both with OC and DC King Tay, the likelihood is that he just tries to grab people from within his own staff there. We've heard quarterbacks coach T. Martin for the Ravens becomes a kind of candidate number one for OC. When it comes to DC, his defensive lines coach, his linebackers coach, those become kind of the two in the box kind of candidates that you would think. If you're talking outside the box for a DC, Vrabel maybe, Wink Martindale maybe. Offensive guys outside the box, the Frank Smith guy with Miami, he's not able to actually call the plays in Miami. Maybe you could bring him over. Hard to say offensively. I mean, they go for something crazy like a Chip Kelly or just to something kind of boring with a T. Martin, So it's still kind of too early to tell at this point. And I don't have a necessarily preference on either side of the ball in that King Tay. I don't. I trust with the DC that it's just an extension of kind of him. With that's fine. And with OC, I could understand if he wanted to go with the Tay Martin and somebody he knows, even though they're kind of untested. So I'd understand it even if I wouldn't be necessarily leaning to that being the direction I'd want to take. You got to kind of let the coach pick who he wants to pick. The Wu-Tang Life. Hawks may pick a pass rusher or a linebacker at number one as per NFL experts. Mel Kiper thinks the Hawks may go J.J. McCarthy as Penix and Bo Nix will be gone. Bo Nix will be gone by 16, huh? That's, maybe possible. Yeah, Kiper, I think, is smoking a little crack on the McCarthy at 16 thing. I can't see it. Can't see it. ALG, yeah, I think Sherman stays on the TV. He ain't trying to do nothing else. Haley says, Packers build a solid offensive line with consistent mid-round picks. Would love to see us beef that up, especially after last year, knowing how much depth is needed. They've done pretty good about not having to, always have to, they seem to always have a good line that has depth, Haley, without having to invest a tremendous amount of resources into it. I mean, they've sustained the David Bakhtiari injury of the past couple of years fairly easily for the most part. Brian says, Brandon, sweet shirt. We love this news, right? Well, thank you, Brian. You got me. And so, yeah, it is pretty nice. We love this news. I think by far most of the chat here, I would say, 9 to 1 rate at least, loves this hire, I would say. And I'm right there with him. Right there with him. ALG says Mel Kiper's on some crazy drugs I want to try. When I saw the McCarthy thing, I was just going, that's got to be a for clicks thing, right? I know I'm going to set so many fans off with this one that it becomes that. And I don't know if it's that. I know he's got some connections in the league, but the McCarthy goes in the first round to me is such a silly, silly proposition. The guy's got no business, zero business going in the first round. He's got no business going in the second round. That's how ridiculous you even talk about the first. Good morning, football breakdowns. If we get Queen and they get rid of Diggs and Adams and draft Cameron, then draft a D-line and O-line. I'm good with it. I like that route. Kelvin Sherman's been cheerleading Seahawks and Niners. Why would he hate this? Did somebody say that Sherman didn't like this? Sherman went full on hot. Oh, it's not that. It's Kelvin. Sherman went hot, half cocked. And I've got to be honest with Sherman. I understand he's going to be a bit of a live wire that says what he wants to say, and that's his whole shtick. But, there's getting to a point with him, and it's been this way maybe for years already with me on this, but it's just, I read his whole exchange on Twitter yesterday, and it's just like, his attitude towards Hawks fans is kind of effed up. And, he's called us spoiled before. He's called us ungrateful before. You're pushing quickly here, Sherman, with this, where it's like, I'm going to be like, F you then, And I don't know where it's all coming from, the ungrateful thing or all that. I never liked the spoiled moniker that he applied. You know, he's got his own little like view of reality sometimes that's wholly uniquely just to Richard. But he kind of went off, Keldon, and it was kind of, it's again childish in his approach that he takes sometimes. And it's like, I thought he was starting to grow, but just every once in a while, right when you think Sherman's starting to grow, is like he backwards it up a little bit to just remind you that, like, oh, okay, back to being a dick. Okay. Philip Barton, I think, is our guy. Too talented, multifunctional. Be good, slot in as a guard or right tackle if necessary. Makes so much sense to me, Philip. And I think that it's not the worst thing for the team to look at where, hey, this guy will be a great left guard. And then if we need him to kick out the tackle, if Lucas does go down, and then he'll not only be a functional tackle, but be able to still perform the position well if you kick him out there. And that's what you, I think, get in Barton. And that I feel like would be very enticing to this team with where the line situation's at. Haley says, if we take a quarterback, it'll be the one John wants. By all accounts, JS scouted quarterbacks exceptionally well. If he shoots for one, he's not missing. I think that's one of the positions that he has a good, to your point on that, a good firm footing on, Haley. And I trust in his pick on that as well. I think if he gets a guy, even if it's not a guy I'm hot to trot on, I'll trust in his choice because he has that pretty doggone good track record. Nick Craig has been a Hawks Nest member for 9 long months. Thank you, Nick, for almost a year as a member of the channel. If you trade back, you can use an extra second on Zach Zinter or J.J. McCarthy and still cover your defensive tackle or middle linebacker spot. Exactly, Nick. It becomes the value of being able to cover both of those two positions versus just one becomes too enticing for me, especially because I think the talent is similar between all three of those guys. If you take the player given A at 16 or you play player given B at 25 and 44, your cumulative is so much better between these two guys versus this guy. He's not far and away so much better than these two to override that. I do think Nick Zinter's probably going to last into the third because of the leg injury he had. It's going to probably ding him down. He would have been if he was a healthy guy coming this draft. I think probably a solid second rounder, but does probably dip to more of the third round. But your base point is still the true one, which is that you can still go trade back, pick up the guy, get the lineman, still go back, attack a linebacker, attack quarterback if that's what you want to do in the second round too. That's an option there for you. I think this is where John's going to go. If I was a bet man, I would definitely put money on this one. This is where he's leaning towards. Thank you, Nick, for a long time support on the channel. Orlando says Tyler's arguably the second best receiver in Seahawks history. It'll be sad to see him released. I personally hope he plays one more season and then elects to retire. That's what I thought that this is where this was going to go, Orlando, is that he would intend to play one more year and then just kind of naturally kind of call it a day at that point. Nathaniel Parks, would Jordan Travis be a possible late round pick for us? He would be. I think he probably goes 4th, 5th round. But I like him a lot. His tape's really fun. Real good arm, great mobility. Does a great job of putting the ball in the right position, especially for Keon Coleman and the Wilson kid. Great trust thrower. Really puts it out there for those guys with long arms and a big catch radius to go get the ball. Good decision making. And a guy that might dip a little bit because of that injury he had right at the end of the year, but who is still a very talented guy and it should recover fully from that injury. Card Craze, Lockett is indispensable to the Seahawks. I can't see them letting Lockett go. He's a good player and an amazing leader. Agreed. I don't think it's going to happen either. TBN says, battle of the young Mikes next season. Brian Blank, early 90s, then Dennis Erickson. It was a tough time. Island Johnny, any chance they draft a quarterback in rounds 1 to 3? Yes, I do. I think that's a real chance there, Island Johnny. I think it's probably more likely a 3rd round onward. Would be if I was saying an educated guess on, I'd say that. I don't think they'll go that early with it. But I do think you come out of this draft, Johnny, with a quarterback, one by hook or crook, one way or the other. Wu-Tang Live, Lockett's gone unless he takes a pay cut. Way too much money. Adam's gone for not sure. Get rid of the high salary. We'll see. Haley says the average age of the NFC West head coaches is 40 years old. That's nuts. It's gotten young very fast across the league, Haley. It's almost just about snap the neck. It's gone so quick from the old tried and true to the young bulls. Brian, those dark days when Flores was head coach, that was a tough time. Brian Blank Adams needs to go, but that's a lot of dead money. Brian, you can make him a post June 1st designation and split the dead money into 2 years. Makes it a little more feasible. Makes it a little bit more workable. Tom Flores was brutal too. And KJ Wright, Cam Chancellor, I'm seeing some mentions for former Hawk coaches. I mean, you got with the former Hawk coaches, I don't know if they're really wanting to be coaches, any of them. I don't get the impression. KJ's flirted with talking about it a little bit, but I just don't get the impression that's really the track that any of them really want to go. With KJ and Sherm, their personalities, they're content producers now, YouTubers. It's a different, I don't think they're looking to go to coaching. Coaching is such a big commitment thing. You got to really want to do it. You got to really love to do it. It's almost at times that's got to be the only option you got in the book to do. And so, yeah. Press conference tomorrow at 11. Stud tight end would be good, Haley. It's going to be hard to find one in this draft, though. It's kind of a weak draft for tight ends. It's a little bit. Scooby Zacks, what's up, man? Says, hey, B, how you doing tonight? I'm doing great. Love this hire, man. I think everyone in the chat's feeling pretty uplifted on it as well. Ryan, he says, if memory serves me correctly, besides Jack Patera, this is the first time we've hired a guy who was not already an established head coach in the NFL. Dennis Erickson wasn't an established head coach in the NFL. He was a college coach. But yes, the exception of those two guys, this would be the only one. Zen Lunatic, yeah, compare how the Ravens feeling about McDonald versus how we feel about Clint leaving. Yes. We're over here as Lunatic having a party, everyone's getting drunk, Clint's leaving. Ravens are over there just like, got the 10,000 yard stare looking out the window wistfully, sighing a lot. Hazard says Holmgren to Carroll to McDonald, not bad, not too bad. There's a little more in there. Can't forget that part, but yeah, it's not bad aside from that. Addicted to Hawks, Brandon, a McDonald's over a BJ. I feel a t-shirt or a mug idea. I think you might be right on this. I think we might be onto something at this point. Maybe I'll whip something together tonight for the store. ALG says all the cap talk, there's an option to extend Geno as well. There is. Absolutely there is. A lot of flexibility with what they can do here. It's more about cap flexibility than it is about cap space when it comes down to getting things done. A person says, I got to say, today was a good day. No barking from the dog. No smoke. Mama got the breakfast with no halt. Got my grub on, but didn't pig out. Mike McDonald got hired. Now I got to dig out. Brett Mueller, Bobby's too smart to be a coach. Dude could make a lot more money elsewhere. Agreed. I think he's going to have plenty of other options. It's just not going to happen. Zen Lunatic says, change the promo code to Mike. That might be a good idea. Tommy says, Ron Wolf said it's not about offense or defensive coaches. It's about finding the right guy, a smart guy. John took that to heart because of the way he talked. I thought we'd go offensive head coach. I did too, Tommy, and certainly the Packers have a huge, rich, recent history of going head coaches on the offensive side of the ball first and foremost. But John certainly seems to have taken that to account because the thing that you hear about Mike, and anything that's referenced to Mike about anything else, it's smart, genius, Genius. Smartest guy in the room. You know, that's what you hear about over and over again with this guy. A person says, Mike said he came here for the fans and that he wants to bring another Super Bowl to the 12s. Let's go. Hell yeah, person. I love that. Jay McIntyre, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Jay. Appreciate you for that. Zen Lunatic, Russ in Denver next year. They can't keep him in Denver after what they did. I mean, they so threw him under the bus with trying to get him to restructure. I don't know if you could. I know they've tried to say like, no, he can maybe still come back, but he's La Cinta. As Scooby says, Russ is done in Denver. LG, I would say 2025 only if he really. I'm sorry, you're responding. Tom Eden says, I can't believe how much of a career Mel Kiper's had made out of one freak luck pick 300 years ago. It's insane. He was the first guy on the scene to do it. You know, if you're the first guy to set a trend, I mean, he kind of created a whole cottage industry out of, I mean, guys like me do what I do now, kind of because of Mel a little bit. So, you know, you got to be the forerunner of that, and that probably means that you get to do it for as long as you want, and whether you still do it well or not is kind of, you know, here or there. He has some that he gets very accurate on. I will say that, Tommy. There were some even last year I was listening to where it's like, I know this is coming from his sources and he's been informed, and like you could see on, but he still has those ones where he'll pepper into his boards these ones that are just, what? Huh? But one of my favorite ones, Tommy, though, was favorite Mel Kiper moment, especially for as it concerns the Hawks, is the John Gruden and Kiper moment where they're talking about Russell Wilson being picked, and Gruden just giving it to Kiper for, you know, Kiper not believing in Russ. A person says, laugh my ass off, like that Ring doorbell footage of him trying to break his in-laws' front door down. Yeah, that was a crazy point with it. He's Sherman. Ran the guts of Sherman's going to be Sherman no matter what. He switches that at every other day, I swear. Yeah, I'm the same way. And he's got bitterness here. It's like Marshawn went to him on that live cast for like the Amazon game they had earlier this year when they were in Seattle. And, you know, Marshawn was over there like, you know, we rep Seattle. We don't rep, and Sherman's like, I'm kind of still San Francisco. He's like, they cut me. He gets really bitter about certain stuff. And I guess I understand it okay for when it comes to management cutting him, okay on that, but I don't get why it has to be then parsed down to the fans. And I've heard him multiple times take shots at the fans, and it's not really, even if you read the exchange that he had with the fan on Twitter, it's like the fan's asking him this innocuous question about something, and he's like, what does the fan ask? So the fan says, so a fan asks him, do you think you're going to get in the Ring of Honor? And Sherman snaps back at him, couldn't care less if I go in the Ring of Honor. Then the guy responds back and he goes, wow, okay then. Literally all the guy says. Sherman then responds back to him, yep, tired of ungrateful Seattle fans. Like, all right, dude. And I'm not a Sherm hater, but it's just like, make it a little easier for me to support you, buddy. You know? Please. Stop shooting yourself in the foot with your mouth sometimes. You know, you're going to head for your 40s. Now you're not a kid. Now you think about what you say before you say it. Jacob, Locke cooked against the Eagles. Start him if we don't pick a quarterback. He's a free agent here, Jacob. I think he goes out there and probably heads out into free agency. Trey Griff says, Hawksness, if we trade back, is that on draft night? Yeah, you probably would wait to do it until you come up to your pick. Albernicus, Lockett will stay, but JSN will take his place as wide receiver 2. Very good chance that happening. Very good chance. Kieran says, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being trash, 10 being future Hall of Famer, where does McDonald rate for you? If I just can't look past the hit rate for young first-time head coaches. I don't care who you are. Well, it's definitely, to your point, that makes the guess of this an incredible shot in the dark guess, right? Because with me, Kieran, if I'm going to make an educated guess, I usually want to have the track record to make the guess. And in this case, you have a first-timer. It's why I've said, Kieran, with this hire, it's a boom or bust hire. There is a bust potential to this. I think that I'm okay with taking that risk if you are kind of shooting for the moon in the upside to the bust, right? If the boom has every bit of a potential of landing as much as the bust, then I'm okay taking that kind of swing. But I think when it comes down to a guy like this that doesn't have that track record and you're making that guess, it's so blind in the dark on this one that I think that even trying to posit a guess on this one is, it's a rolling the dice kind of thing. I think that they've done as good as they can to target the right guy. They didn't just grab a young guy, right? They didn't say, hey, you're young. You probably think with fresh ideas. Let's grab you. They got the guy that is a bright, up-and-coming candidate who's earned this job, who had 6 interviews this offseason, who seems to be ready for this opportunity. So is it a risk? Yeah. Is there a lot of upside to this, though, too? Yeah, sure. Hazard says, T. Martin, Zachary Orr for OCDC. Never heard of him. They've never been, T. Martin's case is, his playing career got done and then he's coached a good amount at that point at Tennessee and then has gone to the pros and he's been with Ravens a couple of years and Orr's done a little bit of good work as well, but you're going to be getting some untested guys, OCDC, if you bring them in. Dig Docs, Brandon, from doing mock drafts, are you finding it tough to find a decent tight end this year? Does Schneider re-sign Parkinson with some of the old Fant money? Possible, and yes. I'm sorry, this has been a bit of a recent trend in recent years. I'm not sorry for it. It's just this has been the trend in recent years, and it's not changing anytime soon this season. And that is that the tight end position is considerably weak year after year. You'll get some good guys in a draft. Sam Laporta was a good guy in last year's draft. But it's getting harder and harder to find good ones. Brock Bowers is one of my few blue chip guys in the first round, but then you're to Tavian Sanders in the second. And then you've got to go to the third round to me with Cade Stover and Jaheim Bell. And then you're to the fourth round, So there's only, if you're talking about in the first 3 rounds, I've only got 4 tight ends worthy of being picked in the first 3 rounds in this current draft, which, yes, addicted to your point, that's going to make this harder, I think. It's kind of strange. I thought that this would be a position that would start to elevate a little bit more, and you'd see more of these guys start to maybe be kind of the new position that takes a little bit of the center stage here, but it hasn't been. Well, hand grenade, how much do we save if we cut Jamal and Diggs? You save $10 million pure if you cut Diggs. You save about $17 to $18 million if you cut Jamal. So let's just call it $27 million of collective savings on this year's cap. Haley, Bam might be cheap after such a down year. Maybe. He does have the 4 years before this year, a pretty solid production. And I think people are going to look at this offense and the lack of featuring and targeting tight ends as a bit of the factor maybe in some of that downward point of the year, Haley. The other thing is to the previous point that I just talked about, to that question I just asked about the tight ends, being that because this is a weak class of tight ends, that means that if you are a free agent tight end, you're that much more likely to get a little bit more pay because there's just not the viable option to be able to go get in the draft. Zen Lunatic says Clint hurt in those cheesesteaks, though. Careful, dude. You need to go Zen Lunatic to like a San Francisco with some organic market or something. ALG, Fant won't get more than $10 million. You're right. But he might get about $10 million a year or just under that, 3-year, $24 million. C-Fan, who do I think the Seahawks will get as an OC? I'd make a guess one of, T. Martin, maybe Chip Kelly. Don't have a good feel for it at this point, C-Fan. I don't know if he's going to want to go from his own staff, McDonald, or if Schneider's going to be able to go try to hire the guy here. Not quite sure at this point. Haley says, what's the market prediction thing people use? Can't imagine Fan is very expensive. They go for the sports track site. So, but I don't know how much it's really accurate on, it's okay. They've got Fant though at only, yeah, so he was at a $3 million deal. I thought they did it. Maybe they don't do it on this. I think they have some tool in there that you can use, but I've always kind of been a little bit reticent to believe it's very accurate because the market every year, Haley, fluctuates and changes, and with the cap always increasing, that changes things. It's too many other things going on for the predictors, I think, to quite click in. You kind of need to get through all of the process of the offseason just before free agency to know where teams are at cap-wise and how much the cap's increased, and then you can start to kind of make those more of the projections on the contracts. Jake says tomorrow, 11 a.m. is his introductory press conference. Let's go, Jake. Steve says, until I see Macdonald walk on water, I won't be calling him our savior. A lot more pressure on a head coach than a DC in the NFL. True. Very true. Audie Bell, Brandon, I know I'm late to the conversation, but I like the hire. You got to see the youngsters handle the big spot. I like it. I like it too, Audie. And I think that the majority of people on here have been pretty happy with this hire. And some are super excited by it. And I think that that's well earned. That excitement's well earned. And I feel that way too, Audie. I love the hire. He was one of the top candidates I had on my board coming into this offseason. He's a risk. There are no guarantees, but hey, there are no guarantees in life, you know? So you took a big swing here, which I like. And I think that he is going to be just what the doctor ordered as far as, bringing the right prescriptions to fit what has been a little bit of our long ongoing symptoms. Brian Neese says, oh, that's right. Seahawks was Erickson's first head coaching job. Yeah. Exactamundo. Zuna Zen Lunatic, when's Gruden getting a job, or is he in the wilderness for all time? He's probably been kicked out of the tribe at this point. He's got a lawsuit pending with the NFL, and he's supposedly trying to go scorched earth on the NFL, which is not going to help him in getting a job. I've heard that for instance, Saints were trying to bring him in as an offensive coordinator this offseason, but I would imagine that the Commissioner Goodell, who has kind of supposedly a little bit of a hatred for Gruden in his heart, probably came in and told the Saints, don't you dare. Lord Boom, I would like Fatanu in the first round and Eichenberg in the third. Eichenberg's been a guy for me, I'm slow to warm up on him, Lord Boom. I don't hate him. I got a fourth round grade on him, though. So I'm one more round deeper on that. I guess I wouldn't be kicking the wall if you took him in the third. Brian Neese says, my only response to Sherm when he opens his pie hole is, you mad, bro? Yeah. And I think what's happened here to Sherman is, he's doing this podcast. He's put himself back out there in the online hemisphere. You're doing podcasts. You're doing Twitter exchanges. You're responding to people on Twitter. It's like, I don't really respond to people on Twitter because it's a toxic kind of place. And, if you're going to do the content creation stuff of this, anybody that does this kind of stuff, like, you're going to have to deal with, the trolls. You're going to have to deal with some of the negativity that comes down and roll with those punches. And I think where his frustration comes from is it's not that he has a lot of people hitting him and being super negative. It's that he's got that small contingent that are being just very loud, and you got to tune them out and roll with it, but don't then cast upon the whole rest of the fan base, the guilt for this small section of the fan base. That's not fair. John Gruden would be crazy as an OC here. He's got the Packer connection, folks. I'm just saying. Haley, I do like Sherm. I do like that Sherm gave me the acronym BALTY. Still use it sometimes. Better at life than you. I never heard the acronym breakdown on that, Haley. BALTY. David Yang, we were going to lose with an old coach. Pete Carroll, Bill Belichick, coaching together on the same team would still lose. They'd be having a schizophrenic defense, I'll tell you that. Addicted Hawks, Brandon, yeah, Sherm pops off a lot, but to be fair, I think he was trolled pretty hard the year by the Hawks. Let him go. pretty trolled hard the year the Hawks let him go. So I kind of understand the chip on his shoulder sometimes. I can get a little bit to the organization. I don't get it to the fans addicted. I can get if he's got some, some of that there with that, but to put it on the fandom, and, I'm sure that some gave him a hard time online, all that. He did choose the Niners too, though, right? So he did choose to go right across the division. I mean, there was a little bit of a purposeful point to that as well, wasn't there? So you went to the biggest division rival on the other, same time. That's also pure Sherman. He's an instigator and he wants to stir it up a bit. Seth Bora, opinion on drafting Zerzan Newton. I certainly wouldn't be hating it at 16, Seth. I do think he's the best defensive tackle in this draft. I think he is pretty neck and neck with Tavondre Swift and Byron Murphy, who I have a second round grade on, a high second round grade on both of those two players. But that being the case, that to me, it's more I watch Zerzan Newton, the more I pull him more to that territory than thinking he's a true blue elite talent in this draft. He's a good talent in this draft. He's a defensive tackle that offers a lot of flexibility and versatility. He can do a lot of the things for you that Leonard Williams can do if you do lose Leonard Williams. But I don't know that he's elite enough to draft him at 16 versus trading back. I don't know if he's that much of a better option than from Tavondre Swift's a different player, but let's just say Byron Murphy. If Byron, there's a lot of talk Byron might be picked in the first round, but if he lasted the second round, it's I like a lot better taking that guy in the second than taking Zerzan at 16. Around the cut tight end is a weird one because some guys will get way bigger, some won't. It is. It's hard to. Some teams really value it, other teams don't value it, and then that just makes the projection of what the contracts are going to receive kind of strange. Kieran, I appreciate you, Hawks Nest. I appreciate you too, Kieran. Okay, if you're putting money on it, boom, bust, or mid, what are you putting money on? Laughing out loud. Boom. I don't think that Kieran, you land at mid in this deal. I mean, that's the point of not going to me the Quinn route here, is that it becomes boom or bust. And that there's almost a bit of an equal measure on either side of the scale on that. Maybe with a bit of slight push to the boom side. But I feel pretty strongly that you're not going to end up in a mid territory of things. I would put the money on boom. Audie says, just because I think he is that smart, Kieran. I think he's done the work. I think that he's proven himself over and out at a couple different spots. The job he did with Michigan. Again, to think about that, Kieran, is you go to Michigan for a year, you instill a whole new defense in Michigan, you show the coaches how to run the defense, and you show the players how to play in the defense. And then you come back to the Ravens and take over for a ailing Ravens team led by a Wink Martindale who knows defenses, who knows how to be a good defensive coordinator. And you take that defense and you turn around that defense across the board. And not in a 2 or 3 year span, immediately. The year you directly take over for Wink Martindale, you turn it over. I think he's that smart. I think he's that deserving of this job. And I think he's going to do a damn good job at that. Audie says you never know about first timers until they get there. That's also the bottom point, though. That's that boom part, Kieran, that I can't get away from as well. That is there. And I don't want to overlook that as well. He was the exact opposite, but he no longer resonated with all his players. Better Macdonald than a retread. Wonderfully put, Audie, and that's the way I see it as well. I think Pete was a guy that got you to more of the mid. Pete was going to get you to the mid area, slightly above mid. And you knew that's where you were going to land pretty much on a yearly basis. Nicholas Newton says, I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew. Rand says, good thing I have a beer at home to celebrate after work. Hell yeah, get it, Rand. Celebrate today. This is a good day for our Hawks fans. Great day for Hawks fans. Wonderful day. Tom Eden says sports tracks too good to look at existing contracts and then formulate your own guess as to what future contracts would look like based on current trends. Yeah, that's probably a better way to go, is you just sort of look at, trying to add maybe the 5%. If you got a mid-tier tight end and you look at a couple of the contracts at that, you kind of give them the 5%. You put it on a 3-year deal and you'll land that about accurate when it comes to, let's say, a Fant, contract. Scooby Snacks. B, I love the hire of McDonald. I just don't know about giving him a 6-year contract right out of the gate. Wouldn't have made more sense for, say, a 3-year deal just because of that boom or bust. I think I've been asked a couple times on this one, Scooby. I come to the stance of, I think of it like this. The coaching contracts don't count against the salary cap. So from a fan's perspective, what is the care to us? We have an owner that's reportedly making $400 million of profit on a yearly basis. So if you get to year 3 and McDonald craps the bed and he doesn't know how to coach his way out of a paper bag and you got to let him go and there's 3 years remaining left on that deal, there's no cost to us. There's no way that it should impact business anyway as far as a bottom line or their willingness to spend on any players. So if that's the case, it becomes a bit irrelevant to me of 6-year, 10-year, 20-year. Doesn't really matter to me. If that's what it took, a 6-year contract to get him here and get him to sign the dotted line, if Washington was only able to offer him 5, like think about it like this, Scooby Snacks. Washington's willing to offer him a 5-year contract and the deal to get him in here, the closer has got to be that you offer the extra 6 year. Do I hesitate? Do I blink doing that? Not even a chance. If it counted against the cap, it'd be a different scenario, I suppose. But that it doesn't, then give them whatever they want. My opinion. Lord Boom, Newbin and Bullock at safety would be excellent picks in the top 4 rounds. Also, Brandon, what do you think? Tyler Newbin is the one safety that I have a first round grade on. Kalen Bullock, I have a second round grade on. So if he was to dip into the 3rd or 4th round, Lord Boom, that'd be a tremendous grab to grab him. And with Bullock, he has a potential to drop a little bit more off of my second round grade. I do think if Tyler Newbin's not taken at the end of the first round, that he'll be taken up in the high second round. I would be surprised to see Newbin last past the first 40 selections in the draft. But I like them both, Lord Boom. Both really good players. It wasn't Bullock's fault that defense was as bad as it was for USC. Spaces, I loved your hardest hits video. Well, thank you, Space. I was hoping it would come off okay. I had a little bit of some artistic flourishes in there that I think for some folks was a little annoying. You know, they didn't like the lion sounds with the cam and whatnot. But I was trying to have a little bit of fun with it, you know. I got to do a little bit of some artsy stuff with these videos. I can't just have them be just highlight videos, you know. Got to give it a little bit of flavor. Trey Griff, Hawks Nest, do you like Olu or are you still looking to draft a center? From a priority standpoint, in my opinion, Trey Griff, building the offensive line is where I want to begin this offseason and attack it at a high priority level. I don't know what I have in Oluwatimi. And if the answer is at any position, left guard, right guard, center, I don't know what I have in this. I like Bradford. I don't know if I've got the long-term starting guard. I don't know if he's going to be able to rough out all the edges to get right to being the starter. I think he possibly can. I think he's capable of doing it. But I don't know if I want to risk that versus building a surety in the offensive line that it is strong, that it is a strength of the team. And that maybe will require us to have to address a center to go in there and compete with Olu. I keep coming back to this thought, Trey, as I think about it. No team has ever come away and said we invested too much in our offensive line. No team has ever said, man, we put too much over there. We could have put more over here if we just hadn't gotten this offensive line so great, so deep. I've yet to hear one team, remark that. And so I come back to you can never go too hard on your offensive line. And because we've gone so softly on it, in my opinion, in recent years, there's a lot of room to kind of over course correct on this one. So give me a center, give me a right guard, give me a left guard this offseason. I want all of that. And it to me needs to be priority number 1, because I think if you do that, the benefits to the team as a whole are much more increased than any other position in which you could attack in the same manner and way. Holy Iron Grenade, from what I'm seeing, Gruden's still with the Saints as a consultant, whatever that entails. They were trying to bring him as an OC, but yeah. Jack Sports Talk with Jose, watching you and KJ at the same time. That's good to hear. Thank you, Jose. Appreciate that. Scooby Snack seems a little long to me for a first-time head coach. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they see something I don't. It could have been a negotiation with you in Washington. Washington offer 5 years. You offer the 6. Hard to say on that. Tommy, I'd honestly love Gruden. It'd be great for McDonald too, because Gruden has a wealth of head coaching experience. He could help McDonald, and nobody would even touch a cigar in the locker room. No, they would not. Not with Gruden in the house. Steve says maybe they had to offer that. Steve's with me. Says maybe they have to offer that to get him. That's where I'm at with it. You think we need a new right tackle? Love Lucas, but the injury seems like he's going to go. It's not going away. There's 3 really talented guys that are guys that have played tackle at the college level, Haley, that are projected to be kicked inside. Cooper Bebe, Graham Barton, Troy Fatanu. So on all 3 of those guys, you have guys that could be your answer at left guard in the future, but who can go play right tackle in a pinch and play it well. That's why I like trading back and making one of those guys the guys you pick, because you not only now upgrade your left guard position, but then you've built in insurance for Abraham Lucas if the knee doesn't hold up. But yes, I think that you do need to take a look at addressing the position at right tackle as well. It doesn't have to be necessarily at the forefront here, but it certainly has a door open for you to find some creative ways to make sure you find that insurance for Lucas, because we don't know where that knee is going to be at in the long term. We've heard them reference chronic in regards to it, and if that's the case, then you got to do something. Steve, I don't know how much McDonald got, only that he got the 6-year contract. Mr. O, I think it's going to open windows. With Pete, it was too predictable. Pete's not a bad coach, but it was time for a change. Yeah, not a bad coach. Just the things that were his Achilles heel got bigger and bigger and bigger with time. It just kept growing and taking over everything else in the room. And yeah, I think that the going from being so predictable on both sides of the ball to being more completely unpredictable on both sides of the ball should bring some instantaneous returns to this team. Yeah, Scooby, I don't think the 6-year thing's a big deal, man. Because again, you can if you cut him out, what's the worry? If you snip him after 3 years, it doesn't cost on the salary cap. It doesn't even make a dent in your yearly profit margins. So it's like, Jody's out $15 million, right? Which is probably about what it'd be if you have 3 years left or something. He's probably getting paid $5 million a year. It's not anything crazy. David, I like Njigba. He's like Doug Baldwin. I like possession receivers who are reliable and don't drop passes. I love deep bomb passes, but how many have we seen that in the NFL these days? It's going away, David. The bombs have been dialed back in recent years. It's more about short passing attack, getting the ball in your playmakers' hands, and letting them go to work. I'll be right back, folks. 1 second. That's the time. Tommy says, the more I think about it, the more I really want an OC who has some head coaching experience or assistant coaching experience. It just helps lessen any worries about McDonald being a first-time head coach. Good points. Great points. Duran says, precious pumpkin. He is precious. You are precious, aren't you? Wu-Tang, could you Gurdon and sensitivity training at the VMAC? Jason C., I have a feeling they were going to hire a defensive-minded coach too. Seahawks defense needs some work. It's 50-50. Space, it was unique as F. Thank you, Space. I'm glad you liked. Sometimes is the only other option, and this is only if we were drafting a quarterback, is to go with a hot young OC who can grow with the new quarterback. It's true. I don't know if there was that hot OC out there to be had once David Johnson removed his name, unless you really want to try to stretch for a Bobby Slowick. Kazra Solari, thank you for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate that, Kazra. Imagine Spoon and Boye in this defense. Makes me so happy. The different ways Mike McDonald can use them is going to be insane. It's going to be a lot of fun chopping up tape of Ravens defense and showing you guys some of what they do because it's so varied. It's so wild. It goes so many different directions. It's not wild in a riskiness, just wild in the way that it's complex. And it has so many different moving parts to it. And having guys like that are so, athletic and just good overall football players, they're going to benefit. And certainly Spoon at the forefront of this and being able to use him all across the board to be able to maximize what he brings to the table. So, it's a great hire. And I think Mike McDonald's going to love what he's got here on the defensive talent. He's going to need to add other guys in here to kind of complete the process, but he's going to really, I think, enjoy what he's got and feel good about what he's got to be able to get this turned around in a pretty quick fashion. Wu-Tang not feeling Geno, huh? It does suck about Lucas. He did have the knee surgery, so maybe they will able to do some techniques to get it along a little bit better. Tida Anand says, do you think Jamal Adams could be traded with McDonald being head coach? I don't think that Jamal Adams has any trade value at this point. I don't think teams want to sign up for his base salary and his injury risk, which you would have to do for both if you're moving him. I also don't think, Adidia, that you're going to want to trade him because what you're going to want to do is a post-June 1st designation so that you can split his dead money up between 2 years. If he retires or you trade him, the whole $20 million comes due now, and you only save about $8 million on his cap at that point. It's possible the team could go that route, but I don't think it's probably very likely. Kieran says Geno needs to hit the open read on time, period. It's the holding the ball during blitzes that got him in trouble this year, every game. Every game. It got him into trouble this year every game. Yeah. I'm not getting into Geno debates much this offseason. I'll forewarn you guys on this. I know that there is a contingent of folks that are anti-Geno folks. I've gotten through 2 years. I've reached my end game point on the Geno talks and discussions. So it may be a point of discussion that people really want to get on this channel and dive back into for the umpteenth million time. I think the Geno thing comes down to this. People stand where they stand on it. You're anti-Geno, you're anti-Geno. You're pro-Geno, you're pro-Geno. But I will say it's been an exhausting discussion for the folks that are on the anti-Geno front of things, because it's really like there's sometimes the blinders to the things that Geno's dealing with on this team in the last couple of years that I don't get sometimes why he gets shaded so hard in that way for that reason with it. But I've also kind of come to learn on this that I'm not moving anybody off their spot that's anti-Geno. I don't think there's a lot Geno can do to move people off the spot of what they think about him when they're in that sort of negative outlook on who he is and what he brings to the table as a player. I agree with you, Haley. I think Geno's pre-snap reads and adjustments are very close at times to being legit. And a lot of the problems, the pass protection has problems to do with our offensive line and their ability in pass protection, much as the blitzes. Kieran, if we didn't care about the money of the head coaches, why would the reports of Ben Johnson be about money? Doesn't add up to me personally. Number one, we have reports about Ben Johnson. We don't know the truth about Ben Johnson, Kieran. And we also know that Ben Johnson's people came out and pulled him out of the whole head coaching thing. It could have been as much about he didn't interview well. Maybe he wasn't being offered a job. I think there's maybe also a difference between a guy that wants to be paid a 5-year, $20 million deal versus a guy that you pay a 5-year, $5 million deal, right? The first 2 years of the Johnson contract would have covered the 6 years, basically, of it would literally cover the 6 years of McDonald's contract. So there's a point about caring about money. Then there's a point of a first-time guy that's never been a head coach demanding to be basically paid the highest paid coach in the NFL. And that's maybe a little bit ridiculous for a guy to demand that. So I think that the money and the request of what both head coaches were asking for was probably much different, I would say, when we come to find out what the true deal is. My guess is a 6-year deal, $5 million, so $30 million in total. Johnson was asking for upwards of $15 million per, reportedly. D Nugget says, Brandino, a new era is upon us. Let's go Hawks. Let's go Hawks. I think Hawks, Brandon, love your idea of beefing up the O-line. Then maybe one free agent on the D-line since the value D-line might be gone. Snyder has a lot of decisions to make. Wow. He does. It's not going to necessarily be easy sailing for him. This is where I like to bring back Leonard Williams, because now you've got Leonard Williams back. Draymond Jones is here. Jaron Reed, Cam Young. I'm not saying that that's a dynamic, best group in the league, but you got something to work with there. You're not starting from scratch on the inside at that point. And it still does open the door, to your point, to go out there and maybe get a value signing out there or draft a guy if you want. Yeah, and Mike Morris is also on the mix on that, of course, too. But yeah, I'm gonna be harping on this pretty hard as we get closer and closer to the draft about let's build this lineup, let's take it here. I've mentioned this a few times. Nobody can give me one example. I've said, I can find examples of teams going, look, we put too much in our offense. We put too much on our skill position players. We invested too much in the quarterback position. We spent too much on the defense. I can find you a lot of instances of teams having second thoughts, 20/20 hindsight about that being a stupid approach. I have yet to find one example of a team that's built a top-notch offensive line and they say, wow, that was the wrong approach. We put too much investments into that. And so I think you got to do it. Taste Bud says, here, kitty. Well, we got her up now. She's up and moving. Haley says, I maintain Ben Johnson failed the interview and wasn't going to get the job. So the report that he just wants to return to the Lions saves face. Better look for him and the teams. I agree, Haley. And it did feel like there was a little bit of a save face move by Ben Johnson announcing he was going back to the Lions. It felt like a little bit of a PR move, which could very well just have been the money as much as it could have been, like you say. It could as well have just as much have been that he failed the interview process, that he didn't impress and knew he wasn't going to get the job in light of that. Tommy says, I wonder if John's going to present a few options of OC to Mike McDonald and explain their philosophies and strengths and let him choose. That would be kind of a cool way to do it. That would be. Yeah. Frank Davis coming from Brendan Nelson's stream. How's everyone doing? I think we're feeling good, Frank. Real good. Proper says the Cats thinking the Niners winning the 6th ring. Hey, San Francisco's not going to win their 6th ring, right? Hey, stop looking at her. Look at me. Eyes here. Is San Francisco going to win another ring? I ask you a question and you have to smell my mouth. What does that mean? She didn't say yes, Proper. She didn't say yes. I'll tell you that. Random McDaniel, thank you for another $2 donation. Is Eric Bieniemy still on the Skins with no head coach? I think technically he's on the staff, but he's free to go and probably get a job somewhere else. Washington's not going to hold on to him and be like, no, you're here. You're here. They're not going to gyro Evero him like the Panthers did gyro. So you could still bring him on, I think, as an OC. I believe he would be still available. It's kind of like us with Hurt. Hurt was technically still on the staff, but could go get a job somewhere else. Tommy says, yeah, dope shirt. Is that wolf gray? It is. Yeah, it's kind of a wolf grayish. I don't know if it's the wolf gray blend, but it's kind of like that. Sort of like that. Jason Schumacher, he was with the Ravens before that as a linebacker coach, before that with Michigan. Right. AZ Hawker, thanks Pete, for all the great live content. Much appreciated. Well, thanks for watching, AZ Hawker. It's my pleasure, man. Especially on days like this where there's a lot of excitement to turn over. Tom Eden says, oh, damn, I just realized I'm older than our head coach. That's cool and sad at the same time. Yeah, I'm almost, you want to talk about being older, Tommy, just about pushing up into just about 10 years older than your coach. So yeah, you're talking about, I'm getting old real fast. Scooby Snacks, I would draft someone for Lucas just in case he can't play anymore. I would do that first if it were me in this year's draft. I think that would be a smart way to go, and there's some really good right tackles in this draft to pick from if that was the case. Mafe to make All-Pro next year since then, Lukic. I like it. Let's go. Sign me up. You can see what kind of quarterback Seahawks need. It's going to depend a little bit on the offense that we run, Jason, which we won't know on that until we know who the offensive coordinator is going to be. Jeffrey O'Kelly waking up to this news is amazing. It was. It was a nice way to wake up today to see this was in. I was getting a little nervous the last couple of days with this coaching search. I was like, oh, Lord, here we go. Hold on. Then Lunatic, no Geno debate. Okay, let's talk about Jalen Carter. Yeah, I've gone, there are certain debates that it's really rare. I'll pretty much, you guys know, talk about any subject, but there are 3 different particular subjects that I am at about a point of like, I can't go any further on them because all we're doing is going in circles on these subjects with the folks that disagree to agree. And that's Russell Wilson, Coach Carroll, and Geno Smith. Those 3 particular subjects on this channel, and doing this channel for now moving into 5 years, those have been the 3 hardest subjects to talk about on this channel with folks to getting to a productive discussion. People are dug in and you're not moving them off their spot. And so I'm starting, as I get more learned and wise to this game, I'm starting to realize there's just certain spots I've got to go to where I go, okay, we're going to have to do the agree to disagree game on this one and keep it moving through. Geno Smith's not going to be moved off this team. Geno Smith is going to be a quarterback on your Seattle Seahawks roster in the year of our Lord 2024. So if you're an anti-Geno guy, if you're mad about that, you start making your peace with it, it's happening. Yeah, I can see the chat wanting to draw me into the Geno debate. And the thing I don't get is the anti-Geno folks, like, you hate Geno so much, but then you want me to talk about Geno so much in these back and forths. That's the little bit of the part that I don't get. Like, if you hate him, then hate him. Like, but the issue in having these debates, Jason C. or David Wang, the problem I have with this is that, there's nothing that he can do to sort of prove himself to be a quality quarterback. And there's nothing that's taken into account about the limiting factors that he was going up against that people want to take into account. Like the 28th best pass protecting line. I've mentioned over and over again, what quarterback's flourishing behind the league worst pass protection, while at the same time having a very highly inconsistent running game, while at the same time having a defense that's complete shit, while at the same time having an offensive scheme that's completely limited. I would love to hear from you guys, which is it that is the magical quarterback that flourishes in that kind of environment? Because I think that there's just about none that do so. And while he hasn't flourished, he's still played pretty damn well up against those factors. But again, I don't think that I'm going to get anywhere with anti-Geno folks. I think you'll just kind of come back to tell me, I just don't like him. And then there's not really anywhere for us to go. But I think when you take those factors into play here as a bottom line and really look at it without having any biases towards Geno or anything else, and just look at that of any quarterback I put into those parameters of a situation, who the hell is succeeding? Who the hell is going into those conditions and taking off? And that's where there's this, to me, the outlook on Geno has just been a little bit unrealistic in what they're expecting out of him. He got you a top 5 rate in being sacked this year while he had 28th best pass protection. Think about those 2 numbers going together. That's completely on the quarterback and how he's playing against the blitz and getting the ball out of his hands and not taking negative plays. But again, I don't think we're going to get anywhere as far as productive on this conversation because I've been over it for 2 years. And I've yet to really find myself coming away from somebody that's an anti-Geno folk and feeling like, wow, I got some really great, strong points from them that really made me rethink my position on this one. I instead feel like I get a little bit of an emotionality or a gut instinct, or people tell me like, he's just not the guy. He is what he is. And it doesn't really come down to, real valid specific reasons as to, why it doesn't work with him here going forward as far as a functional quarterback for us. Doesn't mean we can't draft a guy and keep him. But there seems to be the race to get off of Geno Smith that I've never quite understood, as he's played really good football for us the past 2 years at the position and not to be made successful at all times in that position. Evan Thompson, I don't know why, but after we hire a Macdonald, I'm all for drafting a defensive stud in the first round. I only wanted a quarterback before. That's fair enough. Get the guy a new fancy toy. I dig docs, Brandon. When it comes to Geno, no soup for you. Soup Nazi, agreed. I apologize for trolling Geno haters sometimes. Can't help myself. It's all good. Lord Boom, okay, Oxnest, serious talk here. You got to stop stressing my man Brandon out about Geno Smith. If you're curious about Smith, I'll catch up to you. He's a good quarterback. We're going to keep him. Yeah, and for folks that are anti-Geno that I know want to have this conversation, you're wanting to have this conversation with me right now. Understand I've been having it for 2 years on every single stream 5 times over. So it just, you get to certain subjects where I get blown out. I'm done with the talks on it. There's nowhere else to go. I landed here with Carroll. I landed here with Russell Wilson. And there's just there's not much really more further really to speak on with it. You're going to be in the camp. You're going to be in the camp, and we'll have to see where it plays out from here. Haley says, imagine we open up the middle of the field, we get no line for Geno, and he lights it up next season. People will still say he's bad. I hope they do it, Haley. It's one of the reasons I'd love to see the offensive line, is you get that offensive line in there, like you say, and pass protection holds up, and you get an offensive system that actually is willing to throw to the middle of the field rather than 32nd rate in the NFL, which had nothing to do with Geno, but had everything to do with the philosophy and how we run our offense. And, David Yang, when you mention a smarter quarterback processing, it's like, again, when you're not going to be willing to throw the middle of the field, that means there's certain routes that get just started taken away that you're not going to try to work because your coach has told you not to work them. Same way the coach told the quarterback in 2017 not to work him, and in 18 not to work him, and in 19 not to work him, and 20 not to work him, and 21 not to work him. So I hope so, Haley. And it'll be great to see. I'll just wonder what excuses they make at that point. I'm sure what they'll say at that point is any quarterback would have done that if you give him that. That's what we'll hear then, Haley, is that he won't get the credit at that point either. It'll be any QB you would have put out there would have done what he done there. A Baker Mayfield would have done it. Jared Goff would have done that. He didn't do anything special with it. That's why I say there's not a lot of places to go with the Geno discussion, because it's just, there's never going to be a point that one side can pull the other side to it. And I can be pulled to the side if Geno's not the guy, but you got to start giving him some factors that he can work with that provide some success. And when I don't have a great offensive philosophy, a great offensive coordinator, not a good offensive line, and I got no consistent ground game to lean back on, that's a lot of negatives to go up against to play the position right and well and true. Jackie Treehorn, hey B, I'm stoked as long as McDonald doesn't bring in Justin Matabuki for an interview and say, now you know I'm going to want that watch back, right? Then it's a red alert. The old what do you do? The Hushman Zada with the watch? Yeah, that was a weird move at the time. Hopefully he doesn't do that. I don't think Matabuki is going to be a free agent, though. He's got one more year of club control there with the Ravens. Don't know what Jason see what they gave Mike McDonald as far as money goes, but 6-year contract. Gurian says, I'm a Geno fan, by the way. I was rooting for him and shitting on the lock crew, but I recognize he holds the ball. It's objective. That's why every defense blitz issue at a near 50% rate. I mean, it's fair enough, like I say on your point with it. I'd have to see the backup on that he holds the ball super extra long and that he's like one of the worst in the league at that. I mean, I watched Russell Wilson for years hold the ball well over 3 seconds. I saw a lot of times this year, Geno getting the ball out of his hands very quickly. I can take a game, for instance, Kerry, and give you the Cowboys game where the Cowboys were over 50% in their pass rush rate in that game. And throughout the year, it was a lot of this way, certainly this way in the Baltimore game, where they're winning in under 2.5 seconds. So if your point is that my quarterback has to get the ball out of his hands in under 2.5 seconds because my line can't even hold up for that long, and I'm not talking about free rushers coming, I'm talking about guys just getting beat in under 2.5 seconds. The fastest time in the NFL for a quarterback to get the ball out of his hands is going to be 2.6 seconds. So if I have defenses consistently beating their man in under 2.5 seconds, and the expectation is that Geno's only good if he gets the ball out in under 2.5 seconds and itemizes and finds the open guy inside that time to go hit the ball to, is kind of unrealistic. That Cowboy game was a game where you can find the stats that completely show this. Now, under 2.5 seconds, over a 50% rate. That's a ridiculous amount of pressure. That's an insane amount of pressure. Did Geno suck in that game? Was Geno bad in that game? Was Geno missing passes in that game? Was Geno getting overrun and seeing ghosts? Or did he ball out and throw dimes all over the football field? Was he put on a long field throughout the whole course of that game from the 25-yard line every single drive? I don't know. I've seen him be very, very fluid with the ball and how he works it. I think it again gets hard to talk about being precise and peppering the ball all over the field if you have a coach who's going to restrict your ability to target the middle of the field because he has a predilection and a fear of turnovers. So there's a little bit of that. This again, when we come back to the Geno folks and Jesus, I can't believe the people just keep wanting to pull me back in when I say, like, I don't really want to talk on this one. Like, let's just go. We got a new head coach here. I don't want to go down the subject. It's not going to provide anything, but it's like, again, for me, Kieran, there's not a lot of backing up to what you say from my perspective on it in the, he holds on to the ball too long thing. I don't see that. The pressure that was coming after him was not because he's holding the ball at a league worst rate of more time than any other quarterback. It was coming because your offensive line sucked in pass protection, as represented by the 28th rating by PFF alone. But we can use other advanced metrics if we want as far as this offensive line. It was not good by any calibration you want to use. So it's every quarterback's going to be failing in that environment. That's been my whole point with this on the whole quarterback thing is there's this viewpoint of Superman. My QB is a Superman. My QB is a superhero. Your QB is built on his production, on the supporting talent he has, on the coaching staff he has, on the philosophy he has. When all of those other parts are failing him, you cannot expect him to succeed in that environment. And if he does find success, even if it's a moderate amount of success, if he's a top 12 quarterback in that kind of environment, that should embolden you to feel good about that quarterback, not bad about that quarterback. That should have you siding up to that quarterback, not checking out on that quarterback. And that's why it's so stifling to me to see the opinions drawn in this kind of way on it. It doesn't add up to me, and the math just doesn't track. Tyler Jackson, any chance we will restructure Tyler's Lockett's contract and Geno's contract to make more cap space? Yeah, certainly possibility in both camps, Tyler. Absolutely a possibility in both camps. Haley says, I'm younger than the new head coach, thank God, but not by much. Well, it feels weird when you're like, I'm 5, 6, 7. Oh, Lord, I'm getting old. Brandon, Russell, Pete, and Geno. You forgot about the DK trolls. Yeah, DK is another one. I did forget about that one too. Luckily, that one's quieted down a little bit. Seahawks gaming, no JJ McCarthy in the first round. Please, God, no. Yeah, not the Geno debate again. Can't do it. Brian E. says, as far as I'm concerned, the Geno haters are wasting their time here. They ought to get an X and tell Geno to his face he's trash. He thrives on folks writing him off. He does indeed. Jordan Travis from Florida State is healthy for the NFL Combine. I wouldn't hate spending a 4th-round pick on him. And if we had a great O-line, I wouldn't mind taking Penix at 16. I'm all Geno. I'm okay with all those routes. I don't think keeping Geno does not remove you from drafting a QB at all. I'm completely open to it. Jason, is the Geno talk as worn out as the talk about Myers? Probably. I don't know. We don't talk a lot about Myers. Kieran says also defends Geno and all those things apply as well, but I can critique him honestly too. I'm open to all takes in here on it, Kieran. I'm open to people having definitely outside ideas. Just when it does come to certain on these debate points, and as I've dived into the details so many times over, just don't think there's a lot of common ground there. For my stake on it. Jeffo Heffo, I'm not a humble, in my not so humble opinion, Geno Smith should be getting paid $40 million a year. Well, if a guy like Daniel Jones is making that, he's a far surpassing better player than Daniel Jones. And you only paid him at the 17th rate, I believe, in the NFL last year. We'll see where the $31 million finds him this year, but probably somewhere around the top maybe 12. I still think you're getting money well spent at that point. That's for sure. You can see, I'm not going to lie, I've disdain for Myers. I certainly don't like paying a kicker $5 million a year on a 5-year contract, Jason. I'm with you on that. Tommy says, reposting, wants your opinion. What do you think about going after someone in Ben Johnson's coaching staff like Mark Brunell? He coaches the Lions, or Tanner Engstrad. 40 chess. It could prove to be that. I don't, Mark Brunell obviously know him as UW quarterback in his time in the NFL. I don't know a lot of either of those two guys as his coaches, but I'm open to doing that. I'm kind of could go any way when we go with the OC. I don't have a tried or true set way we need to be on it, Connor Wilson, thank you for the $2 donation. Have we heard from Barkley about a new coach? We heard from Barkley. I maybe miss something on Barkley. Sorry, Connor. Thank you for the $2 donation, which is your 10th one, man, by the way. So thank you for that. But I know what you mean on that reference. I'm sorry. Evan Thompson, I want Clowney. I want Clowney too. I've wanted Clowney. He should never have left. Should never have gone. Well, yeah, Grenade, I love when we're all excited about this, but we need to prepare ourselves if it's a lackluster first season, which I'm okay with this time around. Yeah, I'm okay with it. It does not have to be a compete mode, and I'll definitely be supportive of this fact going through this year as if we want to compete. But if we don't contend, I guess, it's not a failure, and the expectation is he has to come in here and get this to a contending state instantaneously. Now you're on the right path. There is a part of this that's going to be a process that we have to undertake, which won't be bring around instantaneous results. And that's fine. And as long as they're moving in the direction, and you'd like to see a team get better as the year goes along, you'd like to start to get them more on the details, more on, getting more and more of this defense kind of fully laid to bear a bit as the year goes along. See those things, you'll feel fine about it, even if it's not the best of opening seasons. Brandon McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I wonder if John is going to smother Big Mike at the Combine and Pro Days. Like a dude with his first girlfriend. Have a theory John is a raging alcoholic. John's, yeah. It's possible. I certainly think that those guys are going to be attached at the hip, Randall. When you see a shot of them, you'll see them right next to each other. And I certainly think John probably in the last, I would say, month and a half has probably tipped himself back a couple of glasses, like those scenes in the shows, Randall, when, like Mad Men in his office and he opens up the cover and you hear the clickety clack of the ice cubes hitting the glass and then a little, I think John's probably had a little bit of that going on here in the past couple of weeks, to your point. And who can blame him, man? It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure. Thank you, Randall. I appreciate you, brother. Bailey says Geno steps up into pressure really well, even takes the hits that Mahomes wouldn't dream of facing. He does. I think he stood up to it really well. I think there's a little bit of a cumulative effect at times over the past couple of years because the pass protection has been bad. But I think that, he's dealt as well as you could hope for a quarterback to deal with it, who's been dealing with that for 2 years as an issue and a problem. Evan Thompson, what are your ideal additions to the O-line for the 2024 seasons? I think I would ideally, I'd love to come away with 2 of the better offensive linemen in this draft. It doesn't have to be the top end guys, but if I could come away with Graham Barton, Jackson Powers, or Graham Barton, Cedric Van Pran, or maybe a Graham Barton and a Troy Fatanu, or, something like that, or maybe a Jordan Morgan and a Graham Barton. If I could double dip the offensive line to add with what I've got with Cross and Lucas and Bradford and Oluwatimi down in there, I'd feel very good about where we're headed for this O-line in the long term. And looking at free agent 7, there are not really a lot of free agents on the O-line that work for what we'd be looking for. So nothing really foots that bill. But draft, there's a lot of really good guys, really interesting guys, I think, that could make a lot of sense. CMC you later, says Orange Cat Gang. He's feeling good. He's happy about the hire. David Yang, we need a quarterback with baseball skills and experience. Look at Russell Wilson and Mahomes. Ha ha. Baseball skills seem to help these quarterbacks, yeah. It's going to be harder to find those guys. It seems like these kids growing up are becoming more laser locked in on one sport, and one position. Yeah, Scooby Snacks. Myers isn't going anywhere, that's for sure. Can't get out from under that contract quite yet. Zen Lunatic says Pumpkin's tired of this Geno talk. She's heard it all before, man. She's heard it all before. Steve said Pete loved Carroll. Carroll loved Gino. He did. He knew what he was doing with. He knew what he was up against. Haley says, didn't Russ have a pretty good O-line in the first few years? As we saw in Denver, Russ has a habit of making his own sacks. Yeah, Russ, there was the stats you could look at in, I can try to look it up here too, see if the stats been presented. I doubt that the stats available here, but let's take a look. Oh, here we go. Probably have to look this up. Kitty. Yeah, I have to look it up offline. Can't seem to find it. Yes, though, Haley, Russ did have some first couple of years. In fact, his rookie year, Russ had the highest amount of money spent on the offensive line in the entire NFL, which once you started to have to pay Russell, you had to dial back from. The team made a conscientious decision of when they had to start to pay Russ that the line was going to get a lot cheaper at that point. That was going to be their tact and approach. And they stayed in that lane even upwards of kind of now. I mean, we still have been in that lane. We still don't spend a lot of money on our offensive line. So I'm hoping that changes this offseason, or at least in the future it does, because I think it's worthy of investing in the O-line. These O-linemen tend to be able to play pretty good long careers as well when they're good. But yeah, Russ definitely could tend to take his own sacks. He was the guy that tended to lead the league year in and year out in the amount of time that he held on the ball in the pocket. I could see the stat that I thought would be out there, but it's not. Who's next? You guys think if we put effing Brock Purdy behind the line we had last year, he'd be in the Super Bowl right now? Yeah. Brock would be much worse than we were last year. He definitely would be like four losses more on the record. Not more, maybe 5. Jason Z, Russell Wilson is the best quarterback the Seahawks have ever had. Well, hand grenade DK is going to go off next season now that Pete isn't handcuffing the OC. I hope so. David Yang, Russell avoided sacks that most quarterbacks get sacked on. He did have a way, David, of being able to avoid a lot of sacks. But as saw throughout his whole period of time, even when he was really good, MVP level Russell Wilson, it's a thing that you don't just see with Russell, but you see with scrambling quarterbacks, is the tendency within scrambling quarterbacks to actually get sacked more. Logically, you'd walk into it thinking, well, he's more mobile, so he gets out of sacks. The data does not back this up. The data instead tells you that more mobile quarterbacks, guys going back from Randall Cunningham to Michael Vick to Russell Wilson, they actually tend to get sacked more because they think they can always get away from guys. They can always hold on the ball a little bit longer. Whereas quarterbacks that are more playing on time are going to understand a little bit more of a necessity at times to just get the ball out of his hands when the play's dead. So there's one, your thing is completely true, but it doesn't override the other fact of it's just a common part and parcel part of what you get with mobile quarterbacks is that they're going to take more sacks. And Russell even in his best of times, he was still a poster child for this. Kieran says, I'll shut up about Geno Hawksness. I literally don't disagree with anything you're saying. I just know what I see, and I guarantee an OC will see the same. I don't have the hopium Chad has. This is the great part about the bottom line with this, Kieran, okay? If we go invest in the offensive line and get them up from the 28th best pass protection rate, and Geno goes out and he doesn't take off. He doesn't find a way to get to 4,500 yards passing. He doesn't want to find a way to throw 30 to 35 touchdowns and be very efficient in his play. Throw it nearly a 70% completion rate. If that's the way it doesn't play out, Kieran, I will give you ultimately, and I know you'll be here in the chat, all the credit in the world, and I'll eat the crow for being wrong on that. I was wrong on this outlook and on this take. But I will say that it's a take that I've been building for a long period of time in evaluating Geno Smith. And I didn't just arrive here quickly or fast. And we'll see on that. So I just hope you're on the other end of it. I know you will be. And that if I am proven right on that, and if you see him being given that offensive line and you see him now being taken off where now he gets to target the middle of the field, whereas before Coach Carroll said, don't target the middle of the field. I see a lot of individual reasons there why this offense gets better and more productive. And he's already been playing pretty doggone good dealing with the issues he's had to deal with. So I think there'll be a little bit of like what I talk about, Kieran, is it's like the old school commercials we used to see growing up with the guys that the training, they'd use the parachute on their back, the running method, and they're running, it's really hard to run. And then you take that parachute off and it's like you're flying. I feel like that's what's going to be a little bit like for Geno this year. But it'll be interesting to see how it goes one way or the other with that. Jason says, I disagree. I think Jim Zorn and Dave Craig are the best. That's fair enough. Haley says, we want the ball and we're going to score. Takes cojones. Especially to say that in Lambeau, Haley. He didn't say that in Seattle. He said that in Lambeau. CMC later, Niners fan, but I love our rivalry in football. I'm not here to troll, just curious what the news is. Team Pumpkin. Well, thank you for checking out the stream, CMC, and best of luck to you Niners in a couple weeks here at the Super Bowl. Hearing the reality in the NFL is the book only grows on every player and every coach. Any weakness is exploited until they can prove they can beat it. It is the way. It happened to Pete. It happened to Russ. Yeah, I don't think that's what's happened to Geno Smith here, Kieran. I don't. That's not been it's not that the league has found some solution to Geno Smith and that now teams are just going to be able to lean on that. Part of what happened with Russell Wilson in the book, in mentioning that, and it's different for me to coach to player. What happens is if you have a game that is stagnant and you don't have an ability to do everything from the position, then teams are going to get a book on you and they're going to force you to play left-handed. They're going to force the fastball hitting power hitter to hit curveballs. One of the reasons that Geno had the growth he had last year is because he took that 10-year period from when he last started and he grew as a quarterback. He did all of the growth from the neck up that he needed to do in order to be successful. The same growth when you mentioned Russell Wilson, who did not take that growth. Russell never got good at playing on time. Russell never got good at playing on script. Russell never got good at throwing with anticipation. Russell never got good pre-snap to post-snap. Russell never got good dealing with the blitz. You would have never have given, Kieran, Russell Wilson a 28th best pass protection unit and yet gotten under a top 6 rate at actually being sacked. That would have never occurred under a Russell Wilson. Never occurred. And that's a statistic that directly points back to the quarterback position and how you're handling the blitz. Because if you can't handle the blitz, if you're just holding the ball in the pocket too long, that 28th best pass protection would be seeing that sack number at least into the middle of the road state around 15, 20th, which it's not even close to. It speaks to how well his decision-making was in dealing with that stuff. Was there some bad games like the Ravens where you're really overwhelmed over it? Yeah. Is that just all on Geno Smith at that point? How much is that on your pass protections? How much is that on Waldron and the game he's calling? How much of that comes back to, again, the fact that the team like the Ravens comes in there knowing, Kieran, you don't throw to the middle of the football field. And I've asked this question to the anti-Geno folks. Still haven't gotten an answer on this one. I know you're not fully anti-Geno, Kieran, but I still haven't gotten the answer to this one. What quarterback, dealing with the factors I've mentioned with Geno Smith last year, was coming onto that football field and excelling past Geno Smith last year? Who comes in dealing with 28 worst pass protection, with no consistent ground game, with an offensive line that's completely moving chairs every which way, with a defense that's completely ass, with a coach who guides his offensive play caller to not throw to the middle of the football field, to not run to the outside edges of the football field? Which quarterback excels in that environment? I don't see there being any. Ketten says we should do a draft heist, build a room that looks like the draft stage, and then trap all the good rookies and fly away to the Boeing. Works for me. Connor, haven't heard your. Oh, you want my? Oh, okay, my bad. Connor was asking on the Barkley. Okay. I'm gonna tell you this Howard's a good Howard. Oh, it's a big hiring for the Seahawks. They're going to do real well. Much better than women out in San Antonio. Them big old women down in San Antonio. No big women in Seattle. We got some happy women up in Seattle. There's some big old girls down there. San Antonio. I love the high. He's a great signing. He's going to take them to the Super Bowl. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. The offseason when we traded Russ, John always looked disheveled in the pressers. Unshaven, eyes glossy. Always thought people would ask, "You okay, John?" Yeah, I've had some worries about him too. People were referencing me a little bit when I had a couple people offline talk to me too, Randall, about the recent press conference when he gave about post Pete, and he was like, he was just seemed kind of a little bit wrecked up a bit by it. Not completely like in a broken state, but just kind of like definitely disheveled, I guess is the right word to say with it. And probably a valid outlook on it. He's probably going through as much stress as ever at this time in the job. And now the pressure is on him. Like Pete said, it's on you now, and that's a lot. That's a lot. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate the $5. Mr. Kane says, going to sleep, and thank you for the $5 donation. Mr. Kane says, going to sleep, everyone. In 10 years, they'll ask, where were you when Mac D got hired? You can say, gathered around family. Love and go Hawks. Well, thank you, Mr. Kane. I love that. It's absolutely what you can say, folks, is, hey, I know where I was when Mike McDonald was hired. I was with family here at the Hawks Nest. I love that, man. Let's go. That's a beautiful way of putting it, Mr. Kane, and you have yourself a great night. LG investment, Russ had a better O-line than people think. He did in the early part, not in the later part. In the later part, he had kind of Dwayne Brown, and that was about it. But early on, yeah. For sure. Save the Geese, probably the best hiring in the coaching cycle. I think it's right there with Harbaugh. Save the Geese, to your point. Haley, not sure if you saw or answered, but thoughts on Byron Leftwich or Kingsbury for OC? In my opinion, Kingsbury's been a guy that sort of has been one of those coordinators who just gets to fail upwards for some reason. And I don't understand quite why, Haley. He's held in high regard. He's well revered. I just don't, what has he done to earn that? I don't know. I don't know. I know he's at Texas Tech with Mahomes, maybe a little bit, but there's not a lot he brings to the table for me. Leftwich was an OC for the Buccaneers when Tom was there. So, you go with that, Haley, and you go, yeah, that was more Tom's offense, though, right? Like it's going to be what Tom kind of wants. And then how much of that then is Leftwich getting that done? It's not to say he's bad. It's just that I don't know with Byron. Neither of those do too much for me. I think that there's a better candidate out there aside from those two. Do you not get thoughts on Tom Brady starting to announce games on Fox? We need better announcers. When I listen to the announcing of games and sometimes the color commentary, I certainly have certain guys that I'm just, we don't feel like we're in the best of age right now for guys talking about the sport all times. So there's a lot of room for improvement there. And Tom knows the game backwards and forwards, so he'll know what he's talking about. Dave the Geese says Gino retweeted the McDonald hiring, so a good sign. Very good sign. I do believe he's going to remain. Jason C. Russell Wilson's out of his prime or washed up. What do you guys think? I think he's just out of his prime, Jason. I think he can still be a manageable quarterback, and he gets to go into a situation next year that's very unique for a guy that is looked as a guy that might be heading to the last of his legs. Denver's on the hook for all of his contract. He can go to a team and sign a 1-year deal for veteran minimum, save them all that money on their quarterback costs, and they can put that money into other places. And if he does that, he has a chance to do some repairing of his reputation, whether that needs to happen or not. But then he also repairs a little bit of a reputation as a player, because then he's not eating up so much of a cap space in a given situation, so the team can build up the rest of the team around him. So there's a good chance still for him to find a way there. Swan, I love the hire. I'm so excited for what's to come. I love your cat, by the way. Free Palestine. Well, thank you, Swan. She's a good girl. She's always here for every stream. Super lovey. And Steve, yeah, Russ couldn't see over the line. That's why he had to scramble so much. Yeah. You just got to, with Russ, you can still find effectiveness with him. You just have to, you're not bringing your playbook to Russell Wilson. You're bringing Russell Wilson to your playbook. And that means, maximizing what he does well. And Jason, I think you can find some success with that, with him. Save the Geese, don't think this roster or team is a rookie away at the moment. 16 is a prime spot for a defensive tackler or inside offensive lineman. It is. Save the Geese, yeah. Potentially trading back there, too, could be a way you could go with it. Voodoo, Quinn to Washington. If they don't go with Quinn, who are they going with? I mean, they've kind of been the guy left without a dance partner here. And they're kind of have to pick over the secondhand clothing. CMC, love y'all. Long live football. I understand you're rooting against my Niners, but I would hate KC more. You got to understand, CMC, for me, it's not, I have a lot of cool Niner fans like you come in the chat throughout the offseason. If you guys win a Super Bowl, I'm going to hear from Niners come to my chat 24/7. But you guys earn being there. You got a hell of a team, man. A well-run organization. Randall says, even in the pick, Mike and the other guy are dressed nice. John has a sweatshirt on, unshaven, hair slicked back. Yeah, it's definitely, he does bring that a little bit, Randall. And I don't know if it's the drinky poo going on, you know what I mean? But he definitely, he doesn't seem like he's getting his full 8 hours of rest. Get that sleep, John. Let's work out a little bit. Lord Boom, hey, Brandon, do you think that there's anybody that would surprise us that McDonald might cut to make cap room? Somebody like, whoa, I didn't see that trade coming. Tariq Woolen, I think, would catch most fans the most off guard if we moved off of him. And I think there's a chance you could because this defense requires the corners to tackle. And that's a part where I don't know if that's going to come along with Tariq Woolen. And Mike McDonald might look at the tape this past year and go, yep, he's too far away from being even a decent tackler to be able to rely on him on the outside. And I can't work with that. You have a good one, CMC. Best of luck to you guys. Save the Geese. Yep, Russell did have a really good offensive line last season. But the problem there is, to me, Peyton brought his playbook to Russell and was going to accommodate some of what Russell did in his game rather than understanding I just got to fit to his gifts. But I don't think that Peyton was really signed up to Russell through the process anyway. I think he was just sort of took him on and fully counted on cutting away from him after a year. AZ Hawk says Russ was not benched because of his play. Broncos didn't want to risk injury and having to guarantee his contract next year. They want to cut him and minimize the cap hit, which is going to be bad. Yes, that's my outlook on it as well, AZ Hawk. I think that's accurate. Jason Z, Lamar Jackson's a scrambling quarterback, has been sacked 37 times this season. 37 times his average. Yeah, and I think that that's a little bit of when I talk about what the Ravens have done that was so impressive. Monken. And you're right, he was only at 26 the year before that. So Jackson's done a very good job of avoiding it. I will say, part of it is an attempt thing, right? And what I mean by that is, well, not bad. When he has 382 passing attempts in a season in 2021, but he has 38 sacks, how far is that off of where, the rest of the quarterbacks in this league are at as far as their number of attempts? So for instance, if I take the regular season here, and the high attempts that you have, you've got Goff with 600 attempts, Mahomes with almost 600 attempts, Dak Prescott with almost 600 attempts, Josh Allen almost 600 attempts, Jordan Love with almost 600 attempts, and then you have Lamar Moore 457. So some of the thing with Lamar and keeping the sacks down have to do a little bit with the balance and the lack of high volume passing attack that you get from the Ravens as well. If Lamar's, because if you extrapolate the numbers on that, if Lamar's up throwing at 550 attempts for a season, now he is being sacked at 50 plus times a year. So that the whole scrambling thing does still fit. On those guys, it's only gets reduced if you can keep the guys' passing attempts managed really, really low. Loco says, funny to say, but every quarterback that leaves Corral gets worse. ALG says, for the Geno hate, besides Stroud, all quarterbacks drafted last year don't look that good at the moment. No. It's where a lot of fans drive towards. We got to go draft our quarterback. It's like, dude, you guys are not instantaneous hits. And there's a lot of misses there through the last few years. And a lot of still even question marks on even the minor hits. I mean, even Justin Fields still to a degree is a question mark. And he's in a draft with Mac Jones taking the first round. Miss. Zach Wilson in the first round. Miss. Trey Lance in that same first round. Miss. Malik Willis's, Desmond Ritter's, Sam Howell. I mean, just no real hits in there. It's not easy to find hits. It's not easy to even find the level of production that Geno's giving us right now from the position. Just to merely say that you're committed to did in the draft, to your point on that. Yeah, well said. David Yang, I don't think Lamar's going to win a Super Bowl as a quarterback, maybe as a running back or wide receiver. I thought this year was the best year to do it. And to watch that Chiefs defense basically put him in the box of making him throw 9 routes and them just showing he can't throw 9 routes. You know, we'll make him throw 3 or 4 over the course of a game. He won't complete one of them. We'll win the game. And that's what they were able to do with that Ravens offense. Philip Castle says, hard to play quarterback with 12 people hanging off you. Geno's done okay. Got no problem with him. Me neither, Philip. So where I come down to, I say this team, I look at it and I go, look, I can look at this team and say, I got a problem with this. The things that are going right, the things that are going good, the things that are helping us win football games, I'm going to look at that as a plus in our building, as something that's helping us and not something that we got to look to move off of or change or flip out. I'm going to look to those things that are the biggest issues at play. And that's why I kind of harp on this with the Geno stuff. It's every statistical metric you want to look at from the quarterback position and how he played last year shows him to be a top minimum 12 quarterback in the sport while being paid at about the 18th best rate in the sport. You know, you're getting the bang for buck and he's helping you win games. And there's no clear quarterback out there in this draft you're going to go take, maybe absent. And even if you were to trade up, that wouldn't even be a guarantee. And there's still going to be question marks with Jaden Daniels or Drake Mays. So I think but again, that's the part that I like. Somebody else just brought up that was a little bit in agreement with me. I think it was Kieran. You were saying, you know, we'll learn this year round with it. You know, this is going to get proven out. The excuses that I could point to prior that I've talked about are now off the board. They're not going to be there anymore. And now it is on Geno at that point to not be able to lean on those as excuses, but now to be able to take advantage of those things that I do believe was hindering him and holding him back at times. AZ Hawker, I'm with you. Fix the O-line, and Geno goes from mid to top 10. He's accurate, takes care of the ball, and is a good leader. Can't wait to see him thrive. Me neither. And I do believe he goes right up into that top 10 at that point, if not even maybe potentially a little bit higher. I'm not saying top 5, but, 6, somewhere in there. CMC, my orange cat loves me more than my wife, and she hates it. Any advice? CMC, you're going to laugh your ass off. Maybe it's an orange cat thing. I got my orange cat for my ex-girlfriend. She requested it. She said, because we got our first cat, which picked me. And then she said, okay, I want you to get an orange female kitten. We're going to name her Pumpkin. And then she's going to be mine. You got your cat, then I'll have my cat. So we get Pumpkin. I look all over San Diego, find this orange female cat. I've come to learn there's only 4% of the orange cats are female. And she picked me. So now I'm no longer with the girlfriend CMC, but I do still have the cat. So, I don't know. Maybe it's an orange cat thing, brother. Wu-Tang, I'm a Hawks fan. I don't want either of these teams to win at all. Just can't let the whiners win. Go Chiefs. Can we have a tie in a Super Bowl? Can there be no Super Bowl winning team? The Nugget. Oh my God. On Instagram, Hawks' latest post, John and Mike eyes look like they twins. Kieran says, Hawks Nest, I'm with you. I hope we get a line that can actually protect. That's my number one thing to address this year. And I hope quarterback thrives under a better system and better line. I want Geno to succeed. No, I get it. I understand you're not anti on the Geno train with it. I do. I hope I wasn't trying to present that as being that way. In a lot of ways, I'm just happy that we're going to get a little bit like the Russell, a little bit like the Carroll. We'll get an answer to this question, to this long debate, to this fierce debate. There will be a final answer that we'll come to find, to where the truth will emerge. Kieran says any quarterback in the league definitely would have turned the ball over more than the Hawks did this past year, 100%. That's my feeling on it too. I just think that you put the quarterbacks in, and it's not just my outlook. Of course, you know this, Kieran. This is my outlook with Gino. I think that, and this isn't you reference, but in some fans' eyes, I see a disconnect on the quarterback position where it seems to feel like there's this basketball rules applies to the quarterback. If I got a guy that's like LeBron or like Michael or like Kobe, and then all these other guys don't really matter, he can just sort of one-on-one that on the edge and go make it happen. And in my opinion, the quarterback position is wholly driven by the supporting cast. And that if I don't have that supporting cast, that it's going to maximally affect the quarterback position, both negative and positively. And that when I look at what we've brought and given to our quarterback to deal with here in the last 2 years with Gino, I think you've done a lot in there to kind of, not allow him to excel. And despite that, to see him still do pretty well, get a comeback player of the year, the previous year with 3 rookies starting on the offensive side of the ball, including 2 rookie tackles for the first time in modern NFL history. I go, he's done his part. And I'm going to be really excited to see, Kieran, what he's able to do. If you do build that offensive line, you do get the right system in place, you're not ignoring the middle of the field where you're throwing to, you're not ignoring fly sweeps, you're not ignoring the outside zone and pitch plays. You're building all of that into your offense. All of that now comes into play. Where does that take Gino? And I'm really interested to see. We'll learn. We'll learn on this one. Loco says get Kubiak for OC. I'm okay with that. I think Kubiak's kind of retired right now, though, isn't he? He's kind of chilling. He's got his ring. He's hanging out. Scooby says, yeah, cheer all you want. I get that, but she goes way over the top. Well, so just make, you're talking about Swift. Isaiah, we need to sign Patrick Queen. I think that Patrick Queen becomes a very big target here at this point for the Hawks this offseason. Instead of Brooks, you'll get Queen, I think, or at least an attempt to. Haley says Kyle Hamilton did an interview about what the Hawks are getting with MM. He did. I'll try to get a couple more of those maybe for Sunday's show. We'll try to get maybe some quotes from players talking about him a little bit more. UDB, we have to think that MMM is going to be calling the defensive plays as head coach, don't we? I'm not sure about that, DVD. I can't remember of a recent defensive-minded head coach who's taken that job and then has also been the play caller. I know it's very common on the offensive side of the ball, but I haven't seen it in recent defensive. I haven't seen it recently defensively. So I'm a little bit wondering if that's really going to be the case as a possibility here, DVD. I think instead you'll probably have the DC call it. Are we supposed to DC position could just really be a good on defensive back? So suppose defensive coordinator position could be just a really good defensive line, defensive back, or linebacker coach from somewhere. It's possible. I don't think that's going to be very attractive for anybody to come higher into that kind of position, DVD. But again, I just can't think of any examples of a defensive-minded head coach calling the defensive plays in game. ALG, sorry ALG, I was a little late on this donation, but I appreciate you for that. Says, what do you think about drafting Patrick Wilson and giving him number 3? Number 3, it'll be good for the fans who have that jersey already. Patrick Wilson. You mean Peyton Wilson? Peyton Wilson? I think you're thinking Patrick Wilson, the actor. You're doing what you just did what I do all the time, ALG. You start combining names. I do it all the time. It happens all the time. So I think you mean Peyton Wilson, the North Carolina State linebacker, who's a real fun second round prospect. Got to pass his medical evaluations. That's the worry you have with him. But I was just watching the tape on him the other night, and he was very impressive. He does it all from the position. Got ideal size, rush the passer, cover like hell, tackles, great instincts. Fun player is Peyton Wilson. But yeah, I think the team would be willing to give away number 3 at this point. I've long said with the way that Russell left, I don't know if the team's going to be as willing to retire the number or hold that aside, so to speak, at this point. I think it's kind of going to go that direction of things, ALG. But thank you for the 5, man. Sorry a little late on acknowledging the donos. 11 minutes ago there. Haley, Ravens O-line is elite though. It's very close to that. They spent the, and it comes down again, Haley, when you look at good O-lines across the league, this is why I push for drafting high, is the main thing that you see, the common denominator between all teams with a good offensive line is that it's not secondhand parts. It's not late round guys that you coach up. You got to pay the price for the talent. And Ronnie Staley, I think, is a top 10 first round pick for them. Linderbaum, I believe, was a first round center for them. They've rounded out a couple of the other positions around there, but they've put the investment into it as well through the years and making sure that they keep that offensive line beefed up. But they have a very good one. Yeah. Simpson's a little of a weak link for them, John Simpson, but other than that, they got some good parts. Hoy Angry Day, B-note, side note, member stream tomorrow or this weekend? We'll do it tomorrow. We'll be doing member stream tomorrow for sure. Haley, people wanted Kenny Pickett. Exactly, Haley. We've had a lot of drafts with quarterbacks coming through just to simply think you'll just go get a quarterback. That's all you need. Just draft a guy, and that guy will be better than what you got. Or that's all you need is it's that little bit of it's just the blind intent to need to just draft the quarterbacks, which will solve the problem at hand, which is getting good quarterback play. And my feeling on it is that just having the general thinking of we'll make it a priority to draft the guy does not equate to you then finding your right quarterback. And when you already got one right now that's working and functional and good as it is, build the other parts of the team up. Make that the concentration. Draft a quarterback or get yourself the middle linebacker. Draft a quarterback or get yourself the best left guard in the draft. I go that other way with it. LG, I think you can make a strong argument that Geno was your offensive MVP last year. Yeah. Brian, Geno is our only stable presence. We need plenty more work at other positions before we start tinkering with the quarterback. That's my opinion on this too, Brian. Exactly. Bigger fish to fry. Haley says, man, I hope we dumpster San Francisco next season. It'd be nice to kind of put a close to maybe. You guys have had your 6-year run. Now it's our time. We're going to Goonies this bitch. Haley, we're going to be like, now's our time. I need my braces on. Now's our time. Yesterday was their time. Now's our time. Mike on the phone with Chip Kelly. Might be voodoo. Whew, that set the fan base off if they did that. Both good and bad. Play on Grenade Collinsworth with Al Michaels is a good combo. I do like those two. I think that the Aikman Buck one in recent years has gotten a little meh. The Romo has gotten a little meh. The Greg Olson, Gary Hawks says, I only have 140 characters. I can't explain my quarterback position effectively in that time limit. That's fair enough. Though I do say I don't have this on slow-mo, Kieran. So if you want to type and post, you can post in as many messages as you want within the characters, So if you want, you can do that. I won't poo-poo it. Suffice it to say, my new coach means new players and new systems. I hope we turn this around. Me as well. And fair points on that. I get this character count does restrict a little bit. But I promise if you do put a couple of paragraphs in, I'm willing to read them, and I don't mind if you got to do it through that approach to make it work, to get your point across. Lord Boom, yep, Reek Island could be on the chopping block. Outside corners have to tackle, and kind of quite frankly, you just have to have this in the NFL anymore as a base. Too many teams will pin and pull, So what they'll do is they'll come down and they will pin with the receiver on the edge, and then they'll pull the tackle out off that edge. Okay. And then the tackle comes out as he pulls, and then he's going to either take a linebacker or a safety. And then you're going to end up a lot of times with that corner essentially being in a one-on-one opportunity to make the tackle in space. And he's got to be able to do so. And with Reek right now, that's a bit of a question mark. Bibi says, my orange cat used to follow my mom everywhere, and only my mom. They seem to be one person kind of cats. And that's the way mine is. And she's very possessive. Like, she doesn't let my other cat, at times, she's just, you're mine. You definitely understand you belong to them with orange cat. Lord Boom, Brandon, I could see Woolen being a chopping block. Yeah. as good as he did. If you want the team back to the boom and tackling has to be the focus of defensive coaches, I'd be okay with it. I'd be all right with it too. I love Tariq. I don't want to trade him necessarily, but if the coach is determined and McDonald's got to make this determination, can I get this kid into a position to be able to tackle? Because it's got to get markedly more improved. Jason C., one positive thing about Geno Smith is he's resilient. He is. That's true. I appreciate you finding some positivity there on that one, Jason. DVD says Mike McDonald will not cut half the players, some think. He'll right the ship first. Yeah, there's also a bit of an evaluation point, right, DVD, where there'll be some guys, you're not going to just clear house first year because you are going to take a bit of a moment to really assess what you have in building as you go through it a bit. I see the same thing. Tom Eden says, what do Wade Phillips, Lovie Smith, Rex Ryan, and Sean McDermott all have in common? These are 4 NFL head coaches who also decide to be defensive play callers. Interesting. Sean McDermott. Wow. So only really Sean, Tommy, has had the real success in doing it, right? I guess Rex did it okay with the Jets for a while. I don't think Wade or Lovey were particularly good in their stints doing it. Great information, though, man. I didn't know that. That's awesome. Just one sec, folks. I'll be right back. All right. DVD, I don't hate any commentators, but I do hate certain habits. One, Peyton Manning does it too, but Collinsworth says pass rush instead of pass rush. Pash. Oh, pass rush instead of pass rush. It's a Midwestern thing, I think. Phillips says Geno was easy our MVP for offense. Agreed. Greg B. Geno is the perfect bridge quarterback, still has a lot left in him, and the young kid can learn a lot from him. I see it the same way. I'm completely okay with drafting a QB, but definitely think Geno's at least for the foreseeable future, the guy to roll with, Loco says, if Sean's out on Wilson, then I'm out on Wilson. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The tough part with Sean is that you just could see the marrying between those two parties. It wasn't a great marrying. Wilson has never been a guy to play on time. Sean's whole offense is built on playing on time. It's kind of just it's two different ideologies in how they approach the position and what they want to do at the position, and you weren't really going to find a middle ground there. Haley says John Schneider hasn't slept since November. Probably not well, Haley. Yeah. Danny Reed, Andy, you goonie. Scooby Snacks, I would have taken the cat over the girlfriend to be. You made the right choice, laughing out loud. Cats ended up picking me more than anything else. It was like, you take them. You take them. I'm like, happily. Samuel says, let's focus instead on football and more on the cute cat. All right, we can do that. She's a good girl. Also get a little bit annoyed at me for streaming so long. You streamed enough. Greg Kemp says Peyton Wilson's injury history and Senior Bowl having his arm length at only 30 inches, Greg. Yeah, the injury thing is always the part that I say, Greg, we can't, hard to say, like we ain't seeing those MRIs. We ain't looking at the, the true blue, what the doctors are able to tell the teams. But the arm length is a tough one. There were a couple snaps I was watching the other night where I thought overall he tackled well, and his tackling numbers have been good this year by PFF measurement. But there are some moments watching him on the field where you can kind of maybe feel a little bit of that arm length, which is weird because he is a legit 6'2", 6'3" guy. 30 inches, huh? That's kind of rough, man. That might be an impending factor. Well, Young Grenade says, man, just have B be the OC. He knows what he's doing. I'll take the job. Say this, we ain't going to be 28th in pass protection. I'll guarantee you that. RG3 is getting better, Tommy. Ben, we don't know who's coaching the offense quite yet. T. Martin seems like an early, maybe front runner as far as in-house hire from Macdonald, who's already with the Ravens. But we don't really know, with him being a first-time coach, what direction they'll go with this. Well, Young Grade Chiefs better win. I bet $20 with a friend. It's a good bet. It's a very good bet. Jason, see, my phone died. Sorry, guys. No worries, Jason. Sorry, phone's almost done. About to need to get a new phone just for my battery's just about toast. ALG, I feel like the midseason turnovers mostly came from side, though. I don't know why Geno wasn't allowed to throw in the middle. Remember with throwing in the middle of the field, this is a thing that goes back to the Russell Wilson days as well. And it's, I think, just a Coach Carroll mandate as much as anything else. That's why you threw at a 30-second rate, is that, and it was so extreme. And it's because he believes that more turnovers come from the middle of the field. Carroll might have some data that shows him if you throw the outside of the numbers, you throw half as many interceptions. So then he comes to a conclusion of, I don't want to throw to the middle of the field then. But it was definitely a purposeful approach by the team not to throw to the middle of the field. And it was on a game-by-game basis that they would do that. If you go look at ALG, if you go check and look at, for instance, the Geno Smith heat charts, if you type that into Google, you can see those heat charts that the Next Gen Stats will show you of where you're throwing the football. And it's kind of almost comedic in that you're just looking at the balls outside of the hash marks on every single throw. You're like, wow, you did not want to throw to the middle of the field. They haven't announced Mike's salary yet. He is going to get a 6-year contract, but we've not heard what actually the salary is going to be. I understand. Marco, we're going to keep our quarterback now, I would say. That's my guess. Kieran says, Hawks Nest, to your point, if I'm in the chat saying I was right about Geno come 2025 season, we'll all be really sad, laughing out loud. Geno is the most Seahawks player we've probably ever had. My first instinct when Pete was let go was Geno and Locke were immediately in trouble and in the hot seat, and everything they did would now be under a crazy microscope. Well, certainly, I think to your point on that, Kieran, new coach comes in, that should be the way you think in general terms, because there's a good chance that could be happening. Coach is going to want their guy most of the time. And yeah, people will be really sad, Kieran, but it is important to get things right. And if I've got people that are ahead of things and smart on things and foreseeing things and builds up that much more to your benefit of it, if you're seeing it that way, that you're seeing it true and right in a way that I didn't, for instance, during this time period, which is part of why I say, Kieran, I love my chat so much, and that it's what I call a think tank here. It's the cumulative brain power of this whole chat and everybody involved here. It ain't just me yakking away and as a grand overload that tells everybody what we got to think and believe it, but it's, hey, let's get to the truth. It's not about being the guy that's the right guy. It's about getting it right. And if you get this right in your outlook, and a lot of other people in their outlook of Geno get it right, then there's a value in that. And it helps instructs us better, I think, when we go into the future and looking at the position and how we evaluate that position. So, it might be sad, but still, if you're right about it, you're right about it, They will be under a little bit of a closer microscope, but I do believe, Kieran, those base parameter things that I talk about, and I know I hammer them, but I'm not overstating them. It's what showed up on the All-22 over and over every week. You didn't run to the edges of the defense. You didn't utilize fly sweeps. You didn't utilize pitch plays. You threw to the middle of the field at a 32nd rate in the NFL. Your pass protection was one of the 4 worst in the entire sport. You know, you improve all of those even just a little bit all the way along the line. I think you get better overall quarterback play, better overall production, and then more points with it. And we'll be doing the member stream tomorrow, Holy Hand Grenade. So I'll get that presented. I'll try to put it together tonight if I can. But first thing tomorrow morning if I need to, if I'm going to be a little late with it. We also got the B&B show tomorrow too. Kurt says, I think going for a Kyle Shanahan assistant would be great. I'm with it. I'm totally good with plucking from that tree, man. It's not the worst of ways to go at all. DVD says, I'm not totally familiar with the cap hit contract with Jamal, but could MMM potentially keep him to play when healthy and coach him up? I don't think DVD it makes any sense to do so. You've got to create cap space right now. It's not a mean of, hey, if it's convenient for us, let's create cap space. It's we need to create cap space because we have no cap space. So when it comes to the Jamal question, we got to first start with that point of the question of whether Jamal. It doesn't just start with Jamal purely as a player, but it also goes to how do we create cap space? Who is the guy that we move on from to create the most cap space? You're going to save about $17 million in cap by moving on from him this offseason. Jamal is not coming back next season. He's not a fit to this defense. He's not likely to get healthier. The injury risk that he carries is still substantially high. All of these in themselves individually be enough in their risk in its own to cut him. Put him to all cumulatively together, and it makes it kind of a no-brainer decision at this point. Brandon Janis says, wow, just joined. Now at almost 6 hours in. Aware of this beast, a guy named Brandon Cain's antics. He will be going until 2 a.m. here on the East Coast. My guy is effing nuts. Much thanks, sir. Hey, my pleasure, man. I love what I do, Brandon, especially days like this when it's very exciting. Loco says, you think new coach bring in his own quarterback and draft J.J. McCarthy? I don't think necessarily. No. I can see why there'd be the connection for some there to look at J.J. with McDonald's history there on the Michigan staff, but I don't think so. Bandison's 92. I'm curious, is Coach will be able? Okay, so your Bandison's 92, you're asking in your deal, is he going to be able to help out Darrell Taylor? No. Darrell Taylor is the player he is at this point. I don't think that there's a whole lot of upward development that you're going to get from him. He can't play the run off the edge. That's the first fundamental issue that comes up with Darrell, and there's not a lot you can do about that. He can't play the run off the edge. And teams attack him when he's in the game, in the run game. As a pass rusher, he's not taken any steps forward. He's essentially the same pass rusher today that he basically was when he walked in the door. No, it's just, that's a missed second round pick that just didn't work out. Jenny Slove. Thank you, Jenny, for subscribing to the channel. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, and I do appreciate you for jumping aboard. ALG with another $5 donation. Thank you, ALG, for all of your support here during the stream today. It's been very, very kind of you in that respect of things. Thanks, man. For people who think McDonald will bring in his quarterback, I don't think he has one like that, considering he's a defensive coach. Yeah, I might feel a little bit differently to your point on that, ALG, if we're talking about an offensive-minded coach, but I don't think that he is as necessarily that guy that makes the connection of I have to find my quarterback. I have to find my guy to make this go. I've got to have my young guy here to make this happen. I think he'll be open to it, but I think he's going to have his attention heavily over onto that defensive side of the ball and getting that right. And if he's got a functional quarterback that's doing just fine for what he's doing, being asked to do, and actually at times even excelling in what's been a tough environment, I don't think that's going to dissuade him off of Geno. I don't. And also, this is a John decision, as somebody said down here in the chat below. Is John, as ALG, you also said, actually, John is a Geno guy, as long as he's cheap for his service. And he is relatively cheap for his service still at this point. So, yeah, I think it's just all signs on this point back to John rolling with Geno and Mike McDonald rolling with Geno for another year. Still potentially draft a guy. Doesn't mean you don't do that, but Geno does remain. And I agree, LG. I don't think McDonald's concentration is going to be landing on the quarterback. I think he's going to be going to a lot of other things here that he's going to want to address and attack that he sees he can fix just right off the bat instantaneously. Thank you, though. ALG, very, very kind of you, brother. I really appreciate you. Philip Castle, like the way you think, sir. It is a think tank. That's how I think of it, man. That's why people ask me why I do this so long, Philip. It's the thoughts, the ideas, even in times where I disagree. Usually there's an educated, a well thought out process that brought that person to where they are, even when I am in disagreement of them. And it does, even in that disagreement, then make us think, make us consider different angles of this that haven't been considered on given subjects. And I love that about this place. That's why I'll always go long and late with these kind of streams, is because that's always there every single stream that I go live. Every single one. Tommy says, my opinion is the fact that Waldron landed a primo OC job for a team with a first overall pick for a highly rated quarterback says at least some in the league know about our offensive woes we're about. Some in the league know what our offensive woes were about. I agree, Tommy. I take that as well as a logical deduction from the situation. He'd done okay here offensively over the past couple of years, but had he just outright earned a job, which like you say would be a primo OC job, landing what is close to a generational talent at the quarterback position. I think the teams understand these things that I'm saying. These insights when I talk about not running outside, not using fly sweeps, not throwing to the middle of the field. It's like 20 horrible pass protection. These are things that we're downstream to a guy like me that's just an amateur talking head type bringing this up. If it gets to me bringing it up, it is totally common knowledge amongst coaches around the league by that point. It's not even, we all know that that's the way that is. DVD, Brandon, do you think Kaepernick will be Jim Harbaugh's quarterback coach, and draft JJ for himself? I don't think he's drafting JJ for himself. He's got Herbert there. That's part of what drew him to that job was Justin Herbert. No, Kaepernick has made a career in other ways here after football, and he's doing fine in those other ways as far as I understand it. So I think Kaepernick's made way more in his career at this point. As well as I understand DVD, there's a lot of people that ask about players coaching. And I think that where people got to kind of adjust on this question a little bit is understand that coaching is more or less for everybody and for a very small contingent of folks, more than it is that all former players should be considered as now coaches. It's much less likely a former player is going to want to be a coach than they're going to want to be than not. So you should probably lean more towards Kaepernick's not wanting to be a coach. He's not remained a part of the game since he's left. He's been in other endeavors. He's not showed any interest of being a coach. So no, that won't happen. Haha, that Heats chart sounds comical as F, not surprising. I might actually have it still here. But it is pretty funny. You watch both sides of the thing and you're just sitting there looking at it going, what are we doing here? Let me see if I got it. I might have it still here somewhere. It'll take a lot of time to look while you guys are waiting for me to. Maybe I don't. Now you have to take my word for it. If you Google it, it comes right up. Just Google Geno Smith Heat chart, click. It'll show you all of his games on one given page for the last year. And it all just shows it right there in the middle. Phoebe says Jesse's got to be upset about this one. I hope he is. Well, yeah, Grenade, I got to open up at 5:30 a.m. Friday. You know what that means? No sleep for me that day. Oof, that's brutal. I don't like getting up that early. Marcus B, 28, heard your post about the cat and the girlfriend. I divorced my wife and had to also give up the dog for peace of mind. I do miss the dog. Oh, that would have been tough. That would have been tough, Marcus. Yeah. Breakups are never easy. Lucky with mine, it was just a good win without saying that both the cats were coming with me. It was understood. There was no like discussion or debate. It was like, okay, yeah, you're getting the cats. What am I going to do with them? But a dog's even kind of rougher because, dogs you can have that special connection with. So hopefully that meant, Marcus, you maybe paid a little bit less in alimony at that point, if that's what you mean by peace of mind. One less K on the alimony payments every month. Tommy says, hot take, moving on from Pete was the best thing we could do to improve our cap situation. Maybe now we won't pay $50 million in safeties. Very true. Very true. 12-hour shift on Friday. Hang in there, Scooby Snacks. That is rough. Phillips is a symbiotic relationship between a quarterback and offensive line. Don't have a good offense without an offensive line to protect him. You lose the line of scrimmage, you can't run or pass, and you don't have success. Exactly. That's my feeling on it. And I think what's happened in the modern era, Philip, is I think kind of Tom Brady did a little bit of this, is it starts to create the basketball player for the quarterback position, where these other parts don't become actually really impactful to the QB. He rises above it. He's flying on the high. He should be able to, at least if we're going to consider him legit, he better be able to pull that off. My opinion is that the narrative is slanted that way from general fandom and their outlook of it, but I don't think it's accurate. I think it is much more based upon your supporting cast, your success, and that there may be some rare outliers like a Brady or Mahomes that can find some way to elevate the rest of those talent around them, but those are so few and far between. You're not drafting one of those. There's not 5 of those every draft. One of those every 10 years, more like it. Kieran says, the Hawks Nest, I totally agree on the team dynamics. In 2022, I saw lights out on the time quarterback making correct read every time and making hero throws. 2023, I saw a lot of good things, but not that. Agree on the team dynamic. I saw lights out on the quarterback making correct read every time. I saw a lot of good things, but not that. Yeah, and I do think that especially through the first 12 games of the previous year, Kieran, you're pass protecting better at the start of the year. That's when we had Geno over the past 2 years where he was really at his full best. And that was when you had at least a little bit of the ground game working within that. Both of those two parts were working well. And if you remember through those first 12 games in that first year, he was playing it at MVP level. And I agree with you. There was a lot of playing on time and things really working well with him being posed in the pocket. I think what's happened with that over time is that the pass protection started to go to shit, and that this year it wasn't as good as it was the prior year through at least those 12 games. And that it started to kind of fall apart and get frayed as well with the moving parts and the rotations. But it's that supporting cast I come back to being a big part of what it doesn't matter who the QB is, will drive the success. And if you improve it back, you'll get back to finding a guy that Geno through the first 12 games was being talked about like an MVP. And you will find a reclaiming of that kind of Geno, I think, if you can put similar parameters to him around him. Kieran says, is that the line? Is it the scheme? Yeah, but there were missed touchdowns and he's not the problem, but he's probably not going to make it into the 2025 season if I was betting. Maybe not. And he is getting older, he's getting up into mid-30s, so it's always a matter, your clock's always kind of ticking when you're that age. And yeah, I also think that there's going to be some stuff that starts to accumulate. I think you'd agree with this too, Kieran, right? If I have a quarterback for 2 years that's getting pounded in the pocket on a continual basis when he's dropping back to throw, say nothing of a real simplified offensive scheme and no ground game to lean back as well, but he's just getting pounded, that quarterback's going to start to feel ghost. That quarterback's going to start to get jumpy in the pocket. You're going to have some bad plays where the quarterback completely misreads what he should have been seeing because he's starting to have the cumulative of that starting to add up. And it's one of the reasons I harp so much on this offensive line is when you don't address it, when you do decide that the quarterback's wearing the Superman cape, is that you might now have a quarterback playing at a really high level and come to find a year down the line that you've gotten him beat into a shell of himself, or at least a partial shell of himself, and he's not able to be as productive and efficient as a player. Which I think is a little bit of what started to add up this year as we went along this year, and those hits added up and the problems added up. Daniel W., thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay are 100% more worried about the Macdonald hire than some tier 2 protege of theirs becoming our head coach. You better believe it. Yes, sir. They know they've got a smart man coming in. They know they're getting something wholly different than what they've been facing here now. This is going to be a wholly different beast. And I think it's, you're not fighting fire with fire. You're fighting fire with a fire hose truck. That's what you're fighting the fire with. And I think they would be a little bit more, great point, Daniel. I think that this has got him a lot more worried than some of the other options we could have gone with. I do as well. Thank you, man, for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Very kind of you. Great way of putting it. No tier 2 protege coming in here. We got a tier 1 and not a protege. ALG, I don't think quarterback drafted this or next year can replace him by 2025. I think he's here for the foreseeable future, and especially if he's already shown a willingness once to take less. So would he maybe be willing to even renegotiate during that time? That can be as much of a dictation about how long a quarterback can stay at a given spot, and Gino's already shown that he's willing to do that once, and that's always an indication to me that they might be willing to do it again. Kieran says he's a team-friendly deal, and no one is obviously better, but there will be a time when someone rolls the dice and does something stupid in all probability. Yeah, that's fair. Jason Seed, Locke. Can't move on from Myers yet, Jason. Too much dead money to get off of him this offseason. But Locke and DJ Dallas are free agents, and they'll probably move on from them. ALG says, selfish thought. I need Seattle to draft Ricky Parasol. He's dating my kid's cousin. Oh, okay. Let's go. I haven't had a chance to check out the tape on him, but he's next on my list of receivers. Kieran says more of a pessimist than high on hopium. Haha, that's fair enough. Loco, if you have a bad O-line, wouldn't limiting your quarterback's reads and eliminating the middle of the field and other parts help him play faster and limit sacks? If you have a bad O-line, wouldn't limiting your quarterback's reads and eliminating the middle of the field and other parts help him play faster and limit sacks? As far as eliminating the field, I've never heard how limited the middle of the field are the shorter, quicker routes that you can run at times. So I don't know how eliminating the middle of the field makes any part of the quarterback's job easier. Yeah, you're not going to be able to go through all of you're not going to be a full read quarterback, a full field read quarterback when you are under that kind of duress. That's also to my point, Local, of when people say, well, he's missed this read over here where we had a touchdown. Yeah, he might have missed that read because he couldn't get to his fourth progression because he's getting the ever-loving crap smacked out of him. So while it does then, yeah, if you say, oh, you're only going to have a chance to go through 2 reads on this play, Gino, and then you need to make a decision, that does have him play faster. That doesn't mean that then you have the full firepower of your offense to utilize then, and that you're then going to be limited offensively. And then you're going to have an easier way of shutting you down because you're kind of shutting off half of the field on a given play-by-play basis. But I don't understand how limiting the middle of the field would make any part of playing the quarterback position easier. Especially when you know, Loco, that the defense also knows that information. So now they don't protect as much the middle of the field because they know you're not going to attack it, which means that they squeeze those outside routes that much tighter. Greg Kemp, Brandon, have you been keeping up with the Senior Bowl any? I didn't do anything as far as taking a look today, Greg. I did do a little bit of watching. I've got it recorded on my thing, so I'm going to go back and watch the coverage for the last couple of days. But I did watch a little bit of the coverage on the first day. So I got to see a little bit of what was going on with that. Looks like Penix was throwing some good balls. Some of the receivers, some of the cornerbacks looking pretty good. A couple of the offensive linemen, even some of the, not even necessarily the prime guys, like Fuaga looks great. But then you got that Bo Kimmer, that's his name. He's looking pretty good in there. A couple of kind of those smaller school offensive linemen looking kind of nice. I haven't done as much of the deep dive I need to go. I'm going to be getting into it here tonight and tomorrow a little bit. Joe, I believe you are wrong on that. Carroll was a Geno guy. John was not. Just calling a spade a spade. John likes Drew Lock better. Let's go out, do a Seahawks move and trade for Russell Wilson. Laughing out loud. I don't know how you would come to the conclusion that John's not a Geno guy. Why would he resign? If that was the case, Joe, then why not just have Drew Lock come back and be the starter and let Geno walk and not sign Geno to a contract extension? So I'm open to your being right on that, Joe, but I guess what proof do we have that John Schneider's not in favor of Geno? And then to your point, Joe, if he's not in favor of Geno, then he just, then if you're right, Joe, then he just releases Geno this offseason, right? Because you collectively save money by moving off from Geno. So if John's an anti-Geno guy, then he would move off and save the money at that point. Kieran says, oh, I'm done at Hawks Nest on quarterbacks, laughing out loud. Ever tried ghost pepper? I'm about to set my mouth on fire with some chicken. Don't do it. Your mouth will thank you. Your anus will thank you. Don't do it. I have a hard time with spicy stuff. I'm not a big spicy hot guy. I like a little bit here and there. Got to be on the right stuff. But sometimes it goes a little, people are going over the top of this ghost pepper stuff. No, too much. It's too much. DVDB, I think it's John's first priority now after hiring Mike McDonald to bolster the offensive line and give Mike McDonald some of his own picks. They'll work in sync to draft as well to find the right ones to do it now, not later. Well said. I agree, and I hope you're right, DVD, because that's what I'm looking to see this team do at the forefront is address this offensive line. Reminds me of my ex. Kieran says, my mom and I will be rooting for McDonald to do an incredible lights-out coaching job. It remains to be seen. Hopefully he beats the hit rate on first-time head coaches. Hopefully so. It is hard. The ones that do well do real well when they do it. Corey Olson, thank you for the $5 donation. What do you know about Greg Roman, and would you entertain the idea of bringing Wink as our defensive coordinator? Do you see us going super heavy defense in the draft? Greg Roman, former offensive coordinator for the Niners when Colin Kaepernick was here, and then Harbaugh brought him into the Baltimore to then take over when they drafted Lamar Jackson to basically institute the Colin Kaepernick offense for Lamar, utilizing your quarterback like a running back. So if you're bringing in Greg Roman, Corey, you're bringing in Greg Roman to do that, to draft a quarterback that's going to be hyper mobile, and then you use that mobility and you have a real simplified offense and you just kind of get by on that. You run the ball at like 53% of the time, 54% of the time. That would be your kind of approach. I'm not one that I would sign off on, Corey, not just for the fact it does nothing to take advantage of Geno's skill set, but then you still have to go draft and find that guy to make that happen. Wink Martindale, I'm definitely a little bit more in favor of having that happen because he's a guy that trained Mike McDonald. So the connection between these two, them having an opportunity to work together before, there's a nice, easy, natural connection between the two at that point. Wink does like to blitz a fair bit more than Mike McDonald likes to. So that's a little bit of, they're going to have to find some common ground there. But Wink would be an interesting hire to pair with Mike McDonald. Do I see us going super heavy defense in the draft? I don't know if I see us going super heavy defense in the draft, Corey. I do think that John's going to try to maximize more picks with really, I think, trying to accomplish two different things. Better address a little bit more of this offensive line and the issues that are at play there, and then get him some of those defensive players that are going to fit to his scheme. So will you maybe be a little bit more lean to the defensive side of the ball? Probably, potentially. Not guaranteed. You're definitely going to find certain guys that fit to what he wants and be specific to what he wants. But I think as well, the offensive line is going to draw a lot of the attention here too. Tight end could draw a little bit of attention. You only got one guy on the roster, and when you don't know what they're going to do with Disley. So there's still some parts in the offense you could look to as well. But being where we're at from a need standpoint, you don't need any receivers. You don't really need any running backs. Maybe a quarterback as a backup. The needs kind of drive you here in this direction too. So I do think you'll get a good amount of defense. I don't know if it'll be defensive heavy though. I think it'll be offensive line, one tight end will be flexed in there, and then maybe that'll be heavily defensive after that point. Kieran says, you can have special connections with cats. Come on, man. Yeah, you can. I certainly do. No, it's true. I worded that weird. I worded that just a little odd. Thank you, Corey, man, for the $5 donation, man. Hope you're doing well tonight. Philip Castle think Woolen will see a lot more defense, man defense. It's not really as much. He will run man-based concepts, will McDonald, but he does run more zone, Philip. Still a little bit more zone. He will flip between both, but I don't know if that means Woolen will not necessarily run more now. Part of why I've got a little bit of worry about Woolen here in the long term. Kurt, have a feeling Spoon's going to look even better in this new defense. He will. He'll be used all over the place. He will be a true weapon. Think we could trade Love and draft Kitchens? I think you're going to cut Jamal Adams, Quandre Diggs. Love stays. Remember, Love goes to Wink Martindale's defense. Just logically play this out. Love is cheap. Love goes back to having familiarity with Wink Martindale's defense. Wink Martindale's defense has a lot of similarities to Mike McDonald. You're already going to cut Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs. You're not going to take the whole house out from under it at the safety position. So you clear Quandre, you clear Jamal, and you're probably going to roll with Love at that point. Could you still go draft a Kitchens? Sure. You could still potentially go draft a Kitchens, but this is going to be the road you're going to go there with that. Love will stay. McDonald's hiring now tells you that Love is going to be here next year. Samuel Carlson, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Samuel, you guys are very kind. Says, I feel like we're in a good situation for a defensive guy. We have a more rounded offense, so we can just hand the reins to an OC. Yes, sir. Agreed, Samuel. I think this is set up very well. The strength of your team from a talent standpoint is on the offensive side of the ball, to your point. That does maybe make it easier for a defensive-minded head coach where he doesn't have to worry about that as much. Things are, for the most part, taken care of over there. He's just got to mind his own backyard. And I think that this is what that's going to allow him to go out there and do, Samuel, to your point. Part of one of the reasons I do believe that this team has the potential for a much more quicker turnaround than some are thinking, where some are thinking this needs to be taken down to the studs and you've got to clear out all this cap space and we got to start from square one. In my opinion, a coach might come in here and say, no, I can get this team 3-4 wins better next year just by doing A, B, C, D, and E. And I could easily see Mike McDonald having that outlook with this team, Samuel, not to mention John Schneider as well, who he himself said in the press conference a couple of weeks ago that he felt that this team underperformed this year from where they should have been. So I feel the same way, Samuel. I think this is a great landing spot here for McDaniel and a good situation set up for him to find some success, as Kieran was talking about above, and how hard it is to find success as a first-time coordinator, a first-time head coach. But he is well suited, I think, to be able to pull that off. Jason says, happy wife, happy life. It's true. It's a true statement. DVD says, wow, it's almost like not running the ball regularly and running empty on third down actually doesn't help Geno or get the win. Weird. Laughing out loud. It's very true. It's going to be, well, we can draft a safety or two. We can afford to go cheaper at the position for a change, don't you think? I do. And if you've moved off from Quandre and Jamal, you might have to go draft a guy. Kitchens, great target. Bullock, Tyler Nubin. There's some good safeties in this draft. Wu-Tang says the O-line will not be addressed until the edge rusher and linebacker are taken care of first. I don't know about edge. Maybe linebacker, Wu-Tang. But you're pretty stocked up at edge. Pretty okay there. Justin Weston, is DK going to be a first again? Yeah. Still alive, Ryan White. Still rolling. Inshallah. Space, I think we should move on from Jamal and Diggs. I think we should too. DVD, Brandon, I have to say this. I think Woolen is already very self-aware about his shortcomings this year and very ready to get back to form for Mike McDaniel to keep his job. He did tackle in bounds the last game. He was, he did have some good tackles in that last game, and maybe he can bring it along, DVD. I'm open to it. But he's got his first 2 years in this league, he's not been a good tackler in this sport. He was not a good tackler in his first year either. So you can't get away with it in this scheme. You can't hide it in this scheme. If your cornerback can't tackle, it's going to leave too many vulnerabilities open, especially with the Shanahan, who will attack corners that can't tackle and did so in the second San Francisco game this year to a big degree. So I hope you're right. I'm open to being the right way. Grimlock, breaking new. Tyler Lockett traded Tennessee with the number 7 spot in the draft. Philip Castle could be one of the reasons Seattle's never had a standout tight end also, not using the middle of the field. Why do you think Jimmy Graham was not able to put up the same kind of yards when he came here versus the Saints? Right? Let's track it. Jimmy Graham with the Saints, 2014, 85 catches, 889 yards. 2013, 86 catches, 1,215 yards. Seattle, first year, 48 catches. Half of the catches in his first year in Seattle, 600 yards. 2016, 65 catches, 923. Did a little bit better there. Never got anywhere close to the heights that he had with the Saints. And a big part of that, well, don't target the middle of the football field. Going to kind of lead to that. A little bit of the reduced production. Depot. Kieran says, if you want to debate schemes, yeah, you're going to have more interceptions in the middle of the field because of sheer probability of more players there. The middle of the field is also the easiest touchdowns. Exactly, Kieran. That's the part where we get to that fear-based mindset and approach that I think plagued this team in a lot of different levels and a lot of different areas. On offense, don't throw the middle of the field. Avoid the turnovers. Why? Well, because that's where turnovers happen. Yeah, but good things happen there as well, right? Protect against the deep ball, right, Kieran? Protect against getting hit deep. Fear-based approach. Protect against that fear. Yeah, but then you give up all the stuff underneath. You then get slowly bled to death. Death by 10,000 cuts. You know, and that's the part that I had a problem on our philosophies at sometimes is it was like, yeah, you're considering this part, but you're playing blind to this. Not you, Kieran, but the team was playing blind to this in their conceptual approach to some of these philosophies. And it was unique to them. No team in the NFL operates from an offense that they say, hey, we're just going to hammer the A and B gap runs, and then we're going to ignore the middle of the football field. What are we doing here at that point, right? Philip could be one of the reasons Seattle never had a stand-up. But yeah, Philip, definitely think that prevents you a little bit from having a stand-up tight end if you're not going to use the middle of the field. Hard for them to make all their work happen outside the numbers. Devian says, the fact that I looked it up and Bears fans are really wanting a Tyler Lockett trade. They want to give us the number they want to give me a second round pick for Tyler, I'll do a handstand. Kieran says, if you exclude the middle of the field, you're excluding half of your total touchdowns. Yeah, absolutely, you are. That's why Kieran, for instance, when he was asked about it by Salk at the end, when Carroll was asked by Salk, hey, you throw outside the numbers more than any team in the NFL. You ignore the middle of the field more than any team in the NFL. Is there a reason you do that? Yeah. Why? I'm not telling you. That's why you got that childish response back from Carroll on that. He didn't want to tell us because he knew the answer wouldn't add up for the very reasons you're bringing up. For the exact reasons you're bringing up. Defense is delusional. Bears are going to have to pay the price. They want that. Samuel says, our defense will have a lot of holes coming this season, and the Ravens have had a better roster. Let's be honest. We will not have a number one D, but I think with McDonald, we can take a step forward. Yeah, I don't think that it's relative. I think it's realistic to think, Samuel, that there's a top end of this defense getting into a top 10 state this year. Can they get into 15? Can they get to middle of the road off the back end in that first year? Jason says, yes, hopefully. And that's what I'm hoping for as well. Brandon, I'm a big spicy guy. Give me all the spice. I got to be in the right mood. I can take it sometimes. The ghost pepper thing is too much. As Jason says, I did the ghost pepper once and never. People that do the ghost pepper do it once and then they don't do it again. And we want our eating experience to be enjoyable, do we not? Scooby Snacks, I'd love to keep a fan, but he might be a cap casualty. Scooby Snacks, he's a free agent. Loco, the middle of the field is more crowded, so a quick read is into more traffic and plays take longer to develop, cut, hook, and come back. That's not my understanding of it, Loco. It's not my understanding of it. You have short routes being run, and the short routes are being run from the line of scrimmage. So the space that they've got to travel is a short period of time. They're timing-based routes when you're talking about throwing short into the middle of the field. You're not going to have your quarterback drop back and look at the play and see that the guy's open. He's got to anticipate the break, anticipate where the guy's going. There's not going to be a lot of open space down in there. So it's supposed to be quicker reads to the middle of the field. The longer reads are the ones that are going to take you outside the numbers because those routes are going to be longer developing. I got to get through the press coverage. I got to get up the field. I got to get the outside. Absent like a slant route or like a short drag. But we don't run the short drags because the short drags end up in the middle of the football field. Be more Seahawks. Some 49er fans don't like the hire. I saw a Niner fan saying they were scared. I'm loving this even more. Hell yeah, brother. Let's go. Good to hear they're a little nervous. What's up, Don Don? Lion fan Ben Johnson came back to us. Congrats, Lion fan. I can tell the Seahawks and Washington Commanders made their decisions as soon as Ben Johnson comes back to Detroit. Maybe. Possible. DVD, I think Pete was the Drew Lock fan. He was fine moving on from Hasselbeck to T-Jack. One had 2 games with a perfect quarterback rating twice. The other took a sack on a 4th down playoff chance. Yeah, great stat drop there, DVD. I love that. Let's go. Let's go. That might be right. Vader's Rage. I'm really excited about the scheme. It seems we are getting into a new era of football where defenses are starting to figure out McVay and Shanahan offenses. It does feel like it's time for the defense to take a step forward. It seems like if you're talking about trend and where things would start to trend, the offense has kind of had its day a little bit, and that it's time for the defense to maybe not come up and match the offense as an equal partner here in this NFL game, but to at least come up and make more of a fight of it, more of it just to seem like a pure offensive league. Ran the Gut says, you know, Mike has stars in his eyes thinking about how he'll use Spoon. Oh, I'm sure he's daydreaming all day what he can do with that kid. Garion says, Love's definitely going to be on the roster. He's the only safety who did anything for you this year. Exactly. He was better than both Quandre and Jamal by a wide margin, and he's got familiarity with the scheme, and he can play both safety positions. Kind of a no-brainer that Love is going to remain. Lord Boom, laughing out loud, Brandon. Come on, Eichenberg's David Wyman 2.0. He'll always be good enough to start for you, all 17 years, but never good enough to have to pay. Maybe. Tommy Eichenberg is the David Wyman of this draft. I love that. It's actually maybe kind of accurate. They may go with like just about the same pick. Rand, do we need another defensive lineman? We'll most likely run a true 3-man front, and we barely had a rotation run 2-man fronts. I'm not so sure. Rand, depends on if you're going to re-sign Leonard Williams. Remember, you're getting Mike Morris back. You've got Cam Young on the roster. Jaron Reed's coming back. Yeah, you could probably use another body down there. I think you probably need another nose tackle. But you could take one more nose tackle and be good at that point if you re-sign Leonard Williams. Kurt, do we draft another corner this year? Too early to tell, Kurt. Depends on the opinion of Tariq Woolen and Trey Brown and their evaluation of that. If you move one of those 2 guys, then you're probably going to do so. If you don't, maybe not. Probably draft a guy maybe a minimum late, but I don't think you're taking a guy early, Kurt. I think we need a center too, Kirian. I'm totally on board with the center. Tommy says, I don't think John gave up a second for Leonard Williams without having a plan to get it back. I fully expect us to trade down or trade a player. Me too. W says, Ravens fan here. You guys got a good one. Thank you, W. I've been a few Ravens fans like yourself come in, and that seems to be the consensus, which makes us feel even better about the hire. Vader's Watch will throw over the middle of the field next season, and the offense will be improved. It will be. And it will happen. Part of why I think there'll be a natural uptick in the way this team plays next year and what you get from them, because they're just going to be able to take advantage of natural tendencies and advantages on the table that we have completely ignored, like Stevie Wonder. You know, just, what? Middle of the field? DVD, Brandon, do you think that John and Mike McDonald go with another younger coach or vet at OC? Would they pick someone weird, hated, or just a basic guy? Mike McDonald beat my D scheme and you're hired type. I'm not sure on that, DVD. I don't have a feel for where they're going with the OC yet. It's kind of still too early. I mean, I started streaming 6.5 hours ago, and it was a couple hours after the announcement of the hiring. So I don't have any. I'm not sure which way they're going to go on that one. DVD, running outside with a guy like K9 is what makes sense. C gap and beyond, why force it? Because Carroll loved running inside. He believed in wearing down defenses, and if you keep hammering the middle of the run game over and over, you're forcing him to tackle, and you're just body blowing them for a whole game. And eventually they're going to break into the third quarter. Problem is that you haven't been able to run it consistently and well enough to do that. Number two, defenses eventually figure that out and they go, oh, you don't go to the C gap, you don't run pitch plays. So defensively, we're just going to crush the middle of your offensive line on every play. We're just going to remove A and B gap runs from you as even an option. JD says Taco Bell completely ruined my anus tonight. Good Lord. Did you have the ghost? Was there a ghost pepper option on that one? And Tommy, that might be the way they go at safety. Chase Carey, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, Chase. He says, I love the hire, but the question moving forward has to be who's going to be the OC. Still got to keep up with the offensive powerhouses. To your point, Chase, you can't just get by with your offense now. Most of the talent is on the offensive side of the ball with this team as it stands. It's got to be somebody that can come in here and find a way to maximize that talent. Find a plan for DK Metcalf to get him better ascended to being a number one receiver. Find a way to get Kenneth Walker into that 1,500-yard area I think he's capable of landing in if you utilize him right. Who's going to be the guy? Which is the right one? As somebody was asking above here for me, Chase, I don't know. I can give you a variety of different names that are sort of blind names that I'm pulling out of a hat. I can tell you T. Martin is a quarterback coach with the Ravens. Maybe Mike McDonald wants that. I can tell you there's a Chip Kelly out there who supposedly maybe has some connections back with John Schneider's. Maybe they're BFFs. And he's saying, John, bring me in right now. I'll be your OC. I'll take all this off of the plate of Mike McDonald. And could it be everything in between that? At this point, in my opinion, I think, Chase, it's just, I'd love to, usually I've got a pretty educated answer to give you on this stuff. But when I went live today, it was 2.5 hours, 3 hours announced from the hiring. So there's just not been any kind of time. I've Google searched it. I've searched it while we've been live. I've even kind of tried to look and see. We've got no real answers right now as far as who the OC is going to be. You're completely right, Jason, that this hire, the second part of this hire, the next important part of this hire is, okay, you hire Mike McDonald, and before we get to which players are going and which players are staying, the next second most important part of this is, okay, but who is the OC going to be? So I understand why you guys are chomping at the bit on this answer and why it's vitally important that we're looking for, well, who's going to be, what is it? How are we going? Where are we going? I get it. I totally get that. But we're going to have to be a little bit patient on this. So on these ones, we're just going to have to kind of give it a day or two. We'll get some more names coming out and then we can kind of turn it around. But it's a completely valid point. And thank you for the $5 donation, Chase. It's completely valid to say that this is now the next important part of this process. The hire, great, awesome. You feel great with it. Who is the untested head coach going to hire as the OC? But because he's untested, because he doesn't have the background, because I'm not sure where the league connections are going to go for the guy that he's going to look to target, we don't even know if Chase, maybe John wants to hire it for him. John wants to say, look, we'll bring you in, then we'll hire your OC. Let me take that off your plate. It could be everything on those possibilities. So in asking a question, completely valid question, but there is no answer to be had for that question right now. It's just occurred today. Let's give it just that 24-hour period, and then you're going to have probably a plethora of names to turn over that are being considered by the team and who he's looking at that point. Thank you, though, man, for the $5 dono. DVD Brandon, while I appreciate the appeal, I and many others for Ben Johnson, for some reason I feel very safe as a 12 for next season. Maybe we were too upset with Waldron. Yeah, I feel pretty good about this too right now at this point. I don't know. I wasn't really ever upset about Waldron. So I thought he was a little hamstrung with his offense. He can't do anything about the pass protection. That's not on him to, correct. It's possible, yeah. But I mean, I think he did a good job here as represented by him getting a new job, Kieran says, okay, debate. Is McDonald the guy John Schneider was targeting and the whole time we were just waiting for the Ravens to exit the playoffs? Or is this like the best of the rest? I think these are all great. Some of you guys, these are some great questions you guys ask. But the thing is that I can't answer questions that I don't have any basis to have any information on. So, I mean, on some of these, I got to just say, Kieran, there's no debate there because I don't know. If I'm going to present something, I'm going to present it with something I can tangibly bring as far as evidence to go. Nobody knows anything about the background process here with Schneider and how this hiring went. And so it's just a complete guess in the dark. I hate guesses in the dark. Let me just say that to the chat. I'm not a fan of guesses in the dark. I like to be able to have an opinion and then have it based upon some backing to it. And unfortunately, who's going to be the next OC? Was this guy our number one guy from the start? Did he become it at the end? Did they really want Ben Johnson? But Ben Johnson was asking for $15 million. Who knows? Who knows? I don't. So I can't fathom a guess on it. It's just kind of, I don't know. I don't know. All right. Well, we're going to start to kind of wrap this up here a little bit, folks, as I'm almost into about 7 hours on the stream here, which is good for me. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hangry. I need to get me a Snickers bar. Let's get into that spot. Brandon Janis says, yeah, from what I've garnered from others' opinions and sentiment, it seems like JS had somewhat locked in on Mikey Mack, not strictly, but largely. We may learn a little bit more about this, that is the case. I've heard rumors of that. I just haven't heard anything that it's been tangible. It's again, I think what happens here is like people in my position get asked a lot of times, Brandon, these questions. And so they feel impelled to answer because people want the answer. But I think what they're really doing by and large is that they're just playing the guessing game. So when it comes to me making answers to these questions, I'd much want to answer it on something tangible and real, A dusting of ghost pepper can be enough, Kieran. That can be enough to set the anus on fire. Too many of you, I'm reading the chat, have eaten a ghost pepper. Too many of you. B, by too upset with Shane, I mean Shane was bad or Pete was controlling and us just hoping for the offense to be modern and not the D. Too one-dimensional on an offensive calling. I mean, Shane was bad. So DVD, I guess I'll break it down to you like this. Shane Waldron came from the Rams and was promoted to the Rams for the work that he did under Sean McVay and the offenses that Sean McVay ran. He came to the Seattle Seahawks, and the Seattle Seahawks did not run the Sean McVay offense. Is that because Shane completely forgot the type of offense that he ran with the Rams when he came to Seattle? Or is that because Coach Carroll told him to put the offense away and you will inherit our playbook? I don't know. Again, another question where we come down to a DVD. I don't know. I can say logically I take from that. This is my thinking on it. Logically, I take from that Pete Carroll's pretty controlling on his offense. And as much as there's a Pete Carroll defense, there's a Pete Carroll offense. Waldron was not able to run unencumbered. And so therefore you can't really hold Shane to a really much of an account. But again, I don't know if I heard a lot of people holding necessarily Shane to an account, just like I wasn't hearing a lot of people necessarily holding Clint Hurt to the account of the defense. It was Carroll running this show, top to bottom, inside out. It was his show. He was the ringmaster, and he had a heavy-handed approach. You could call it micromanaging if you want to a certain degree, but I don't think that he was letting Shane run unencumbered. The point of this that we're not going to have to guess upon with this DVD is let's watch and see what Shane Waldron does with the Chicago Bears. Because now if the Bears offense looks every bit like the Rams offense, then we know without having to guess at that point that absolutely positively Coach Carroll put the handcuffs on Waldron and did not let him run his own show. But that's the part where we won't have to guess on this one. We will know on this answer within a year. Let's let it play out in a year, and then we'll figure out at that point what's what with where it goes. Wu-Tang defense will be fixed. Then the offense, that's the way it is. The defensive head coach was hired. If you wanted the offensive fixed first, we should have hired an OC as the head coach. Anvil, this is my number one pick. I'm super happy about the hire. Love it. Love it. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. Any chances, thoughts on Ryan Neal coming back? Ryan Neal is not coming back, Daniel. I think the thing that we got to do as Hawk fans as we go forward a little bit with this, let's make this the new exercise as we go forward, okay? Let's not fall in love with our guys so much that we're always looking the second they leave for how can they come back. Like that's something this is something that more bit us on the back and bit us on the butt organizationally is falling too much in with our own guys, our own coaches, our own stuff. And I think part of what happens with us as fans is we got players that we really love to watch and God, I like that guy, and he's awesome, and man, he's cool. I like him. And then he goes to a player like, man, I didn't want him to leave. I didn't want him to go. Why'd he got to go? And I get that. I get we got our favorites and our people and our guys we like and everything else. Like, but this doesn't, there's all these other players throughout the league. There's all these other guys to draft, right? So like, no more doubling back to Frank Clark's, no more doubling back to Ryan Neal's, no more looking back to the stuff that we let go in the first place. And there was a reason we let it go in the first place. Neal had the good year that he did, Daniel, running a different scheme than the one we're going to run going forward. I don't think that he had a particularly good year there with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So I know that he's like, there's a lot of guys that the people got their preferences on that they really do like, but I think that has gotten us in a bit of trouble, Daniel, in loving our guys too much. And our guy, rather than, it's like the Quandre Diggs thing coming, right? Quandre Diggs, ball skills there. Flips his foot sideways, going to be 30 years old. I said at the time, if you sign this guy to a big market deal, you're paying for past performance. And people are like, got to sign him. It's like, you're not going to get the returns back on signing it. And I think it's something that you got to, you can't ask fans not to do in loving their guys and having guys that they just kind of gravitate towards. And I just like this guy. I just like what he does. He's just a good player. And I get that part of it. But it's the part where I push back on to say, but we applied that methodology too much in bringing back former players, and it stopped us or holding on to our own guys too much rather than looking out across the whole landscape to really find truly the best guys. Ryan Neal a couple of years ago had a really solid year for you filling in for Jamal Adams, but he's not going to be a fit to the defense. Didn't have a particularly good year. You're going to have to go cheaper on the safety position. I don't think he's going to make a lot of money, but he might make something. I don't know. They might bring him back, Daniel, but I want to move away from that landscape. You know, we need a defensive coach. Let's go get one of our former defensive coaches. You know, we need edge help. Let's go get Frank Clark. We need a defensive tackle. We can get this guy. Let's go back and get this. Let's go back and grab this guy and bring him back. Maybe he's got a little bit left that we can squeeze the last couple drops out of that. You know, rather than that, I'd say try to be, let's go to something a little bit more opened up. But thank you, man, for the donation, Daniel. I appreciate you for that. Very, very kind of you guys on all the support. Oxness don't ever go into politics. Not willing to speculate president something you don't know anything about. How dare you? Exactly. DVD, most opinions I've heard from the workplace fans and friends. Mike McDonald was either number 1 or 1A pick. It was a matter of who comes in and fixes right away and which side of the ball. I'm definitely hearing it brought up about that's the case, that John was locked in on this guy from the jump. I just don't, I don't know what they're basing it on as far as the information that they're being told. Maybe these guys have connections into the building and they heard from somebody that's friends with Schneider that it was always going to be him. Maybe it's that this is coming from. But when I've read and tried to look into the depths of this as far as today in prepping for the show, I didn't see anything that was mentioning the fact that he was John's number 1 guy from the start, or that John Schneider had said he was the number 1 guy for the start. Maybe that does turn to be the case. I just don't have anything to base that off of right now. And again, just getting back that spot DVD where we're just, it might be the truth. A lot of people are saying it, you know, a lot of people saying something doesn't necessarily make it the truth. That's where I'm hesitant to necessarily say, oh yeah, that's what happened. We were just always in on the McDonald thing, you know. Good news on this again is a lot of these things that we ask these questions about, folks, like we're going to get answers on this within 24 hours. So there's no real reason to like speculate and wonder on, like, John Schneider will talk. And then when John Schneider speaks, he'll probably indicate a little bit of how much Mike, I'm sure he'll say Mike McDonald was my number 1 guy all along. He was the main guy that we targeted. He was the bump, you know, bump. All right, I'm getting hungry here. I got to get some food, guys. I can tell. When I get hangry, I can tell I get a little bit testy and short. And I don't want to be short with you guys. So we'll wrap this up here so I can get some food. Radu, Brandon, you think McDonald can bring in Monken? No. Monken's not going anywhere for a lateral move like that, I don't think. It's possible, but I would doubt it happening. I would doubt it very much. Speculate now. Jeff, presser will be tomorrow at 11 o'clock, Mr. Dog. So 11 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, I've heard. We're saying, I don't know if he'll take a pay cut being Lockett. I don't know. I don't think so. I would be surprised. All right, let's wrap it up on that note, folks. I can't do this. Brandon, Jen, when it comes to the impressions, man, you got to catch me in the first couple hours of the stream, brother. When I get into hour 6 or 7, the voice, I've been speaking for 7 straight hours. So trying to whip into a impression at this point is like, I'm toast. The brain's like, literally my brain's just, you guys can see my brain at times, but at 7th hour point, it's just like knocking around. My irritability is through the roof. I'm kind of surprised that we still end up with like almost 200 people in here. Like I've been talking 7 hours and you all are still right with me on this. I love it, but I've got to put a button on it. Got to put the button on it because I need to get some food. Got to make it do. I like the real deal's right, Radu. The real deal is always the way to go. Holy Angry Nate says, no, B, you must do a 12-hour stream every day, 7 days a week, no breaks. Exactly. The thing about this too is keep in mind, this is 7 hours straight without breaks. I talk constantly for 7 straight hours. So there's just, there's nothing left by the end. It's, I sign off and I just kind of stare into the space for about 3 hours after the show. That's how it goes. Mr. Dog, thank you, brother. I appreciate you, Brian. And we will be back tomorrow with a couple different shows. So, Kerry and Macdonald will be wearing a black. He's a black guy. So we've got the black suit going tomorrow. No doubt about that. Keep it simple and easy on that front of things. We will be back tomorrow for members of the channel. I will be doing a members only stream at 5:00 tomorrow. So keep an eye on your community post if you're a member of the channel for that. We will also be doing a B&B stream. I no doubt reacting a little bit more to this hiring. Maybe I'll have a little bit more of an understanding here in another 24 hours when we talk about who we're looking at for the offensive coordinator and the defensive coordinator, whereas right now it's very, very much muddled and unclear. Clear as mud right now. A little bit is what will be the OC and what will be the DC and what the approach is going to be on this. There's so many ways that they could go. So we'll have a little bit more information on that. Me and Brendan will get to chop it up. It sounds like Brendan's pretty happy with this hiring too. So you'll probably hear us both pretty happy about the direction and where this team is going and what this hiring means for the future of our Hawks. So DVC's character limits always keep me from asking full question. And it can be read as very confusing. Sorry about that, B. No worries. Again, too, I understand on the character count, folks. The one thing I do with the character count, just to take note of, if you guys want to post 3 paragraphs, but it's conscientious and you're just bringing up a given thinking or thought, I don't have slow mode on my chat. So what that means is that you can post a message and post another message right on top of it. And even if there's a separation between a couple other people talking, I can still see your message and the other message and connect the 2 of them. So, but I do know sometimes it's easier said than done on that. So, that's one of the reasons I keep that slow mode turned off, is so if somebody wants to type in kind of a soliloquy, I don't want spam, but if you're just typing what's off of an individual thought and being expansive, there's nothing wrong with that. That's totally cool. Femi, I think your longest stream was week 1. I think we did 14 hours. I think that was the best one I've done. And eventually we'll probably do a 24-hour stream, but Don, you have a good one, man. Megan, appreciate you. Have a good one as well. Please, Mac, I hope this defense plays hard for Mike McDonald. I think he will. I think he's a guy that's showing ability to connect with his players and get them to play hard for him. And so at least his track record has shown that he's been able to do that. And hopefully, he can carry it on here. He can carry it forward here. Appreciate you, Jason. Thank you, man. We'll see you tomorrow. I want to thank you, all of you guys, for checking out the stream today. I want to thank Underdog Fantasy one more time for sponsoring the show. Thank you to Underdog Fantasy as they sponsor this show throughout the course of this season and off season. You can get in right now and get yourself matched up to $100 of your first deposit, up to 100%. Use my code NEST. That's NEST. Use that code today. Get $100 on the Hawks Nest. Support me. Get $100 in your pocket. It's win, 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 win. All the way around on that one. They've got some great ongoing contests, including still the Super Bowl, where you can still get into some great individual contests just regarding this game. Hockey, baseball, basketball, it continues on through the off season. Any other sport you want to get into, they got it there. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring this show. Thank you guys for watching. Do me a favor as we kind of finish up here and just smack that like button if you haven't already for me. it would really, really, really help me out. Makes me show up on that algorithm, helps me show up on other searches and all that other good stuff. The chat was great as you guys ever were here. I'm sorry, I got a little bit at the end here, get hangry, so I can't stay with you guys as long as I probably would like today. My stomach's just rolling up on me. But the chat was awesome as ever. You guys make this place what it is. I'll say it every show. You guys make this place what it is. Keeping it respectful, keeping it thoughtful, keeping me thinking, keeping me laughing, bringing information I hadn't thought about or considered. Being passionate in your approach and your outlook on this team. You guys bring that flavor every single show in here. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Just one of the reasons of many reasons that I go so long here is that every single show I can count on your guys' presence and to bring that kind of energy. And that's what emboldens me. That's what gives me energy. That's what gives me the juice, is you guys coming in that manner and knowing what time of day it is and we walk in here, understanding what we're trying to accomplish here. And it just feels like it's getting better and better and better from within the chat and how this thing operates and rolls. And I want to thank all of you guys for that. I know there's times where it gets heated, times I can get a little pissy and on people about their takes and maybe not always be super patient in the different outlooks that are there. But nonetheless, you guys remain so in that way. Never have to question you guys on that part of it. And I really thank you guys for that, as this offseason was a little bit rough to go through. Firing a coach, and a lot of people disagree with that, but even in disagreement, we found a way to be respectful in here and still understand that we're all loving and wanting to see the best for this team, even if we see different approaches to arrive there. We are all part of the same family when it's all said and done. And family may fight, but family, still family, right? I appreciate you guys watching today. This is a hell of a hire for your Seattle Seahawks. We now move into a new era. You move into a new exciting era, an era of endless possibilities, an era where now you are not stuck in between. You're not stuck in the middle. You have the potential to go out there and truly boom, the potential to go back there and reclaim some contending status. It ain't guaranteed. Tomorrow is promised to no one. But Seattle's taken a bigger, bolder step forward to that place than they started when we ended off this offseason. And the people to be lauded for that are going to be Jody Allen and John Schneider. Jody to make the call, to understand it's time to move on and get a new coach in here. And John to take the right steps to making sure that he got the right coach in here as the hire to replace Coach Carroll. That two-pronged process has been very successful. Doesn't guarantee success into the future, but you did as much as you could to mind your P's and Q's in this process from both Jody and John's perspective to arrive at that state. And as a fan, that's all you can ask, because there are no guarantees. There are only educated decisions. And that's what I think the Seahawks have done here. So props to the Hawks organization. You've done it right so far this offseason. Let's see where this goes forward. I will be back in 24 hours. We'll have a little bit more information about this coaching hires, maybe a little bit more where this team's looking to go this offseason as their given approach. We've got the 11 o'clock Pacific Standard Time press conference with Mike McDonald tomorrow. But it's a bright day right now in Seahawks history. The sun begins to rise. Okay, you can see it right there, that rising sun. So let's get ourselves to that daylight. Let's get up to the sun fully. Let's get that warmth back on our face. Let's get back to contending status. I appreciate you guys watching. I love you guys. We'll be back in 24 hours. But until that time, my fellow Seahawks faithful, please do not you ever forget. My God. Go Hawks.